যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine. It's coming fine, right? So today I'm going to discuss possibly the entire book. I won't discuss the entire book probably. Yeah, I'm not going to discuss the entire book. It's by Deep Halder. It's called Bengal 2021. It's probably his least popular book. His other two books are on Morichavi massacre of Dalit partition victims. And the other book is on Bangladeshi Hindus, co-authored by Dr. Abhishek Bishwas. He gifted me this book a few days back, along with Interrogating Caste. And I thought, when am I going to read this book? It's a pretty short book, and the topic is pretty, let's say, temporary in a way. So it's not a timeless philosophy or ideas kind of book. It's an observation, documentation kind of book. So I was thinking when to read this, because these days I don't really have any time to read book, not much at least, other than my live streams. So a lot of books I really want to read whenever I'm free, but I feel like anytime I do pick up a book, I read something so awesome, because most of my books, all the books in my home are so awesome, that I feel that the audience is going to be left out. That, oh my God, what a fascinating thing to say. Why not share this with my audience, and therefore have that reaction with my audience and live react to books basically. And let's say, why lose some things, and in the short video, if I make a gist video of a book and then go on saying, you'll have to read the entire book, you'll have to read the entire book to find it out completely what was said. But so I try to discuss the primary source itself. So and unless something so insane and something so horrible is written in any book that I own, even that I want to share with the audience, that, oh my God, see, can you believe this fucker? How could he say such a thing? So I really don't have that much fun reading books on my own these days. I like this gathering sort of a vibe while reading books. Okay, Buddhadev, by the way, your book arrived today. Why did I keep it? Oh yeah, there's your book. Your book arrived on Sunday. Looking forward to reading it. I went through it a little bit. It's on a fascinating topic. I didn't know this book was on that topic. Okay, Buddhadev Bhattacharya Archives gifted us basically a book called Survival in the Killing Fields, Hang Nyor with Roger Warner. Those are the name of the authors. It's on surviving the evil rule of the dictator, commie dictator Pol Pot. I don't know how to pronounce his name. So I'm looking forward to this book, because this was written during the elections, but it came out, I think, right before the elections, or it was completed before the election results, where I think I have not read it. I have heard people say that he actually predicted that BJP was going to win, like everybody else in the country, and then he was not allowed to, or BJP wasn't allowed to win. So let's start with the blurb first. On 20th May 2011, Mamata Banerjee was sworn in as the first female chief minister of West Bengal, bringing an end to 34 years of left front rule. Poriborton screamed the morning papers, echoing Trinamool Congress's catchphrase for bringing in change. A decade later, amidst allegations against the TMC of political violence, syndicate rule, and institutional corruption, the BJP has sent out a new war cry. Ahead of what promises to be a historic state legislative assembly election, Deep Halder met and conducted exclusive interviews with Bengal's biggest stars turned politicians, refugees who want to become permanent citizens, and traveled as far as the Bangladesh border to gauge the mood of the people. Bengal 2021, the name of this book, looks at an electrifying election unfolding in the times of COVID-19. Okay, let's start. The book is dedicated to his mother. He writes to Ma for the books and the reading gene. And when he gifted this book to me, he wrote to Nirajan yesterday once more. Because I met him when he gifted this book. I met him the day after our fascinating podcast I think just last week or so. So too many yesterdays, because he was talking about the previous day when we had a podcast. It was a fascinating podcast. Buddha is saying, I don't know if you checked my message. This author of this book was survivor turned actor. Yes, I read from the blurb. I did not read your message on this. He won the Oscar in his only major performance, right? It starts with Rabindranath Thakur's famous quote. 7 কোটি সন্তানেরে হে মুগ্ধ জননী রেখেছো বাঙালি করে মানুষ করনি. Oh doting mother, your 70 million children you have kept as Bengalis, but you haven't made them men. Or it means your upbringing is incomplete. Okay, it's not about masculinity here. Manush koroni. Let's start with the preface. Bengal 2021 is not the Bengal I left behind 20 years ago. In 2001, the year I moved to Delhi, few would have believed that the left citadel would ever fall in Bengal. One of the left front's more palatable political slogans, meant to taunt opposition leader Mamata Banerjee over the years, was Dekhe ja Mamata kar hate khamata, meaning come and see Mamata in whose hands power rests. The rest are unprintable. That Mamata Banerjee could rise to power seemed impossible. But then she did, with a war cry for Poriborton, meaning change. Banerjee, Didi to followers, became Bengal's first woman chief minister in 2011, promising to better the lives of its people with a government for Ma Mati Manush, mother, motherland, and the people. But you see, this is important. Deep Halder writes that the other stuff that left front said about Mamata Banerjee is basically unprintable. So you see the language for a female politician used by commies, okay, the progressives, that's unprintable. The left front had ruled West Bengal for 7 consecutive terms from 77 to 2011, 5 with Jyoti Basu as chief minister and 2 under Buddhadev Bhattacharya, also lovingly known as Buddhadev Agarwal in our live chat. And what was Mamata Banerjee's plank when she came to power? She replaced a regime that had unleashed a reign of political violence and terror, from the massacre of thousands of Dalits in the Sundarbans Modichapi Island in 1978 through 79, barely a year after coming to power, right up to the killings and rapes in Nondigram in East Midnapur after a failed project to acquire land for a special economic zone in 2007. So SEZs have been tried by the West Bengal government since 2007, but I think in 2026, whether it's Abhishek or Shubhendu who becomes the CM, they are the ones who are going to finally do SEZification of entire West Bengal except Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee, because there's no other way out. West Bengal will wither away into pure dust unless we do SEZ. Ram Rishabh. Mamata Banerjee herself was almost clobbered to death at a political rally on August 16. This 16th August date is so horrifying. Pakistan Independence Day, direct action killing day. Now, 16th August 1990 by CPIM activist Lalu Alam. But that was not the only thing Mamata Banerjee stood against. After coming to power, the left front government had launched Operation Burga, a land reform movement throughout rural West Bengal that gave sharecroppers legal protection against eviction by landlords and entitled them to due share of the produce, which kept, more often than not, kept them too poor to cultivate their own lands, and also fix their caste identity, because they were farmers and they would have to remain farmers for the foreseeable future. Wakaf is Dada, are Kolkata's universities better than Delhi in the humanities in general, like more focused on academic research, even if it's communist? There are no universities in this conversation. There's only JNU from Delhi, and due to some extent, I don't know, I'm not really sure. IIT Delhi these days a little, but the king, I think, among all these is the presidency, who is in Kolkata. But the others in Kolkata are not that great. Ironically, it was the same farming community that Left Front went to war with during the Nandigram agitation and later at Singur, when the Buddhadev Bhattacharya government wanted to give away multi-alluvial farmlands to the Tatas to produce the world's cheapest car, Nano. Mamata Banerjee stood with the farmers, Ratan Tata retreated to Sanand in Gujarat, and Buddhadev Bhattacharya lost power in West Bengal. And RSS, BJP, all of them opposed, including Shubhendu Adhikari. He was the one organizing all the mass movements against the Tata factory back then. His priorities have changed these days. West Bengal's wait for Poriborton was finally over. Even Lalu Alam, who was being tried by a Kolkata court for attempting to murder Mamata Banerjee, cheered her victory. In an interview to India Today on 17th May 2011, Lalu Alam said, "I am elated that Mamata will become the chief minister. I'm innocent. I have been quiet for the last 20 years. It was the left which targeted me." End quote. Thus began Mamata's reign. Since 2011, even every time I went back to Kolkata to meet my aging parents, I wondered whether the old Kolkata was giving way to a new city, and if my home state was changing for the better. Banerjee had promised she will transform Kolkata into London. She even erected a Big Ben, a 30-meter high replica at the Lake Town main road, which does look pretty, but it's a direct copy. The original is nearly 3 times taller. Yeah, because we are poor. Her government also went on an overdrive to spruce up the old city with new lights, which were all made with, I think there was a lot of corruption during the building, creating, or let's say, setting up of those lights. And years later, it came out that it was all corruption. People were keeping aside some black money in their own pockets to make those, put up those lights, pretty lights. The original is nearly 3 times taller. Her government also went on an overdrive to spruce up the old city with new lights, new flyovers, and new names for old roads. Shubhendu protested in Nandigram. Singur was done mostly by urban Naxals. Shubhendu. Singur was done mostly by urban. No, urban Naxals don't go and rally up the villagers, right? But there has to be some mass leader who rallies up the villagers. Opposition did not go to every villager's house and say, "Hey, aren't you pissed off about the factory?" Whenever you cover the Killing Fields book, can you please drop me a message? I can share what I saw in Cambodia trip in the. Okay. Shubhendu didn't protest in Singur. I see. Yeah, but he was still the main man. He was the right-hand man of Mamata Banerjee for rallying up everyone all across Bengal, as he is today, his chief skill set, and especially young people. He was the most popular young leader in West Bengal at that point. Singur. How can Shubhendu not be in Singur effectively? Oh, actively, you mean? Okay, but yeah, it's not like he was supporting the factory in any way. So, but his powers obviously rallied people up. Yeah, where were we? New flyovers and new names for old roads. So did Poriborton come? Over the decade that Mamata Banerjee has ruled the state, this forward question has been dissected on many news channels, in panel discussions, newspaper columns, op-ed pieces, and neighborhood addas, and has inspired analytical tomes meaning big, fat, gigantic books. The 2021 assembly elections will examine the question once again during a crucial and unprecedented time, and perhaps the elections during a pandemic year will give us a definitive answer. Dipuman Mojumdar is asking an interesting question. Tatvik, would you care to reply to him? Why Muslims shifted allegiance from CPIM to TMC? Because they are the only ones who understand power in India. Everyone else is busy with asceticism. No, actually, he's right. Jadavpur theke people went to Singur. Jadavpur theke people went to Singur. That didn't rally up the villagers of Singur. Jadavpur, from Jadavpur, everyone goes to everywhere to protest in these famous catchy protests. It is not easy to read the mind of a voter. To read the mind of the Bengali voter is a tougher ask. When Bengali cinema legend Soumitra Chatterjee died on 15th November 2020, the writer and political commentator Sandip Ghosh tweeted, "Bengalis have always been bipolar. East Bengal or Mohun Bagan, Satyajit Ray or Mrinal Sen, Uttam Kumar or Soumitra Chatterjee, even Ritik Ghatak versus Satyajit Ray. Uttam was the star, Soumitra the true thespian and quintessential Renaissance man, the last of the Mohicans, RIP hashtag Soumitra Chatterjee. This was his tweet or post, Facebook post, I guess. I agree with Ghosh. I guess this is the Ghosh who appears on Advaita Kala's podcast, right? Not just in their opinions on football teams and cinema, in their political views too, Bengalis are bipolar, alternating between the left and the right ideologies. The left, of course, okay, here Dibda means Trinamool to be the right, or Congress to be the right wing, but it's not really so, we know. The left, of course, has had a long history in West Bengal. Even the extreme left, the Naxalites, who have rejected parliamentary democracy and picked up the gun against the state, have their origins in the small hamlet of Naxalbari in North Bengal. That is the reason why in West Bengal and outside, the default image of the Bengali Bhadralok is that of a leftist. Soumitra Chatterjee himself was a leftist and wore his political colors on his sleeve, something Bengalis of a certain type did not hesitate to remind Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Twitter when he paid homage to the late actor. And many would argue that Mamata Banerjee's Mamati Manush brand of grassroots politics has been borrowed heavily from the left's playbook. Thank you, Deep Halder. And many would argue that Mamata Banerjee, So as Bengal readies for an epic battle in 2021, it is interesting to remember the bipolarity of the Bengali mind when it comes to politics. The rise of the right did not happen overnight, with the BJP winning for the first time 18 of the 42 seats in West Bengal in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, touching an impressive double digit in Bengal for the first time. In the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, the Saffron Party had managed only 2 seats from the state. As impressive as the poll performance was, the right in Bengal, the right wing in Bengal, goes back in time to the writings of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, to the life and times of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, who founded the Bharatiya Jansangh, predecessor of the BJP, in 1951. These histories are not talked about often enough, but Bengal was once the fulcrum of rightist intellectual thought in the country. Let me have a sip of tea. Hey Max, bosho. বসো আসো দেখা করবে আসো এই তো ম্যাক্স বাবু তুমি জানো বেঙ্গলে কি কি হয়েছে 2021-এ? তুমি জানো কি হয়েছে? হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে, ঘুমাও একটু। Bengali mind, Navratri, yeah. So, Yeah. These histories are not talked about often enough, but Bengal was once the fulcrum of rightist intellectual thought in the country. In this book, I have tried to examine the rise and spread of the right in Bengal by speaking to a swath of people. Are you a swath of people, Max? From those in the BJP headquarters in Delhi to Thakurnagar village in Bengal's border with Bangladesh, from the most prominent names in the right-wing ecosystem on social media to faceless RSS functionaries on the ground, to debunk the myth that rightist thought is not inherent to the Bengali mind. This is a nice topic. This is a topic I'm very fascinated by. There are 3 other factors that will play a big part in deciding who will rule West Bengal for the next 5 years. One of them is the question of Bengali identity itself. Does the BJP pose a threat to the modern-day Bengalis' socio-cultural moorings? Is it an essentially non-Bengali party that pushes a somewhat North Indian version of Hindu religiosity, but happens to be founded by a Bengali, and nationalism, Hindu religiosity and nationalism at the expense of the Bengali version of secularism and internationalism? If the BJP comes to power in Bengal, will the Bengali be able to freely gorge on mutton biryani during Durga Puja when Hindus in the north go vegetarian for Navratri? Because you see, that's the most pressing matter. Can we murder and kill goats during Navratri? That is the most important question faced by a Bengali today, isn't it? What's happened to my pillow here? Intertwined with this question of Bengali identity is the second factor that I have tried to examine: caste. It is a misconception that there is no caste in Bengal. Sure, unlike in some parts of India, you are not casually asked your caste by a stranger at a tea stall. I had no fucking idea Deepta has said this thing in this book. I thought he was opposed to the idea that West Bengal has caste. Interesting. I'm very much looking forward to this book now. Holy shit. Labesh Sange wrestling. Yes. They are with my parents now. In my parents' home. Max Weber. Holy shit. Yes. I'm going to call him Max Weber from now on. There is no caste in Bengal. Sure, unlike in some parts of India, you are not casually asked your caste by a stranger at a tea stall. But a cursory look at a matrimonial column in a Bengali daily newspaper will tell you that caste identity exists in Bengal. And let me tell you that, let me inform you. Many Bengalis will know, will attest to this fact, that especially Brahmins, Buddhas, Kaistos know it from their families or relatives, that a lot of Bengalis would prefer to marry their daughter off to an Ashraf Muslim, to a well-off Ashraf Muslim, than a lower caste Hindu guy. A look at the matrimonial columns in a Bengali daily newspaper will tell you that caste identity exists in Bengal. In fact, in my first book, Blood Island, an oral history of the Morichapi massacre, survivors told me the left front government unleashed unspeakable horrors on them simply because they were Dalits, while Kolkata's genteel class looked the other way. Now, here a misconception I'd like to clarify. Here's a misconception. A lot of people, a lot of commies will counter this, saying that, and I think a lot of well-meaning, sort of truly liberal right-wingers would also counter this and say that, no, that's a stretch, because it's too much to digest that Jyoti Basu was going around being a casteist, and therefore decided to kill those people who were Dalits. The problem is, that's not how caste works. The way caste actually works in terms of status groups, in that sense, this was a casteist massacre, because they were of so low status, their lives were so less, so unimportant to Bengal in general, to Bengal's political classes, to Bengal's governance, to Bengal's intelligentsia, that it was kind of okay to kill them. No one cared if they died. That's the true nature of what caste actually is. And in that sense, Morichapi massacre is a caste-based massacre. It's okay. I don't care if they died. That's the way it was done. In the chapter Chotolok versus Bhadralok, I examine whether caste will play a prominent role in 2021 elections in Bengal, and whether the Sangh Parivar has deliberately moved away from the Bhadralok and towards the underclass to upstage Mamata Banerjee. 5 of the 10 Lok Sabha seats reserved for scheduled castes in Bengal went to the BJP in 2019, showing that the party has made big dents in the community's Trinamool support base. This, even as Dalit writer-activist Manoranjan Bapari argues that Dalits are being fooled by BJP. The Bhadralok, this is Manoranjan Bapari's quote, the Bhadralok used to hide caste in their heart and speak of the upliftment of the Dalit. Now, thanks to the Manuvadi politics practiced openly by the BJP, they are showing off their sacred thread. He tells me, this is Deep Halder saying, he tells me. Religious identity is the other factor I have tried to examine as Bengal gears up for the battle of 2021. Bengali superstar and Trinamool Congress MP Nusrat Jahan told me what many in Bengal like to hear and believe, that Bengal is a truly secular state. Jahan herself is married to a Jain, takes active part in Hindu festivals, and blames the BJP and mainstream media for spreading communal hatred in the state. Meanwhile, gets a lot of gali from her Muslim supporters as well. Quote, she says, there are television anchors who call Maulvis to their shows every evening and help stereotype Muslims in a certain way. These Maulvis neither represent me nor my community, end quote, she tells me. But is that all there is to the Muslim question? Or is there some truth to the allegations that unchecked infiltration and politics of appeasement and radicalization have created pockets within Bengal that have become a national security issue? I try to find answers in Nusrat Jahan and the Muslim question in chapter 6. There are other more recent issues that have racked Bengal. The effects of Cyclone Amphan and allegations of misappropriation of relief funds by the Bengal government, the government's effectiveness or lack of it in its battle against the coronavirus pandemic, and its opposition to the Citizenship Amendment Bill, stood against which became an act, the CAA, on 12th December 2019. Quote, in these times, personal is political. I have always worn my refugee origins in my sleeves. I am grateful and unflinchingly loyal to India, my country of birth. I live, breathe, and dream India. And I believe I have been a useful member of the nation's citizenry. I back CAB, veteran journalist Kanchan Gupta tweeted on 11th December 2019. Is Gupta's view the view of other refugees too? And will that be a game changer in the Bengal elections? Or will Banerjee's brand of secularism convince the Bengali voter to punish the BJP for CAA? Then there are the issues long debated by the argumentative Bengali, such as the alleged deterioration of law and order in the state, which some would say is far worse than during the left front's time. Yes. Prevalence of the syndicate Raj, the aftermath of Singur, and the question of jobs into Into these, I have attempted a peek. Bengal 2021 will also be the battle of the brands. Brand Modi versus brand Didi. While the Modi Shah juggernaut is an unstoppable 24/7 election winning machine, Mamata Banerjee is a relentless street fighter who takes no prisoners. But this may be just the toughest battle of her life so far. At the time of going to press, Trinamool Congress Minister and Mamata Banerjee's one-time aide Shubhendu Adhikari had jumped ship. Mamata Banerjee made frantic efforts to stop Adhikari, who rebelled over the growing importance of her nephew Abhishek Banerjee in the party. Adhikari and 9 other sitting MLAs joined the BJP. At a public rally in North Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, in an impassioned appeal to voters, asked what did she do wrong to lose all seats in the 2019 Lok Sabha in the region. She will have to find the answers soon. By the time this book will come out, there will be more heartburns, defections, turf wars, and mud throwing that would make this a battle royale and an extremely difficult election to call. I have not even tried. Oh, so he has not really, I guess, said that BJP was going to win it. Instead, for the book, I did what I do for a living. I stepped out of the restricted spaces that breed closed minds and conversed with a diverse set of people and recorded interviews outside Kolkata and in it. In journalism, as in life, it helps to listen more, to opine less. The book encapsulates some of the most compelling conversations and arguments in the Bengali voters' mind on election year 2021. Now the book starts. This was a preface. First chapter is called Bengal Club, Bangal and Ghoti. CSK, did you check how Grok is doing? Kutai of Indian Liberals read a few tweets of its tweets. Grok. Yeah, I read that. And I found out that a lot of commies are also happy with Grok. See, this is why free markets are a great thing. This is a private company. Everyone hated Elon Musk. A lot of Hindutva socialists also hated Elon Musk until like 5 minutes back. But all of them are happy with Grok now, because Grok has also pointed out that there are legit questions to ask about Narendra Modi and Smriti Irani's educational qualifications and did they lie under oath or not. Commies are happy with those statements. Right-wingers are happy with Grok Kutai of liberals. So it's a win-win situation. Can someone tell me what is Bhadralok and Rantak Pakko or something you guys talk about? Bangla Pakko. The name I call them is Rantak Pakko. It's a play on the Bengali fascination with laziness and bad health, being foodie with while only eating absolute horse shit. And then giving gyan to vegans about protein and diet, etc. While meanwhile themselves popping 50 Rantak pills every day because their diet cannot be sustained by a normal human body. So that's why they need so much medicines to just survive. And so I call them Rantak Pakko. It's a way to point out the bad side of Bengalis indulging in bad things. And your first question is, what is Bhadralok? Bhadralok is the Bengal intelligentsia, mainly comprised of the 3 castes, Brahmin, Vaidya, and Kayastha. Brahmin, Vaidya, and Kayastha. They are generally what we mean when we say Bhadralok. They are the ones, every Bengali you know probably sitting outside Bengal is either a Brahmin or a Vaidya or a Kayastha. Whether it's sports, politics, academia, entertainment. Everywhere, it's 99.99% dominated by Brahmin, Vaidyas, or Kayasthas. And a lot of people would argue, as I would too probably, that it's mainly based on competence. There's some economic privilege, some cultural capital privilege that the way their upbringing was in their families. But my problem is, the reason I point this out repeatedly in my channel and some dumb fucking idiots don't understand and call me a commie spreading, being a Trojan horse and spreading caste propaganda of Marxists inside the right wing, is that it's a Marxists and leftists all around the country who point statistics out like these and say that, see, this is proof of casteism elsewhere. And I'm saying that, yes, okay, if just representation means casteism, that, okay, this sector is dominated by this caste, oh, casteism. Then fuckers, West Bengal is the most casteist society because everything in West Bengal is dominated by Brahmins, Vaidyas, or Kayasthas. That's the point. Okay, what was the previous question asked by Buddhadev? Question to Dada, what does the Bengal population think of electorally? Are they backing CPIM or BJP or some unexplained reason TMC? It mainly depends on where they are in the state these days. Kolkata, especially South Bengal's, South Kolkata's Bangals, as you know probably. Oh, you are not from Kolkata, right? So they are still heavily in favor of CPIM and maybe Trinamool to prevent BJP. up until my generation, I'm seeing a large change among people who are 3 or 4s or more younger than me. Okay. A few days back, I told the story of a friend of mine who sleeps around with, I guess, about 4 or 5 guys every week, and is a devout Shiv Bhakt also. Observe every fast there is related to Lord Shiva, and also casually says that only Yogi Adityanath can save West Bengal. Okay. And a few days back, I told this story to my to mystery sociologist that I worked with a director a few days back, young director. They were saying they got pissed off about some stuff we all get pissed off about about some other communities, and he ended up saying that the way Mamata Banerjee is running the state, even BJP is probably better than this. These guys have not really seen CPIM's rule. From the moment they really grew up, the moment they had brains of their own, the only West Bengal they have seen is utter failure, utter dismantling of every institution, corruption in each and every field. They have basically grown up in Bihar. We have not grown up in Bihar, so our views are different. We still think preventing BJP is a core way to solve Bengal's problems or solve India's problems. My generation thinks so, up until my generation. And a lot of people are every day getting convinced of the right-wing narrative because of social media anyway. But the left, but the people younger than me who have only seen Bihar like West Bengal, they are more open-minded. They think, what the fuck is this state? Everywhere we go, our friends tell a different story of other states, or even when we ourselves visit other states, it's a completely different story. Why are we living this life in West Bengal? There's no jobs, there's no circulation of money, there's no investments, there's no entertainment industry really. The budgets are hilarious. The biggest blockbusters earn money that is used for low budget films in other states of India. Okay, so they are now open to something other than Trinamool and CPIM. Okay, let's start the book now. The first chapter. No, I have not heard of Curtis Yarvin. March 2020. 24 years ago, I would have recoiled. Actually, kind of what Buddhadev Bhattacharya asked here, his question is going to be answered here. 24 years ago, I would have recoiled at the idea of two grown men meeting at 34 Chourungi Road over single malt and cigars with a large swig of communist contempt. This is good writing, okay? This is what good writing is all about. Wait, let me change the angle of the camera a little. Yeah, this seems nicer, right? Okay. But 24 years is a long time. The skinny alleys of College Street, where joints are passed and local whiskey bottles cracked open, hemmed in by walls plastered with hammer and sickle posters, the stench of stale piss and garam cha, meaning garam chai, and the beautiful lie of the revolution hanging in the air, all seem to be from a very long time ago. This is good writing, guys. I miss this kind of writing in the right wing. But does the South Kolkata not vote wholesale for TMC except for Jadavpur? Maybe. Yes, but that's to prevent BJP. So South Kolkata, to definitely, I'm saying they are not on board with BJP. But the next generation, who are the new voters, first time voters, or who will turn first time voters in 2026 or 29, they are more open to BJP. During these years, I have graduated, completed my master's program, and left Kolkata and the heady student politics of the left when Vietnam and Cuba were closer to one's heart than any Indian city to pursue journalism. Carrying Kolkata with me, I have lived and worked in Delhi, Mumbai, Bhopal, and come back to Delhi again. While Bengal has moved on from the hammer and the sickle to the twin flowers in the grass, from the left front to Mamata Banerjee. Every time I have come back to Kolkata, I have seen the city change and wondered whether it is for the bad or worse. So I meet my friend Mr. M at the Bengal Club, the quote-unquote hub of arrogant imperialism during the high noon of the empire, as Geoffrey Moorhouse described it in his book Calcutta. The city and the Where did they meet? Oh, Bengal Club. The city and the state may have changed, but the expansive white building in the Park Street area, founded in 1827, but allowing Indians in only since 1959. 1959, okay? Even up until 1959, Indians were not allowed, okay? This is the kind of freedom we got. Has safely guarded the ghosts of Calcutta's colonial past through independence, Naxalism, and 3 decades of leftist rule. With the strictest of rules even today, the club gives memberships to very few. Set up by a group of East India Company officials, the Bengal Club has had as its first president Lieutenant Colonel J. Finch, military secretary to Lord Combermere, commander-in-chief of the East India Company's army, and also the first patron of the club. Now Bengal Club is frequented by Mr. M and other children of Macaulay's. Macaulay Putra. Deep Halder is using the term Macaulay Putra. Holy shit. Mr. M and other children of Macaulay is the Scotch-sipping elite, retired High Court judges, big bureaucrats and businessmen who exist in their own bubbles, ignoring the din outside. Mr. M is a large-hearted host, a man with fingers in many business pies, who could have settled in an old house overlooking a Watch Loch in Scotland. Loch meaning lake in Scottish English. Is that Gaelic, Scottish English? No, Gaelic is in Ireland, right? I wonder what it's called. So, like Loch Ness Monster, it means lake, Loch, or Loch Lomond. But chose to stay back in Kolkata. Okay, how many of y'all have seen Bong Connection? A guy like this was described in Bong Connection. I don't know that actor's name. The guy who actually funded Shayan Munshi's ad jingle, okay, that guy. Remember, he was saying that, don't call me a Bengali. I'm the last of the true great Scots. I just had some machajol in my past life on the day I died. That's why I was born in a Bengali family. Gaelic, Welsh is in Wales. Gaelic is in Ireland, right? So I guess it's just Scottish. What will be the language called? Or is it just English? So how else would I justify calling it loch and not lake? But again, question to Dada. Does the Calcutta riots come up in your daily conversation? Not at all. Last king of Scotland. Scottish English. Gaelic is also Scottish. Celtic. Okay, everyone has different answers at this point. I'm giving up therefore at the moment. Mr. M is so we discussed this. This evening he insists I reduce him to M, quote unquote M, since I want to interview him for a book on the mood of Bengal before the polls. Quote, Kolkata is no longer a safe place to shout out your political prejudices, especially if you are in business. What does this mean? We know from stats and data that Kolkata was never a place to safely shout out your political allegiances. Why is Mr. M or a person like Mr. M saying that it's now not safe? This means that the facade of nicety that CPIM had, Trinamool did not even manage to take care of that. So back then, if you were in those circles, you would be safer under CPIM. Just like CSC has a monopoly rule over electricity supply in Kolkata, even though CPIM was against capitalism and monopolies. Today, even people like Mr. M are not safe, and therefore they are saying that, oh, just call me M. Okay. End quote. I would, in the course of my later interviews for the book, hear this line repeated often. People were scared of repercussions for speaking their mind. Not fully unfounded if you have a business to run or a high-profile job to keep. And people with anonymous accounts with fake names and made-up AI DPs give me gyan on what to say and what not to say, how much courage to show. There have been arrests in West Bengal for Facebook posts and harassment at the workplace for being vocal about politics. And the circle people have drawn around themselves of those they can open their minds to has become smaller and smaller. We have settled down with our Glenlivets, the bearer having taken the order for fish fingers after a quick tour of the library, my favorite place in the club. I complained to Mr. M that I can't spot a copy of my first book, Blood Island, and ask whether the club's uppity members have, uppity meaning high status, uppity members have deliberately kept the subalterns of Mori Chhapi away from their brown sahib gaze. Oh my god, what language is Deepta using? Mr. M laughs his big laugh and says, don't forget this club had hosted a talk on your book. Indeed it had, and Mr. M and I returned to the massacre at Mori Chhapi when thousands of Dalit refugees from erstwhile East Pakistan died from starvation and police brutality because they dared to defy the government in West Bengal and settled down in an island in the Sundarbans in 1978. a year after the Left Front came to power in this eastern state from where the quote-unquote unscrupulous empire makers once cast their colonialist gaze on the rest of India. In the 34 long years that the Left Front ruled Bengal, the quote-unquote classless and casteless left gaze shrank Bengal, Mr. M tells me, biting into a juicy fish finger with its massacres and mayhem and the killing of industry. There were other massacres apart from the one at Morijhapi, and Mr. M remembers with a shudder the Bijon Setu killings when 16 sadhus and a sadhvi belonging to the Anandamarg sect were burnt alive at a bridge near Baliganj in South Kolkata on 30th April 1982. The burnings happened in broad daylight, but no arrests were ever made. Repeated calls for a judicial investigation led to the appointment of a single-member judicial committee to investigate the killings as late as in 2012, a year after the Left Front lost power in West Bengal. Nothing has happened till date. I haven't watched Chhava as of yet, Lokavya. I'm broke. But it is the killing of industry that stings Mr. M more. Understandably, as he comes from a family that has never had to work for other people. Quote, there was this industrialist staring at bankruptcy due to frequent strikes at all his Calcutta factories organized by leftist unions. He sought an appointment and went to meet Chief Minister Jyoti Basu at what was then the State Secretariat, the Writers' Building. Basu, the Bhadralok Marxist, heard him out, then told him to his face that capitalists were class enemies and the poor sod should expect no sympathy, meaning the capitalist here. End quote. Mr. M tells me. A lot of people who think, a lot of Hindutvadi socialists who think Veer Savarkar was against capitalism and therefore socialists or socialists like this have no fucking clue what Veer Savarkar's view was. Veer Savarkar was not this kind. Savarkar said that since he did not know back then the benefits of free markets or he had not seen with his own eyes the fall of all communist and socialist governments all around the world, he still had some faith in government ownership. But even fucking then, he had one brilliant sort of check, something to offset complete mind-fucking socialism in this way. He said that the state must own factories, but since prosperity is the goal, at the same time, we can't let poor people go hungry. The state will make sure that those fair wages are paid, etc. So if the factory workers need something, the state will make sure the factory, whoever is running the factory or the state itself, will provide for that. Okay, we know that was going to go to hell anyway. But he makes the very, very important and interesting, significant caveat. He says, if the factory is in a problem, if prosperity of the region is in a problem, even then, in that situation, the state running the factory will make sure that the workers have to work. The factory will never go out of business. The factory making the product, the prosperity is never going off the table. They are non-negotiable. They are not negotiable. They are not optional. They will have to be done. That's not any socialist or commie has ever done. Not in West Bengal at least. Not in India at least. They have sacrificed workers' rights. They have never sacrificed workers' rights. They have only sacrificed prosperity and jobs in the name of doing something for workers. That is not the Savarkar view. Dada, aaj Shaibadi Hottakander, oh, Nirupam Sener. So Shayukra is saying today is a anniversary of the day the Shaibadi massacre took place. The family called Josh, their surname was Josh, Josh or Josh. A massacre of that family took place at the hands of a lot of CPIM leaders and party workers, allegedly. People who were never caught. Allegedly, our industry minister Nirupam Sen was involved in it, and the mother of the Josh brothers was fed blood-soaked rice, blood of her sons, obviously. Any important comments? I find the notion. Okay, let's continue now. So Jyoti Basu told that capitalists were class enemies and the poor and that he should expect no sympathy. Mr. M tells me, quote, in communist Russia and China, economic development was a must. In India, communism came in through the politics of votes. Basu knew land reforms, Panchayati Raj and fanning of pro-labor sentiments would keep them in power. And painting the industrialist as the class enemy would cement their hold on the state. They did just that. sucked out the lifeblood of industry in the 3 decades they ruled the state. End quote. I remind Mr. M that in the last assembly polls in 2016, the left front won only 32 seats out of 294. The party has also lost power in Tripura, which it ruled for 25 years. It is only in power in Kerala, and it is highly unlikely it will make any headway in Bengal in 2021. We should talk about Mamata Banerjee instead. Quote, tell me, how is she different? I would have preferred a right-wing government, for Bengal. Holy shit. Economically right, that is. Left of center socially, end quote. BJP is the opposite. So he wants the BJP to form the next government in Bengal in 2021? Quote, no. The BJP says maximum governance, minimum government. But where is the proof of that? Modi 1.0 has come and gone. We are into Modi 2.0 and the government is everywhere. I also cannot stomach the BJP stand on NRC and CA. What the fuck? They have reduced the Muslim to a second-class citizen. That is very wrong, end quote. Who will he vote for then? Trinamool Congress again? Congress is not even a serious player in the state anymore. Quote, do you know the story behind the club's crest? End quote. Mr. M asks me instead. I shake my head. Quote, the story goes that a cobra was discovered while workers were digging for the foundation of the building. Work stopped, a priest was brought in and offered milk, and he offered milk to the snake. It quietly left, and the cobra became the club's crest, the symbol. An Indian belief became a European-only club's identity, end quote. As I wonder about the significance of this story to my question on who Mr. M would vote for in 2021, he says, Nota, I will vote for nobody. Nobody can change Bengal's fate. This is a view I can get behind. Nobody can change Bengal's fate. Like the English adapted a local belief and made the cobra the crest of the Bengal club. A political party that had hardly any presence in Bengal even a few years ago needs to know the state before trying to win it. And that would be the BJP, right? Mr. M smiles, says nothing. He then quietly adds, West Bengal's economy has been marked by a striking decline in industrial and manufacturing activity in the organized sector for almost 5 decades. Pick up the study done by the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and you will see. Bengal also has a debt problem. In 2016, Finance Minister Amit Mitra had said that the state was in a quote-unquote perfect debt trap. In 1990, West Bengal's ratio of debt to gross state domestic GSDP was same as the national average. But in 2013, its debt to GSDP ratio was highest among the non-special category states. At the end of March 2017, West Bengal had the second highest debt GSDP ratio at 33.8%. As far as revenue deficit is concerned, West Bengal has securely done worse than the average of non-special category states, Mr. M rattles on, and go around saying it's better than Haryana while working in Haryana. After presenting the state budget for 2019-2020, Mitra had said that the state's public debt will reach over 4.3 lakh crore, more than twice the sum it had inherited from the left-front government. End quote. I tell Mr. M that it's too much data for me. Here's a break in the subchapter and I'll have a sip of tea now. How is Mohun Bagan a Bangladeshi club? Outside, the sun has dipped and the sultry March day has given way to a pleasant evening. I call a taxi, a yellow ambassador that seems to have leaped out of a kishy Kolkata postcard, and give the cabbie an address for Koshba suburb. 84 Gourango Sharoni houses someone who could seem like an antithesis of Mr. M. Jyotirmoy Mondal smokes bidi, croons loudly, and swears when I ask him if I need to keep his identity a secret in this book. Kon shala ki korbe amar? Which rascal will do me harm? He hollers. Ma mati manush my foot. There is only one M. Mamta. What does Ma mati manush even mean? Arbitrary words strung together. Mamta has this penchant for coining phrases that are best suited for jatra parties, meaning those village theaters, okay? Highly melodramatic stuff. Like her pet project Bishwa Bangla, ridiculous coinage, and yet people cheer her on like fools. I like this guy. End quote. Why is he so anti-Mamta? Quote, I wasn't. Despite her upper caste surname Banerjee, she is a true subaltern. Fair enough. She rose from the dumps, worked among the people, gained their trust, and finally dethroned the left. But what has she done for people like us, those who come from the other side of the border? End quote. Mondal is what you call in Bengal a Bangal, people whose roots are in East Bengal, which became East Pakistan and now Bangladesh and now has again become East Pakistan, and were forced to migrate to West Bengal. Mondal is also a Namashudro, a Dalit subcaste. His immediate neighbors and also the larger Koshba and surrounding areas of South Kolkata are steeped in refugee history. Just to clarify something to non-Bengalis here, Kasba, you all know what it means in Hindi. It's an Arabic word, right? Or Urdu word, I guess. Kasba means a small locality or a neighborhood. In Kolkata, there's a place called Koshba only. Bangals definitely have better food. What the fuck is this sugar obsession of ghotis? Their dimer jhol tastes like payesh. Surrounding areas of South Kolkata are steeped in refugee history. Yeah. Brick lane after brick lane bears testimony to the struggles of a people who came here as refugees and made the marshlands of South Kolkata their permanent address. The original inhabitants of the city, the Ghotis, who are clustered mostly in the north, often look down on these settlers with smug derision. Yes. Famously, Bangals asked just for the boiled, leftover water from boiled rice because of the famines and hunger, and because Bangals could afford nothing else. And even that was rejected by the upper castes, all castes, Ghotis, Hindus of Kolkata to Bangals, okay? And partition, loss of property, dog eat dog world, brother eat brother world. Everyone's after their property. Everyone's trying to get a bit of their brother's property. Family dynamics fuck off from West Bengal at that point, okay? And this is why West Bengal is such a stark example for people who keep blabbering about morality, and especially Hindu morality will do this and that. Nothing happens without environment, geography, and economic prosperity. Okay, all the devout Bengali Hindus who worshipped Hindus, who worshipped deities here before and after partition, and the Bangals who came from Bangladesh persecuted for their religion, all let go of their morality the moment partition struck. Okay, the Ghotis did not give even the bhater fan, the boiled rice, leftover fucking water. Hello, Maxu. Yes, Max, thank you for writing the book Religions of India. আমার t-shirt বড় হয়ে যাবে এই yes yes, it's a very nice book. Deep Halder will really like your expressions. Yes, thank you. আচ্ছা বসো তো and Bangals lost their joint family system, family values, everything, and people wonder why aren't there community vibes and family gatherings in West Bengal? Okay, because of fucking partition. Okay, because Hindu morality did not save us. Morality does not work. Hindu morality was created in the first place because of economic prosperity and the geography. Okay, take out the geography and economic prosperity, there's no Hindu morality. Yeah, so the original inhabitants of the city, the Ghotis, who are clustered mostly in the north, often look down on these settlers with smug derision. From food habits to pronunciation of Bengali words to support for rival football teams, there are sworn differences between Bangals and the Ghotis. Oh my god, I can't stand Soumitra Chatterjee's Bengali pronunciation, that Ghoti pronunciation. Ache, amader telepathy jor ache. Actually, Rabindranath Tagore also used to pronounce Chha that way. Unlike the Ghotis, the Bangals migrated to India. The lower castes among them, like Mondal, came in later and saw far more riots and rapes than the upper caste Bangals, who came in before them. But among the lower caste migrants, as I would gradually come to know, the CAA has found some fervor. In popular discourse, the newspaper editorials and on Facebook posts, one may find opposition to CAA among Bengalis of the left liberal kind, but for many of the Namashudros, this side of Bengal, the other side is now an independent country, Bangladesh. It is a step that recognizes the struggles of the Hindus left behind in Bangladesh. Mondal recalls the tortured history of his people who had stayed back in East Pakistan after partition in the hope that Muslims would give them the dignity caste Hindus didn't. Instead, they faced a worse fate and many migrated to West Bengal. Quote, and it is those same Muslims whom the Mamta government is allowing inside West Bengal. People have a short memory, politicians shorter. Don't you remember when a political power was behind sending a man to kill Mamta? Beloved Didi has forgotten that and opened up our borders with Bangladesh to fatten her vote bank. I am happy the BJP has brought in the CAA. I support the CAA. The Namashudros left behind in Bangladesh are maimed, killed, and converted to this day by Muslims in that country. Who will stand up for them? I want the BJP to seal Bengal's borders once and for all. No more infiltration. We have had enough. End quote. Garam cha tastes funny after Glenlivet, but I finish it anyway and come out of the house with my head buzzing. I'll have some thanda cha in that occasion. On that occasion. Buddhadev is asking a very interesting question here. But don't you think we did well? Bangals and Ghotis live together now. We don't have that divide anymore. People marry and it is difficult to tell who is a Ghoti and Bangal in terms of economy. Yes, because West Bengal's economy recovered, because it was not the credit of Ghotis. It was the credit of the compulsions of the market. It was the invisible hand of the market that created the kind of friendship between, or the coexistence between Ghotis and Bangals. If Bengal was poorer, if Bengal was Bihar to begin with, there was going to be a massacre or genocide either at the hands of Ghotis against Bangals or at the hands of Bangal on Ghotis. It is this digging up of of the past that Dr. Nazma Parveen detests. This practicing doctor and army wife from Kolkata is vocal about the hate Muslims in India are subjected to on Twitter and off it. For her, West Bengal was that safe space where Muslims could live in peace. Quote, my religious identity never mattered to me originally. It just mattered to people who had to leave Bangladesh. Originally, I hail from the Murshidabad district of West Bengal and my mother is from Birbhum district. Birbhum. Veer Bhumi. That's the name of the place. Veer Bhumi. So I know that not just in mainland Kolkata, but also in the interior districts, we never felt different in Bengal as Muslims. It is the same culture, language, and rituals. What? It is the same culture, language, and rituals. Holy shit. I'm going to get fact-checked and my video might get taken down because of this statement. Maybe the rest of the country has always been different, but Bengalis are a different people. They are liberal, they are educated. Bigotry is not inherent in them. There is an amalgamation of Hindu and Muslim identities in Bengal that is beautiful. What happens when the bigot is also educated, bro? You know, Phil Heath, the famous bodybuilder, I think he has won 8 or 9, 10 Mr. Olympias. He has this famous quote that hard work beats talent every time. But when a talented guy actually works hard, then you are fucked. Then you can't beat that guy. So yes, there are bigots and there are educated people. What if they come together? What if educated people become bigots? Tab kya karoge bhosri ke? Bengal, that is beautiful. There is an amalgamation of Hindu and Muslim identities in Bengal that is beautiful. End quote. I tell Nazma, Dr. Nazma, I have seen her take on hardline Muslim voices on Twitter as much as she does on hardline Hindu voices. Quote, why shouldn't I? I would be a hypocrite if I didn't criticize someone's objectionable views simply because that person belongs to my community. This is the kind of person I have been telling you guys about for the last few months, okay? That the commies or the truly liberal Muslims who don't really hate Hindus, okay? People like Nazma, but are just ignorant fucks. So they are the ones facing the brunt of Hindutva, Gen Z, millennial, online trolls and debaters who are now forced to truly practice what they preach, truly walk the talk in terms of their neutrality and being true liberals, okay? If people like Dr. Nazma had been so vocal and equally critical of all sides and the bigotry on all sides, we would not be in this fucking situation, okay? It's a credit the credit for this situation, the credit for commies and people like Dr. Nazma criticizing people on both sides, okay, goes absolutely to Hindutva's online debate and troll army, reminding people day in and day out, giving them facts after facts, throwing them those facts in their faces, and even making reels and stuff, not letting them sleep, not letting them breathe, not letting those commies regroup and come up with a strategy. And that lack of regrouping and strategy has made them come to terms with the facts and admit that yes, there is in fact maybe blame on both sides, even though one is a perpetration and one is a response. Educated became deep seek and deep Halder, yes, deep Halder running. Then she wouldn't even, yeah. I tell Dr. Nazma I have seen her take on her. Yeah, so she's saying, why shouldn't I? Just because of my community, I'm not going to criticize them. That's not going to happen, roughly. I will also tell you this. Mamata Banerjee should not have appeased us. She's saying this in 2021 to Deep Halder. No, she could not have said this since 2011. As a community, Muslims are way behind because of capitalism, I'm guessing. So talk about our education, jabs, and not silly optics. It creates space for the Hindu right to exploit. Yes, bro. The space has been created by you guys, which the Hindu right is today exploiting. Yes. And they must. Otherwise, your creating of that space is not going to stop. End quote. But hasn't the BJP already found a foothold in Bengal, and isn't Bengal society sharply polarized now? Quote, who are the BJP in Bengal? They are disgruntled cadre from the CPIM and the Trinamool Congress. Fair enough. Even some of Bengal BJP's top leaders are from these two parties. The BJP is not a natural born party in Bengal. Yes, Bengalis are not like that, and I hope, despite what is happening in the rest of the country, Bengal remains BJP free. Oh, ma'am, just you wait. You have no idea about the potential of Bengalis to be rabidly monotheistic, violent people for one ideology. Are Moinak Bhattacharya and Moinak Ganguly the same? Ujjaini Roy, a woman in her mid-20s who stays in the Naktala neighborhood in South Kolkata, is a features writer with a national daily and agrees with Dr. Nazma. Quote, Bengalis are not like that, end quote. Maybe because of the age difference between Ujjaini and Jyotirmoy Mondal, or maybe because of her station in life, she shares none of Mondal's partition angst, even though she too is a Bengal. In fact, voting didn't involve a lot of decision making for the first few years of her adult life. For Ujjaini Roy, okay? Quote, it was more of a statement. Even after the left toppled from power in Bengal in 2011, I consistently voted for the CPIM. The 2019 general elections was the first time when I seriously considered voting for the Trinamool Congress because I didn't want the BJP to take over. Mamata Banerjee's vicious anti-BJP stance has earned her legitimacy among the same crowd who had voted for years to keep her out of power, and she knows it too. Okay, let me tell you this story for the 50th time, hoping that a new viewer might have to listen to this. I had a discussion with a few friends even before I was a right-winger, just because I had some brains left. I asked a staunch anti-BJP friend of mine that what is your worst fear if BJP comes to power? That there are going to be riots and Muslims are going to die. He said, yes. And then I said, okay, is there a hierarchy of political murders according to you? Is the possibility of CPIM coming to power and 10-15 Trinamool people getting killed, or Trinamool coming to power and 10-15 CPIM people getting killed, objectively worse than BJP coming to power and, let's say, I deliberately said 5 Muslims. So I deliberately made the number of Muslims hypothetically dying lesser. And I said, is BJP coming to power and 5 Muslims dying an objectively a worse off thing? People getting killed for their religion versus people getting killed because of their political allegiances. Is that worse off? And he said, yes, there's a hierarchy of political murders, guys. And therefore, we must prevent BJP. No matter how many BJP and CPIM party workers Trinamool kills, we must prevent BJP because some Muslims are going to be killed apparently, and because of riots that are apparently going to happen the moment BJP comes to power, which doesn't happen anywhere else though, even especially on election days. Stopping the BJP in its tracks is a big ticket item in Mamata Banerjee's campaign, which was designed to make the voters think about the maths involved and not her own failings. But it's a trick that may not work in the party's favor in 2021, end quote, Ujjani says. When I speak to Ujjani again after a severe cyclone hits Bengal, she tells me the TMC's ineptitude in dealing with cyclone Amphan and the reprehensible lack of transparency about COVID-19 casualties in the state will cost them votes. But Ujjani will still vote for Mamata Banerjee in 2021. Quote, voting in 2021 is solely about creating speed bumps for the BJP. So voting for TMC is majorly a form of deflection and in no way a reflection of support. End quote. Unlike Ujjani, quote-unquote, proud to be followed by Narendra Modi, Shimantini Bose is a vocal voice for the BJP on Twitter. Outside it, Shimantini is into digital marketing and a quote-unquote concerned citizen from North Kolkata, where there are mostly Ghotis. The Ghoti-Bangal divide is a thing of the past now, and Shimantini tells me over the phone that it means nothing to her really. Part of her family had also stayed behind and worked in East Bengal, which is now another country. Both Kaistos are the richest people among the people who still live in among the Hindus who still live in Bangladesh. So Shimantini Bose is also a Kaisto and therefore has rich relatives in Bangladesh. Lo and behold. The divide that bothers her instead is the one that plays out relentlessly on social media between the so-called liberals and the quote-unquote the so-called liberals and Modi bhakts. And what she feels is the tone deafness of the former to the socio-economic realities of Bengal. So the tone deafness of liberals to the socio-economic realities of Bengal. She recalls a chance meeting with BJP's Sunil Deodhar, some big shot in BJP. Months before the 2019 polls that brought Modi and the BJP back in power at the center. Quote, I happened to be in a room with mostly Hindi-speaking young RSS workers who had gathered to meet Deodhar. I had a certain image of the BJP and RSS in mind, that they are socially conservative, staunch vegetarians, not open to debate, etc. The first thing I noticed was Deodhar asking for non-vegetarian food. When a few eyebrows were raised in the room, Deodhar said he had traveled a long distance and needed protein. Also, his work in the Northeast had made him develop a craving for meat. He said, when you work among people, you adapt their culture, their food habits. You become them to lead them to a better tomorrow. Those words changed my perception of the Sangh. Quote, but there were bigger surprises for me. When a young RSS worker asked him about the date for Ram Mandir construction, Deodhar brushed it aside. He said that is for the top leaders of the party to decide. What that worker should instead focus on was a temple in his remote village in Bengal, where Dalits are not allowed. Work with them, he advised the worker. See to it that the discrimination ends. Make them part of your family. There is no better way to serve your motherland, end quote. That meeting made Shimantini a vocal BJP supporter. Though by her own admission, she had started veering towards the right after years of quote-unquote left hypocrisy. Quote, I come from a family that voted left. I have heard my father talk of left's lofty ideals since childhood. But as I grew up, I observed that in my own city, there were two classes of citizens, okay? And the people outside West Bengal who think they can have a BJP, they can have a BJP support base without people who are not formally anti-BJP. Here's this. You are going to not accept or kick out some way the former leftists from your fold. Not happening, bro. One that follows the law and one that doesn't, okay? The two classes of citizens. The bus I took to college daily was witness to a curious scene. Near Belghoria, men in skull caps and lungis would board the bus in hordes, misbehave with the conductor, never pay the fare, and nobody would dare to question them. As time went by, I saw how easy it is to abuse Hindu gods, mock my religion. But you question the impunity with which a certain section of Muslims behave in my city, and you are immediately branded communal or a bhakt. Why this hypocrisy? End quote. Is Shimantini anti-Muslim? Quote, the answer to that is a big no, she says. Quote, but I am done saying politically correct things. If we are equal citizens, do not have different standards. I can speak of Bengal. Under the left front and now under Mamata Banerjee, Muslims have never been targeted or made to feel unsafe, which is a good thing. What is unacceptable is the rampant lawlessness that is allowed to some of them for the sake of votes. Mamata herself has called them milk cows in a press conference. That is as derogatory as it comes, and yet the BJP is made out to be the villain. Soft bigotry of low expectations. So, will she vote for the BJP in 2021 to end minority appeasement in Bengal? Quote, not just that, I have come to believe in Narendra Modi. I feel he keeps India's interests first. It is not that his government has made no mistakes, but there is an intent to change the country for the better. Bengal needs industry, jobs, restoration of law and order, and a stop to illegal immigration. We have suffered the left and now 2 terms of Mamata Banerjee. We need to give the BJP a chance in Bengal. End quote. But BJP in Bengal is a big ideological shift, I remind Shimantini. The left never really left Bengal. Right. Well said by Deepda. Even as Mamata defeated the left front in the polls, her critics say her politics became left of the left, quote unquote. So bringing BJP in Bengal is like replacing the Communist Manifesto with the Bhagavad Gita. Has Bengal changed that much? She says, quote, it has. The ground has shifted. You will see in 2021. 3 months later, there is a news flash on my phone, quote, Kolkata man orders Communist Manifesto, Amazon delivers Bhagavad Gita, end quote. I call up Shimantini, she laughs. Next chapter is called Tollywood Trifurcated. We are going to discuss Tollywood now, guys. Let me have a bit of water and tea. Favorite actor from Tollywood? Not too many people can act in Tollywood. Anjan Dutt. Favorite director, favorite actor? Both Anjan Dutt. Tollywood Trifurcated, March 2020. The roastery coffee shop in the Calcutta South India Club boasts, quote unquote, India's finest handcrafted coffee. It's 12 p.m., late for black coffee and breakfast, but Kolkata wakes up at noon on weekends. The Bengali film industry even later, yeah. That though may end soon for the stars who are now shining in the twin galaxies of Tollywood, today's pejorative term for the Bengali film industry, where Satyajit Ray once worked and made films that took Bengali cinema to the world, and politics. As campaigning for the 2021 assembly elections draws near, one section of Tollywood will clash with another as Mamata Banerjee's TMC fights the BJP. On one side are the Tollywood superstars from the Trinamool Congress camp, most notably Ghatal MP Dev Adhikari, Jadavpur MP Jadavpur MP Mimi Chakraborty, and MP from Bosirhat constituency Nusrat Jahan. On the other hand, Bosirhat constituency is where Sandesh Khali is, okay? Nusrat Jahan. On the other, in the BJP camp are Rupa Ganguly, who played Draupadi in the legendary Hindi Mahabharata. Who played Draupadi in B.R. Chopra's hit television series Mahabharata in 1988, and is now a nominated MP, actress and MP from Hooghly constituency Locket Chatterjee, and playback singer and Minister of State for Environment, Forest and Climate Change Babul Supriyo, who is now in Trinamool Congress. There are others. The BJP has scooped up a whole set of younger stars from Tollywood, but the electoral success of this lot shows how important Tollywood has become for Bengal politics. There was a time when the women and men who underlined Bengali cinema steered clear of electoral politics, from actors Suchitra Sen and Uttam Kumar to directors like Satyajit Ray, Mrinal Sen and Tapan Sinha. From their films and their public posturing, you could sometimes guess where their loyalties lay, but they never stepped into the dirt and grime of seeking votes in Bengal's lanes and bylanes, which is why their craft was still good enough. And today it is not. But now, theatrical has become the political, which is why they're theatrical, and politics both suck. Suck fucking dick. Over the chicken sausage omelette platter, bubble waffle and chocolate syrup with seasonal fruits and cinnamon latte. Oh my god. Deepda is such a foodie. I asked Badshah Moitro, the CPIM leaning actor. I really like Badshah Moitro though, not as much as Anjan Dutt. My mother used to say Badshah Moitro would make a great Feluda. He never played Feluda. I asked Badshah Moitro why Bengal is on fire over a single word, Bada. Bada means dick, penis in Bengal, okay? Bada translates to dick or cock in English, a cuss word used in daily talk. It is a common word in Bengal. But in this case, it has been used before a line from Tagore by 4 women students who painted the words on their bare backs at a university fest. Quote, students on the BT Road campus of Rabindra Bharati University in Kolkata celebrated Basanta Utsav 2020 yesterday with offensive words from the Bangla language and expletives in English in what is being seen as part of a recent cultural decline of West Bengal, which started in 2011 with the popularity of Dev's films and the lyrics, especially the hit songs of Bengal 2010, 9, 10 onwards, that had language which would have been looked down upon a lot up until 2009 and 10. Some of the images of their celebrations went viral on social media. Sirfnews.com reported on 6th March 2020. Understandably, both culture keepers and quote-unquote those without culture are in riot mode. There are demands for arrest of the students. You can't touch Tagore in Bengal. The incident soon took on a political color, with BJP's Rajya Sabha MP Swapan Dasgupta tweeting, quote, "I don't want to translate the writing on the backs of the ladies because it is so disgusting. This is at an institution dedicated to Rabindranath Tagore, and is this what is meant by culture and freedom? A blot on Bengal," okay? Swapan Dasgupta, a Burkean conservative, self-declared, should be more free speech, but he was getting a ticket back then, I think, and therefore had to chime in. Badshah Moitra, a popular face in Bengali TV serials and theatre, tells me he also found what the students did in quote-unquote very bad taste. Badshah says, quote, "Tagore is like Taj Mahal to me." What a metaphor. What an analogy. You are free to not like the Taj, but should you have the freedom of expression to throw ink over it? Ink is a physical object, dumbass. Words are words. And just as I had expected, the conversation turns to politics without my prodding, as Badshah continues, quote, "You have to see the action of those female students in the context of the general degradation of politics and culture brought in by Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress." Mamata keeps quoting Tagore out of context, and most of us do not even comprehend where she is going wrong. Not just Tagore, no one commands any respect in Bengal society anymore. Doctors, professors, lawyers, women, and men of arts and letters, you can get away with disregarding or abusing anyone today. You see, the facade of nicety maintained by CPM, even that was fucking dismantled by Trinamool. I think it's a double-edged sword. I think it's in some contexts good that it happened, and in some contexts it's bad that it happened. But Badshah is definitely pissed off with it wholeheartedly, one-sidedly. You can get away with disregarding or abusing anyone today as long as you are on the right side of Mamata's government. Badshah's concern reminds me of Tapan Sinha's 1986 film Atank, where on a rainy night, a retired school teacher witnesses a political murder by one of his former students. It was Soumitra Chatterjee's film, right? I think there was a remake of this. Sunny Deol was in it, no? Where on a rainy night, a retired school teacher witnesses, Arjun Pandit, right? Witnesses a political murder by one of his former students. All through the film, to stop the school teacher from reporting the political murder to the police, his former student, who has now turned into a political thug, tells him time and again, as a dire warning, quote, "Master Moshai, apni kichu dekhenni. Sir, you have not seen anything." Actor Soumitra Chatterjee, as the retired school teacher, becomes a metaphor for a generation that cannot come to terms with the urban dystopia that Kolkata turns into, where the punishment for witnessing or commenting on a crime becomes more severe than the crime itself. In April 2012, Ombikesh Mohapatra would know what that feels like. This is where people who might have said that, no, Ranveer Allahabadi crossed the line, or who might agree with Badshah Moitro here and say that, yes, those 4 women crossed the line, then Ombikesh Mohapatra also crossed the line, bro. If Rabindranath is important to you, if jokes are that important to you, then Mamata Banerjee is important to Mamata Banerjee and her supporters. Then Ombikesh Mohapatra also deserves to go to jail. Fuck off. In April 2012, Ombikesh Mohapatra would know what that feels like. The professor of chemistry at the prestigious Jadavpur University was arrested and jailed for one night for forwarding to friends a cartoon lampooning Mamata Banerjee. He has, after this incident, formed a group called Amra Kranto, or We Are the Attacked. What a pussy name to give, holy shit. We Are the Attacked, along with other victims of quote-unquote state injustice. Amra Kranto. Hrithik Chakraborty is a good actor, but very, very unidimensional. He is the Salman Khan of art films. Salman Khan whispers, Salman and Hrithik is the same delivery every day. And Hrithik Chakraborty has the exact same demeanor and dialogue delivery in every fucking film. You don't call that a good actor. West Bengal is Kolkata. When Badshah comes on TV to comment on current affairs, he is widely perceived in Bengal as one of the voices of the left. So I asked him if things were really that different during the 3 decades of left rule in Bengal. The quote, the left is guilty of many things, but not the systematic destruction of the Bengali value system. Value system, bro. A value system which did all those stuff when CPIM was in power. Okay, value system, Badshah Moitra is saying. Badshah is all agitprop. The coffee shop is bustling with people and conversation now. Some young women throw quick glances at Badshah. It is difficult to ignore the din and keep pace with Badshah's train of thought. Who names their children Badshah? But the third occupant of the table, ace film journalist Bhashwati Ghosh, who speed dialed and opened Tollywood's doors for me, makes a call to the manager of the coffee shop and arranges an exclusive space for us. Bhashwati is a regular at the roastery. She tells me a lot of her stories came from her sources at the coffee shop. Who is hooking up with whom in Tollywood makes for rather engaging conversation, and Bhashwati is just the right person to keep me updated. But this is not the time for that. What with Badshah holding forth on the future of Bengal itself. Quote, the Prashant Kishorization of politics has destroyed Bengal. This is politics without value, politics for profit, end quote. The impassioned leftist in Badshah said. Oh my God. I had met Kishore at my Noida office for an off the cuff chat only a few weeks ago, and he had seemed confident of the advisory role he was playing to keep Mamata Banerjee in power. Quote, the left has a certain ideology, the Trinamool none. Even at blood donation camps during the left's time, we would do it out of a sense of social service. CPM still does it. Today, you are lured with gifts, a mixer here, a grinder there to donate blood. Club culture has been hit. The government hands out money to local clubs for various activities but never asks for receipts, encouraging corruption. No, Bacha Moitro, the Bengali actor. From that level up, money laundering has been normalized. Now, even Naroda and Sharoda scams do not affect Bengalis. This is a fair criticism. Prashant Kishore has, end quote by the way, Prashant Kishore has pitched Mamata Banerjee as quote unquote Banglar Gorbo Mamata or Bengal's Pride Mamata. This came after the Didi Ke Bolo, Tell Didi Mamata, Tell Didi outreach, where a dedicated phone line would take calls from the common people to the chief minister herself in an effort to reimagine Banerjee as a quote unquote fierce protector and guardian. And the dumb fuck gullible nut jobs of Bengal actually bought into it. That, oh my God, you see, the Mamata Banerjee government is really great because Mamata Banerjee directly takes my call. Okay? Imagine that argument. We pay taxes for so many fuckers' salaries, but that government is great. All that salary is justified because Mamata Banerjee has to do all their jobs and takes the call instead of all of them. And has to take the call because all of them don't do their jobs. And therefore, the government is great because the entire government doesn't work, only the chief minister takes calls. Okay? Imagine the sense of mathematics in the Bengali mind. Despite the best efforts of Kishore to recast Mamta in a new mold, the stench of the Narda scam and Sharoda financial scandal that rocked Bengal in 2013 through 2014 is still in the air as the BJP doesn't let Banerjee forget the past. The Narda scam exploded when a sting operation carried out in 2014 by journalist Matthew Samuel, targeting high-ranking officials and politicians of the Trinamool Congress, showed several politicians accepting cash bribes in exchange for providing unofficial favors to a fictitious company. The Sharoda case was an alleged political scandal in 2013 caused by the collapse of a Ponzi scheme run by the Sharoda Group, a consortium of over 200 private companies that was believed to be running collective investment schemes as chit funds. But how has the murky world of politics affected Badshah's industry? Quote, you think when everything else has been tainted, politics would have spared Tollywood? A director today will cast an actor according to her or his politics, which is why Badshah's own, I think, career got affected a little. He did not become that big of a hero. Wait, guys, I need to take a break because my dog is, I think, feeling a little cold and is trying to sleep on my folded guitar bag. Wait, I'll just set up the bed for him. A few Bhusriwale friends of mine on Holi, while trying to put color on my face, fucked up my glasses a little, which is why often I'm looking at the book like a 50-year-old bureaucrat this way, because it's absolutely crooked at this point. Uh, where were we? Yeah. So now Bacha Moitra is coming to how tainted Tollywood has become, and also who's that nice actress, Parna Mitra. Even she joined BJP, and a lot of her career also got screwed up. Cast an actor according to her. Yeah. It is all about which actor is seen next to Mamata Banerjee and how many times a month. There is no space for talent here anymore. Everybody is vying for Mamata's attention. Yes, that's a sensible thing to do, because there's not enough circulation of cash in the state, not in the industry. Therefore, there's no work. Quality work to chori do. And therefore, it's really better off for you if you become an MP or an MLA, and take care of your political career and not your acting career, which was horseshit to begin with, because most of these people are bad actors and actresses. Parno joined BJP, yeah, 2021. That's why her career got fucked. Allegedly. Schemes, that's chit funds, yeah. Badshah moves effortlessly from society to politics to films. And I ask him how all this will play out next year. Would 2021 return Mamata Banerjee to power or see a BJP government for the first time in Bengal? Quote, you know, a lot of people feel Age Didi Jak, BJP Ashuk, tarpor left ashbe. Let Mamata go first and BJP come in and then bring the left back. With the left decimated, only the BJP can oust Mamata now. But it seems the BJP's bigger enemy is the left, even though it is out of power. Mamata stands for nothing. The BJP knows sooner or later she will fall. It is more concerned about finishing off what remains of the left. Left cannot be finished off. Left is a mindset. It's a universal mental problem. Messiah complex and Irsha, jealousy and savior complex. That's the basis of leftist politics. It will never go away. You can't finish off the left. Don't waste your fucking time with that you're going to finish complete 100% leftist politics from West Bengal. A second round of coffee has come and gone cold. Badshah has appointments to keep, and I have a meeting scheduled with the Trinamool Congress MP from Jadavpur, Mimi Chakraborty. It is lunchtime, and Mimi is shooting for an ad film in Koshba, which is not too far away from the cafe. So I skip lunch, a full breakfast past breakfast time being enough fuel till evening, and head to where this surprise option was sprung upon the constituents of Jadavpur by Mamata Banerjee. This time, the MP of Jadavpur constituency is another actress, Shayani Ghosh. Announcing her candidature, Mamata had said, Mimi bhalo me, bakita ami dekhe nebo. Mimi is a good girl, the rest I will manage. A high-profile South Kolkata constituency, Jadavpur was where Mimi's party chief Mamata Banerjee, then a young Congress leader, had defeated CPIM leader and later Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Somnath Chatterjee, in 1984, whose father was a Hindu Mahasabha leader. Tollywood's Mimi, up against BJP's Anupam Hajra and CPIM's Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya, a former mayor of CPIM, famous for eating beef to protest against Hindutva fascism. Not eating beef once in his life, eating beef as if it's a ceremony, a festival of sorts, a food festival. The rest is Parliament selfie history. The rest is Parliament selfie history as the petite actor and her fellow actor MP colleague Nusrat Jahan regaled the Delhi press with poise and page 3 pictures that leaped over to page 1. As her attendant hands her an energy drink, Mimi tells me her party will defeat the BJP in the 2021 assembly polls as comfortably as she had defeated her rival from the BJP 2 years ago. Oh, she was an MLA as well. Holy shit. They both thank you for becoming a new member. As soon as possible, check out our Janki Bakle and Veer Savarkar's Hindu Rashtra Darshan streams. Rival from the BJP 2 years ago. And you can watch the other stuff we have discussed with Mr. Sociologist and the Calcutta University professor. They are too risque to put out publicly. Her rival from the BJP 2 years ago. Quote, yes, BJP fared well in the 2019 parliamentary polls, winning 18 seats from Bengal. But since then, the economy has tanked, politics has been communalized, culminating most recently in the Delhi riots that shook the country like in 2002. Bengal will reject the BJP and bring Trinamool Congress back to power. End quote. But surely she must be a little scared of what is being touted as the bloodiest elections in Bengal in a long time. Quote, I am not scared of anything except heights and ghosts. Yes, dumb fuck. The question was not for you. Oh my god. Oh my god. The IQ. This actress was launched by Rituparna Ghosh in a series called Dariye Acho Ganer Opare. What a phenomenal TV show. Directed by the famous Rituparna Ghosh, who was otherwise mainly a film director. He directed that TV show. Okay. It was so awesome. That launched Mimi Chakraborty. And I think till date that remains her best work in her career. It was so difficult for I think everyone to accept Mimi as a random commercial heroine who just dances around and says horseshit dialogues. But Mimi worked hard at that. Mimi worked hard to become a mass actress and not be a respected actress. Okay, I guess bank accounts of course matter. I'm not going to be anticlimactic at this point. What the beef demer jeweler tastes like, Pash? Yes, when ghotis make it. Okay. So where were we? Yeah. So Deep Halder asks Mimi Chakraborty, what about people calling this the bloodiest election in Bengal in a long time? Okay. And her answer is, I am not scared of anything except heights and ghosts. An actress, an MLA at that point, about to be MP, thinks the question is about her personal safety. Not even Amit Shah, I ask. Mimi laughs. When I left the safety of my hometown in Jalpaiguri and came to Kolkata, I left my fears behind. The struggle of making it on my own in Tollywood, then entering politics and going to parliament has given me the courage to face and fight anybody. There was a wave in 2019. That wave has now gone due to the BJP's communal politics. Yes. So BJP got high amounts of seats in 2019 because of not doing communal politics. Because according to her, it's not coming to power in 2021 because of doing communal politics. Big Bengali mathematics rantak brain. But what about the charges of minority appeasement leveled against her leader Mamata Banerjee? Quote, that is a lie. Our Didi is as secular as they come. She goes to church, masjid and temple. Doesn't discriminate among her people like the BJP does. End quote. Yes, and she makes a $1 million worth of Jagannath Dham copy paste in Digha. Why isn't she a devout Hindu? How can you say she's against Hinduism? She has made a gigantic temple. What if, as is popularly believed, the BJP feels Bengal's pride Saurav Ganguly? Quote, Mimi replies, Saurav is a great cricketer, but Didi is Didi. So down to earth, so committed to Bengal and so focused. She has done so much for the Bengali film industry. Also. So much for the Bengali film industry also. End quote. I need a bit of tea after this. ঘটিরা ডিমের পায়েস খায়. So she has done so much for the Bengali film industry also. End quote. Before Mimi can get into election speak, I thank her for her time and head out as the sun sets on a lazy Kolkata afternoon. Nibla says, okay, before she starts saying just random election campaign manifesto stuff, I leave. There has been too much political talk for me since morning, but I need the right perspective from an industry insider, okay? Dibda writes right here with capital R. So he means I need the right-wing view now from an insider. I meet the mythical Sanaka. What's the Sanaka? I meet the mythical Sanaka. Shonok. What's Sanaka? Shonaka. Rupanjana Mitro. Okay. This is her character's name in the TV serial Behula. How do I pronounce this? Any Bengali serial, TV serial watcher here? Dibda has written this, spelled this as Sanaka. What's supposed to be the name actually? I meet the mythical Sanaka at a corner coffee shop in Golf Green next morning. It is a stone's throw from my parents' house in Jadavpur and frequented by TV actors, writers, camera persons and other fantasy peddlers who get out of the Tollywood studios close by for chai and cigarette breaks to gossip about Tollywood. Sanaka or Rupanjana Mitra, outside her famous role in the TV serial Behula, which even Mamata Banerjee had said in public she was a big fan of, is in casual wear since it's a Sunday and not her bejeweled TV avatar. I had read a news story of her leveling allegations of sexual harassment against actor-director Arindam Sheel. Tollywood has been rocked by other Me Too allegations, but Rupanjana's charges took on a political hue as Sheel supports Mamta's Trinamool Congress and Rupanjana is now in the BJP. Arindam Sheel was a staunch hardcore CPM supporter. When Trinamool was coming to power, I still remember him saying that a lot of people get agitated when we call them Trinamool supporters these days. Why? Why are you ashamed of being a Trinamool supporter? I never get ashamed when someone calls me a leftist. আমি তো গর্ব করে বলি আমি বামপন্থী. Then few years later, he joins Trinamool Congress. But at least his production house was good. He funded a lot of good Anjan Datta movies. Shonoka, oh, Behula, acha. I don't know that story. So, quote, Rupanjana Mitra is saying, politics had nothing to do with the charges I leveled on Sheel. As a woman, I felt humiliated, and this has been happening in the industry for far too long. Somebody had to speak up. I did, but nothing happened. It seemed to me that he has Mamta's blessings, end quote. So as a woman and a politician, what does she think of Mamata Banerjee? Quote, I used to be a big fan of Mamta. Yeah. I never hesitate to say this. In fact, she loved my character Shonoka. She has said this in public many times, but Mamta is a different person now. Yeah, really. Is she saying so because she's in the BJP now? Quote, no. Even from our industry perspective, Mamta had initially done some work like studio modernization, welfare of technicians. Yeah, because the technicians can't pay for their own welfare. That means the industry sucks. That means there's not enough circulation of money and investment in the industry, buggers. And she says it was such a great thing that Mamta went in, did the job, what the producers were supposed to do. Trying to address the issue of late payment of actors. Yes, Mamta is going to tell them and their people are going to get paid. But now she has turned the industry political. Either you are with Trinamool Congress or you aren't. If you hold a different political view, you are kept out of work. It is the brothers Bishwas who keep a vice-like grip on Tollywood now. Arup Bishwas and Arup Bishwas. Minister for North Bengal Development Arup Bishwas is more interested in Tollywood than development, Rupanjana says. His brother Sharup, President, Federation for Senior Technicians and Workers of Eastern India, practically runs the industry, she adds. Quote, even Babul Supriyo, playback singer and Modi minister, has spoken about how they arm twist actors into leaving their work and campaigning for Trinamool, and how the quote-unquote cut money menace has come to Tollywood, how the Artists Forum has had enough of these two. There are other issues as well. I feel threatened as a woman for my political beliefs, Rupanjana says. You should see the comments I get on social media from Mamata supporters for joining the BJP. এতদিন ধরে মমতার চাকর ছিলে, এখন বিজেপির চাকর. You were Mamata's servant for so long and now you are BJP's. Other comments can't even be mentioned. Outside the virtual world and the glamour of our industry, I have seen what Mamata's politics of minority appeasement has done to the state's law and order situation. I had gone to give a speech at Haridashpur. A Muslim mob gherowed us as we were on our way back. There was a Trinamool ward office right there. No one came out to help. Policemen were standing there and laughing at us. Political workers who were with me somehow managed to form a ring around me and escort me to the car. I would have been gang raped and killed that day. Does she think the BJP will come to power in 2021? Quote, it would be a tight contest, but I am confident of our win. Things need to change. End quote. Things indeed need to change, asserts Indranil Roy, a popular entertainment journalist and a friend of many years. Indranil tells me Tollywood, much like the entire state, is trifurcated. Quote, during the left front's ruling years, the arts and culture scene was somewhat left-leaning. Rudra Prasad Sengupta from theatre, Soumitra Chatterjee from the film industry, Shankha Ghosh from the world of poetry were prominent left voices. Buddhadev Bhattacharya from former Bengal Chief Minister used to spend quality time at Nandan, Kolkata's prominent culture center, hold film festivals and engage in adda with actors and literators. Post 2011, after Mamata came to power, there has been a massive change. Mamata was always a big fan of Bengali TV serials. She would call up channel heads and discuss plot lines. Like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, she soon had almost the whole of Tollywood following her. Quote, so the quote is going on. The biggest name in the Bengali film industry is Shrikant Mohta, the head of SVF. He is the founder of Sri Venkatesh Films, which happens to be the largest production house in East India and over 135 films and counting since 1996. Srikanth helped in the Mamtafication of Tollywood. All the big stars. Stuff that's being said here, I say without naming names and without taking too much risk. All the big stars would line up at state government events, stand next to her, take selfies. How incestuous the relationship between Tollywood and Bengal politics became evident on 5th March 2012 when Mamta announced candidates for the Lok Sabha elections. Dev Adhikari, Tollywood's most popular face, got a ticket. It was Srikanth who convinced him to enter politics. Dev did and won. 2012. What Lok Sabha in 2011? Oh, so I guess they mean 2014. No, Avdutni. All the cows are not designated as the specific sacred cow. Only the Bos indica species is the sacred Indian cows. The others are the ones India sells itself. Bam is the word for left in Bengali. Yes, left. Bam. Bamachara, Dakshinachara, left hand path, right hand path. Vampanthi. It was Srikanth who convinced him to enter politics. Dev did and won. That was the beginning of the slide. Actors whose views were left of center stopped getting work. It was meaning CPIM of center, not left of center. It was the same story for those from the right, except for a Rupa Ganguly or a Kaushik Sen. Not towing the Mamta line meant you were a pariah for the industry. Anik Dotto's film Bhovishater Bhoot was taken off the screens 2 days after its release because it was critical of the politics of Bengal. This film is the sequel to a film called Bhuter Bhovishat, which is the greatest comedy in the history of Bengali cinema, and one of my favorite 3 films, or at least in the favorite 5 films, favorite 5 Bengali films of mine. BJP MP and Mahabharat's Draupadi, Rupa Ganguly, rued the politicization of Tollywood in an interview to Bhaswati Ghosh for the Bengali newspaper Ei Shomoy in June 2019. In a startling statement that made headlines, she had said even the BJP should not enter Tollywood. Tollywood, she had gone on to say, has its own heritage and its filmmakers have a certain prestige that party politics should not tarnish, not even her own party BJP. It is not just politics, Indranil tells me. Even Kolkata police have entered Tollywood. He was questioned by Kolkata police for tweeting that a film starring Dev Adhikari has been copied from a Pakistani film. With the CBI arresting Srikanth Mohta in the Rose Valley scam case, there is now more mistrust among industry insiders. This 2013 scam was one of the biggest financial frauds in Bengal. It was even bigger than the Sharda scam, which you've probably never heard of. And as per Enforcement Directorate estimates, rupees 17,520 crore were reportedly raised from investors across India. ED has said a portion of the money was also used to bribe politicians so that the scam could run smoothly. At a famous film director's wedding reception, says Indranil, a Mamta minister told me to mind my ways. He said, I am a film journalist and should only tweet or post on films and stay away from politics, or else ... end quote. Is Indranil worried? Quote, this is still a free country. I will say what I want to, not what Mamta wants to hear. Yeah. The story goes that allegedly, I read it in some newspaper, that one day the police, Kolkata police, went to SVF's office to arrest the 2 people running it, and a phone call came. Not Kolkata police, I think CID went to arrest them because of their black money shenanigans and stuff, allegedly. And it was, I think, reported in some newspapers. And a phone call came, and those police left. They never came back. And from that day onwards, SVF's reign as the king of film production in West Bengal began. Retrowave is saying, Dada, Bos Indicus is protected. The hybrid varieties, Jersey or Holstein, aren't exported though. Only Buffalo is exported, and those hybrids are usually illegally slaughtered by the Muslims. Chapter 3. Corona as Pashbalish. Pashbalish means the pillow, the long pillow that you hug and sleep. Indranil Sen, he is also CPIM. No, this is Indranil Roy. Corona as Pashbalish. May 2020, okay? Up till now we were discussing March 2020, now May 2020. It was Donald Duck that got Dr. Indranil Khan into trouble. The cartoon Waterbird embossed on raincoats given to doctors fighting coronavirus in Bengal, started a chain of events at the start of the COVID-19 nightmare in India. Quote, what kind of government gives raincoats as protective gear to healthcare workers fighting a global pandemic? End quote. Dr. Khan asks me. This is not Khan, by the way, okay? This is a Khan, sort of upadhi given by Muslim kings. Dr. Khan asks me, exasperated, quote, PPE kits, N95 masks are absolute essentials. But whether it was at Calcutta Medical College or North Bengal Medical College, doctors and healthcare workers across West Bengal were made to fight the virus wearing Donald Duck raincoats. In different doctors' WhatsApp groups, I read messages after messages of anger and frustration with the system. So, of course, I couldn't keep shut, end quote. On 28th March, the clinical oncologist took to Facebook, quote, Dear government of West Bengal, fighting coronavirus is not a joke. Sending your doctors to fight COVID-19 in raincoats instead of PPE is akin to sending your soldiers to guard borders with lathis instead of guns, end quote. He posted along with photographs of doctors in raincoats. He took the fight to Twitter too. Quote, welcome to India's hashtag raincoat doctors fighting hashtag COVID-19 in West Bengal government hospitals. Asked to wear hashtag raincoats and substandard hashtag masks instead of hashtag PPE. These are frontline medical workers fighting hashtag coronavirus in West Bengal, end quote. The Department of Health and Family Welfare replied a day after, quote, Dear Dr. Khan, thank you for highlighting this matter. We are taking immediate steps to not only reject any defective or substandard piece that does not conform to the health department's approved sample, but also supply the PPE of microfiber variety subject to availability, end quote, subject to availability. A content Dr. Khan thanked Mamata Banerjee on Twitter. Message delivered, matter sorted. It was 29th March around 9:30 p.m. After a day spent attending to critically ill patients at various hospitals in the city, Dr. Khan came out of a South Kolkata nursing home to find uniformed policemen waiting for him. Quote, "Khub Facebook Twitter korchen, thanaয় cholun." Always on Facebook and Twitter, are you? Come to the police station, an officer told him. At the Maheshtola police station, Dr. Khan was detained for almost 16 hours, whole of that night and the next day till noon. His pleas of attending to patients ignored, his mobile phone taken away from him. A notice under section 41 of the CRPC, arrest without warrant, was given by Sub-Inspector Robindranath Roy. Under three sections of the IPC, 505, making statements to cause public mischief. See fuckers who hate Ranveer Allahabadiya, चुतिए देखो तुम्हारे वजह से, तुम रंडियों के वजह से ऐसे laws होते हैं इंडिया में, ठीक है चुतिए. Making statements to cause public mischief. IPC 506, criminal intimidation. And 153A, promoting enmity between different groups on grounds of religion, race, place of birth, residence, and language. All for a Facebook post and a tweet, cautioning the state government on issues around the coronavirus. All through the night, they kept telling me to delete my posts. When I asked the police who had complained against me, they said, higher-ups. They shot videos of me at the station with their phones and sent them to somebody, maybe that mythical higher-up. An additional SP came and went, asking me to apologize, telling me to admit to sharing fake pictures on social media. I didn't. Dr. Khan tells me now, what the fuck? They asked him to admit that you shared fake pictures. Dr. Khan was finally released at noon the next day, without his mobile phone. So his data, messages, interactions with his patients is completely gone, lost forever, unless backed up, of course, but not everyone is that technologically savvy. On 1st April, in response to a writ petition by Dr. Khan, the Calcutta High Court ordered the West Bengal police to return his mobile phone and SIM card and said he cannot be interrogated like this. Quote, freedom of speech and expression, which is granted under Article 19 of the Constitution of India, has to be scrupulously upheld by the state. If an expression of opinion brings the government into disrepute, it cannot defend this allegation by intimidation of the person expressing the opinion by subjecting him to prolonged interrogation, threatening arrest, seizing his mobile phone and SIM card, and so on, the court order said, unless it's Ranveer Allahabadiya. Dr. Khan got his mobile phone and his freedom back, but the incident left him shaken. My posts had debunked the state government's PR campaign that it was doing its bit to fight the deadly virus. But after the court order, other doctors started speaking up and kept exposing the wrought within, how Bengal was losing the coronavirus fight. Soon after Dr. Khan's ordeal, a group of healthcare professionals and scientists originally from West Bengal, now spread across the globe, wrote to Mamata Banerjee and expressed concern over the state's response to the pandemic. Among other things, they questioned the government's decision to segregate COVID-19 deaths from deaths of COVID-19 patients with comorbid conditions. This created a flutter, and senior business journalist and longtime Bengal watcher Shantanu Guhorai investigated why the state government and the doctors were at loggerheads. Quote, the state government is working to re-establish control over the narrative by releasing expensive advertisements to news channels. Filmmakers have been encouraged to make films to highlight the government's coronavirus-related health operations. Brahmin Bhojan. Arindam Shil, a top filmmaker, has started directing a movie titled Ekdin Jhor Theme Jabe. One day the storm will end. The lines, interestingly, are from a poem penned by Mamata Banerjee herself. But all this won't hide the truth. ঝড় থেমে যাবে কারণ কেউ বাঁচবে না লেওড়া. The cases are shooting up, and the fact that authorities in Bengal are slowing down the detection of coronavirus cases with a cumbersome bureaucratic testing process is in turn putting health workers at risk, Guhare tells me. Mamata Banerjee lost the plot. We are quoting Guhare, okay? Mamata Banerjee lost the plot because she is surrounded by people who have no idea how to handle a pandemic. Her instruction was simply this: hide deaths, protect my image. Her image managers in turn told her, Rastai neve purun, hit the streets. This she has borrowed from the CPIM playbook. Always be seen and heard, and people will think you are at the forefront, no matter how big the problem. Because dumb fuck gullible nut jobs, eating rantak all day. Hence, Mamata resorted to gimmicks like drawing circles on streets to make people aware of social distancing. And then someone released a video from inside a hospital. It showed COVID-19 patients sharing a room with the dead. All hell broke loose. End quote. On 18th April, Guhorai wrote a piece for the Sunday Guardian headlined, quote unquote, Bengal sitting on a coronavirus time bomb. He wrote how doctors are complaining that state authorities' approval is needed for each COVID-19 test, a socialist wet dream, and is regularly refused. As a result, patients suspected to be suffering from COVID-19 are not being isolated soon enough. Quote, when the governor went to meet Mamata, he took a copy of my report and letters from NRI doctors expressing concern at the state government's handling of the situation. True to her style, Mamata instructed her spokesperson Derek O'Brien to dismiss my report. He simply said it is a BJP paper, but I don't give a damn about what they say. I don't take a penny from the Modi government at the center or any state government. My job is to dig dirt, and my report became national news. As Mamata kept on denying permission to teams sent by the center to assess the Bengal situation, and Delhi journalists opposed to Modi kept highlighting lapses in Gujarat and other BJP states on corona, my report at least helped a larger audience know the true story from Bengal. My glasses are fucked beyond recognition by my holy playing friends. Fuck. God, mere diyeche chashma dar bada. Shit. Know the true story of Guhorai says it is very difficult to report from Bengal, especially at a time when the Mamata government is on the back foot. The Bengali press is scared of her wrath, and any adverse report may lead to withdrawal of state government advertisements when the media is already in financial trouble. Quote, can you really blame the opposition parties for being on her case, given how Mamata bungled up the corona fight? End quote. On 2nd May, Dr. Anirban Ganguly, director of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation, invites me to a Zoom webinar on Bengal's fight against the coronavirus with the BJP Rajya Sabha MP Swapan Dasgupta as the main speaker. Anirban Ganguly was the Jadavpur constituency BJP candidate this time, who came in second. Swapan Dasgupta sums up, quote, the Bengal government's gross mismanagement, quote unquote, of the coronavirus crisis in 5 broad points. The first, he says, is a statistical anomaly, underreporting the number of coronavirus deaths. Dasgupta says bureaucratic firewalls have been put in place to hide the actual number of people dying in the state from the virus. Quote, there has been underreporting from the rest of India too, but no state has done it so blatantly, end quote, he says. Secret cremation and burials is Dasgupta's second point of contention against Bengal's COVID-19 fight. Quote, when bodies are secretly piled up, covered in petrol and set on fire, it is a cause for concern. In Nagtala area, Nagtala, okay, not Nagtala,
When they tried to dispose of a body in the dead of the night, locals got together and scared them away. There is no dignity to those dying of COVID in Bengal. Bodies are being secretly cremated or buried. End quote.
The third critical problem, Dasgupta says, is the complete breakdown of the healthcare system in the state. Quote,
Hospitals have become horror stories. Mobile phones are not allowed inside so that no one can take photographs of what's happening inside. Healthcare workers without protective gear. COVID 19 patients sharing rooms with the dead. Pathetic condition of the premises. Healthcare has become a joke in Bengal. End quote.
Dasgupta's fourth grouse has been highlighted in the media and debated on primetime news TV several times since the lockdown was announced. The fact that the lockdown, in Dasgupta's words, has been, quote unquote,
selectively and patchily enforced.
quote,
The brazenness with which a section of the population has resisted the lockdown and the way the Mamta administration has turned a blind eye to the problem have not escaped anybody. I agree this is not a time for communal polarization, but everyone can see what's happening in Tikiapara, Malda, North Dinajpur and Kuch Bihar. I will be blunt and say this. Muslims in Bengal have been allowed to ignore lockdown, and as a result of which the infection has spread so much. COVID has deepened existing fault lines, and Mamta Banerjee is squarely to blame for this. End quote.
Lastly, Dasgupta says the rampant over-politicization of the PDS system in the state has made the fight against the coronavirus that much tougher. Quote,
There is selectiveness in the distribution of relief material during the lockdown. Blaming the center will not help Mamta this time. Bengal will come out of COVID terribly scarred.
End quote, he says. Devanshu Bhattacharya, Trinamool Congress's young spokesperson, blames it squarely on the center. Quote, Shob kendrer dosh. The center is to be blamed for everything is an old adage in the politics of Bengal, right from the left front's time and even before. But Bhattacharya, who publicly calls Mamta Banerjee Ma, has his arguments ready. Quote, Firstly, Bengal announced lockdown before the center did. We sealed our borders, identified hotspots. Sealed our borders, holy shit. Firstly, Bengal announced lockdowns before the center did. We sealed our borders, identified hotspots. Strangely though, in the national media, we started getting compared to Kerala, where the first corona case was detected almost 47 days before the virus hit Bengal. Tell me, how can you compare us to states where corona came early and hence testing started early? Obviously, they would have tested more initially because they had to deal with the problem much before us. Secondly, when this argument failed, the kits that came from Delhi were faulty. The government protested and said change the kits. They didn't listen to us. Many people who were corona positive in Bengal tested negative because of those faulty kits and went around spreading the virus. But the worst thing that the center did to us was the Corona Express. The heartless government at the center packed unfed migrants in trains without maintaining social distancing and sent them in large numbers to Bengal, end quote, Bhattacharya tells me. Bhattacharya has also got impassioned poll speak, but I interject. Bhattacharya, by the way, was this time defeated by who's the judge, that Kolkata High Court judge who stood for BJP this time in Shubhendu's constituency as an MLA, as an MP. What's his name? Ashok Ganguly or some Ganguly, some Ashok something, right? This guy was a Trinamool candidate because even Trinamool realized there's no fucking way BJP is losing that spot. Has got into impassioned poll speak, but I interject. Why did the Bengal government not allow the central team to do its job to find out the state of the state during the pandemic? Devanshu says, quote, the whole country is fighting the pandemic. Why single out Bengal to send a central team? Are you aware members of that team wore masks but did not follow social distancing norms themselves? Do you know their security personnel and their driver tested positive for corona? We had in fact welcomed the team, but the members went around with infected people among them. God knows how many people the fact-finding team itself infected in the process. End quote. And what about the charge that the Bengal government has been fudging the coronavirus death figures? Devanshu says, Dada, tell me something. If a corona patient dies of an accident, do we say she has died of corona? Finally, one good point. This is an important point. This was being done by doctors themselves. I have heard from certain doctors, and definitely by a lot of people in media and stuff who wanted lockdowns to happen. who wanted the sales of Amazon products to go up, who wanted the sales of the vaccines to go up. But how many coronavirus patients have died in accidents in Bengal? I asked Bhattacharya, genuinely curious. No, I am just saying, WHO has itself said segregate deaths. We never hid deaths, we simply segregated deaths according to international guidelines. Eventually, ICMR followed us. But by then, the BJP had done its bit to shame us nationally by saying Bengal is hiding corona deaths. End quote. Devanshu Bhattacharya is convinced the BJP's one-point agenda in its criticism of the Bengal government's handling of the coronavirus situation is the 2021 elections in Bengal. So I asked him about the BJP's big charge that the Bengal government didn't enforce lockdown in Muslim areas with an eye on Bengal polls. Devanshu says, quote, the issue is not religion, the issue is literacy. Police can't enforce lockdown by force. The people have to themselves understand how serious the coronavirus is. Aha, my libertarian chutia. If you tell me certain Muslim majority areas in Kolkata and outside didn't follow lockdown, then I will tell you that Bura Bazar, which is filled with Hindi speakers, most of whom are Hindus, have roots in other states, also did the same. So does that mean we will blame all non-Bengalis for spreading the coronavirus in Bengal? Let me also tell you, Khidirpur is a Muslim majority area, but people followed lockdown protocol there. Why? Because literacy rate is high in that area. So it is not an issue of Hindu-Muslim, it is simply a case of which area is literate and which isn't. Hindu-Muslim divide is the BJP's only hope in elections. It won't work in Bengal though, end quote. So what will work for the BJP in 2021? Quote, nothing really. As we know by now, people vote differently for state polls and central election. In Bengal, Mamata Banerjee will return. Who is an alternative in the BJP? Dilip Ghosh? You can't be serious. Babul Supriyo or Rahul Sinha? Or will it be Mukul Roy? Bengal BJP has no face. Be careful what you wish for. The state will reject this bider party, outsider party. End quote. Coming back to the pandemic, I asked him now how the state is faring now. He says, quote, we have increased testing manifold, our state-run hospitals are fully equipped and our CM is monitoring the situation every hour, end quote. I'm reminded of a Mamata Banerjee presser where the CM said one has to learn to live with the coronavirus now. Treat it as a pashbalish, a bolster, literally side pillow and sleep. I think of asking Bhattacharya if he finds that comfortable, hugging the coronavirus like it is a pashbalish. But I let it be. Now the postscript from this chapter. With the pandemic showing no signs of going away or slowing down even 5 months later, Mamata Banerjee would be left staring at a ticking time bomb as Durga Puja approached. The BJP was in no mood to spare her if she were to scale down Pujo below the quote-unquote acceptable level. Quote, were Eid celebrations in Bengal scaled down this year due to the pandemic? Why are Hindu festivals like Holi, Akshaya Tritiya, Janmashtami, Diwali always the target for so-called secular politicians? We will not spare the government if Durga Puja doesn't happen properly. End quote. BJP Youth Wing National Secretary Shourabh Shikdar told me mid-September, quote, we have had enough of Mamta's appeasement politics for Muslims, end quote. And if overcrowding during the festive season led to an quote-unquote uncontrollable rise in COVID-19 cases, she would again be attacked. A perfect catch-22. But there's a proverb in Bengali that goes, Rakhe Hori Mareke, which roughly translates to, if God is with you, who can bring you harm? Hori to be specific. If Mamta's case, it was the court that solved her dilemma. On 20th October, 2 days before Durga Pujo, the Calcutta High Court ordered that Pujo pandals in Bengal will be out of bounds for visitors in public interest. After hearing a PIL, a division bench of the High Court said no one except select members of the Pujo organizing committee who are apparently immune to coronavirus. Dumb fuck. Except select members of the Puja organizing committee would be allowed to enter pandals. The bench said, when students have been prevented from attending educational institutions for more than 6 months and several students stand to lose a year, it is rather incongruous that Puja festivities would continue as in the previous years. Life has not been normal for the human species since or about March 2020, and it may have been better if restrictions were put in place as to how the Durga Puja festivities would be celebrated this year. End quote. A day later, the court eased its order and allowed entry of up to 45 organizers at a time. Okay? Because organizers are Ubermensch. Vaccines don't work on them. The virus doesn't work on them. Only Rantak works on them. 45 organizers, dhakis, the traditional drummers,
would also be allowed to perform just outside the no entry zone. However, for visitors, the pandals were still out of bounds. With no significant spike in the coronavirus numbers reported a week after Pujo, Mamta managed to dodge the bullet even as the number of cases was still a bother, and so also the state's preparedness to provide medical care to all. Now, the Amphan cyclone, okay? Chapter 4 is called Amphan after, June 2020. What a year it was, holy shit. Let me take a pee break now and come back soon.
তোমার মতো আছে কত কে জানে আমারে অভিধানে, অথচ আমি একা কেন হেঁটেছি তাকে বা জানে। তোমার মতো আছে কত কে জানে আমারে অভিধানে, অথচ আমি একা কেন হেঁটেছি তাকে বা জানে। দেরি হয়ে গেল পৌঁছতে, পথ ভুলেছি আবার। আমি যদি ভুলে গিয়ে থাকি, মনে রাখার কি দরকার? দেরি হয়ে গেল পৌঁছতে, পথ ভুলেছি আবার। আমি যদি ভুলে গিয়ে থাকি, মনে রাখার কি দরকার? এ হাওয়াতে যদি দিই মিশিয়ে গানে, তাতে কোনো ক্ষতি হয়তো সরে গেছে আমার পায়ের তলার মাটি। এ হাওয়াতে যদি দিই মিশিয়ে গানে, তাতে কোনো ক্ষতি হয়তো সরে গেছে আমার পায়ে তোলার মাটি। আরো দূরে চলে যাব আমি, শুধু তোমার দিকে, যেখানে পথ মিশে গেছে শুধু তোমার চোখে। আরো দূরে চলে যাব আমি, শুধু তোমার দিকে, যেখানে পথ মিশে গেছে।
Didn't I unmute it? Did it get muted on its own? How does that work now? Yeah, so I was saying it was a pee break and a dog dinner break. Yeah, I forgot to unmute it, lol. So, Amphan and after, June 2020. Outside, Cyclone Amphan tore into the city. Inside her Cornfield Road apartment, actor Parno Mitro sat. I think her name used to be Porno, Bengali, Ritu Porno, that porno. She changed the spelling and pronunciation of her name in public just because porno became a completely different meaning word. And I think she would have been better off keeping it porno because of algorithm. She did not know that's what was going to happen in future. The audio is fine now, right? Hello, yeah. So uh, actor Parno Mitro sat tight with her family and 2 dogs, waiting for the superstorm to pass. Her doors and windows, shut tight though they were, couldn't shut out the sounds of the disaster unfolding. Quote, and then the lights went out, she says. For almost 3 hours, we sat in darkness as the storm raged and receded, wondering what damage it had done to our Kolkata. End quote. Next morning, on 21st May, local TV news channel ABP Anando would tell Parno that Kolkata had turned into a city of fallen trees, waterlogged streets, broken lampposts, and entangled television, telephone, and electric wires. Her part of the city, heavily housed and posh, didn't bear the brunt of Amphan the way some other parts did, but a tree had crashed into an ATM kiosk on the road behind her house, a metaphor for a city suddenly interrupted. The BBC reported that Amphan was the first supercyclone to form in the Bay of Bengal since 1999. Quote, though its winds had weakened by the time it struck, it was still classified as a very severe cyclone. Amphan began hitting the Sundarbans, a mangrove area around the India-Bangladesh border, home to 4 million people, on Wednesday afternoon before carving north and northeastwards towards Kolkata, a historic city that was the capital of the British Raj and widely known as Calcutta. Parts of West Bengal and Orissa, also known as Odisha, West Bengal and Orissa states in India, and areas in southwest Bangladesh bore the brunt, with winds gusting up to 185 kilometers per hour or 115 miles per hour, BBC.com said. Quote, my friends and I decided to pool in money to provide relief for as many people as possible, especially to those living on the streets and shanties. We tied up with a restaurant to distribute cooked meals to them. At every police picket, we were told to turn back and get official permission to do so. I took permission from my local thana, which got revoked the next day itself, Parno tells me. Not one to give up, Parno tied up with the NGO GFI, which worked in the Sundarbans, where Amphan had made its landfall and spread the mayhem. Quote, what Kolkata residents suffered pales in comparison to what happened in the Sundarbans. Days after Amphan, when we reached the Sundarbans, I could not hold back my tears. Village after village devastated, huts reduced to rubble, agricultural fields covered in saline water, hungry children waiting for food packets. The relief material we took was not enough to even begin to bring the Sundarbans back to normal. End quote. Parno pinned a tweet appealing for help to rebuild the Sundarbans. To work among the people is what she says had made her take the plunge into politics. She is part of the Tollywood brigade that has joined BJP. And the helplessness of the Sundarban residents after Amphan has strengthened her resolve to bring her party to power in the state. And that's why her career got fucked. Just like my glasses were fucked by my friends on Holi. Sundarbans back to normal. Yeah, power in state. Quote, where are the hospitals in the Sundarbans? Too few for a region so vulnerable to the vagaries of nature. From some villages, the nearest health center is almost 2 hours away. Are those sitting at Navanno even bothered about the Sundarbans? The archipelago needs special attention. So does the rest of the state, of course. The twin blows of COVID and Amphan will dislodge Mamata Banerjee from power, Parno says. Stressing she is speaking only as a concerned citizen of Bengal, not as a BJP member. I tell her that is a political statement, as it goes. That is as political a statement as it gets. In the coming weeks, politics would break out even over Amphan relief. The Mamata government would be in trouble over a relief quote-unquote scam and allegations of cut money and PDS corruption, public distribution system corruption. On 30th June, Madhuparna Dash from the news site The Print would report that the most glaring example of this was in the Gorolgacha Gram Panchayat in Hooghly district, where the Pradhan Manoj Singh had listed his own phone number against more than 100 beneficiary names out of a total list of 166. His wife's name was also on the list. A Trinamool statement accepted. The Pradhan was removed. There were many similar cases. But the politics, the blame games, and the name calling after Amphan do not interest Seema Sengupta. She was seen up close. She has seen up close the disfigured face of the Sundarbans. Hers was the first NGO to reach the region after the cyclone, and her only concern weeks later is to reach relief to the ravaged there. To the relief to the ravaged there. Quote: "They have lost everything. They have lost everything deep, everything." End quote. Mehrunisa, a second standard student from Deulbari, would tell her that everyone is housed in a in a school now. Her parents, herself, their neighbors, as every other structure in her village has gone with the wind. The school building is now a relief center. Shima and her husband Shagnik were at their Greenwood Sonata 10th floor apartment in Newtown when Amphan struck. They knew where they had to be, in the region 5 hours away from their home. Excuse me. 5 hours in the region 5 hours away from their home that would be devastated. The region they know intimately through their NGO, SAGE, the Sundarbans. Quote: "Shagnik went out in the storm to collect as much relief material as possible: puffed rice, jeera, water bottles, milk powder. We decided to set off for the Sundarbans as soon as we could, knowing the roads would be waterlogged all the way and the islands cut off from the mainland. But there are times when divine intervention opens up roads for you." Shagnik got an unexpected call from Dr. S. Kulan Daival. What ethnicity is this? Kulan Doibal. Joint Director of Sundarban Biosphere, Directorate of Forests, Government of West Bengal. He asked if our NGO would be able to do relief work as soon as the cyclone passed. Shagnik said an emphatic yes. Shima and Shagnik had to wait a day to reach the Sundarbans, the city roads being covered with fallen trees and electric poles. A day spent worrying about Sundarbans unfed, activating WhatsApp groups and gathering more relief material. On 22nd May, Shima and her team became the first NGO to reach the Sundarbans after Amphan. When the boat reached Deulbari at 5 p.m., they saw the entire stretch of the bank covered with cement blocks and broken bricks, remnants of houses that had stood there before the cyclone. The whole village had taken shelter in the primary school building, the only sturdy structure that survived the storm. The village itself, like the other villages across the Sundarbans, had suffered long-term damage, with its agricultural fields and fish reserves destroyed by saline water. Quote: "The villagers dignified in the face devastation. Did not let out a single wail." Oh, I think there's a printing mistake here. It should have been dignified in the face of devastation. Did not let out a single wail or shed a single tear. Their faces covered with handkerchiefs or gamchas due to COVID. They made neat lines as we set up a desk to redistribute food packets because they are so used to getting free stuff. A young man took out his phone to show me a picture of a floor. That was all that remained of his house, he said. I couldn't stop the tears rolling down my face. Since then, Shima and Shagnik would come back again and again to the Sundarbans for relief and medical camps. Quote: "Urinary infections are common at such times when people have to wade through water for long hours, as well as skin infections, diarrhea, and other ailments, We are taking as much medicines as we can there. Friends, family, strangers are contributing with open hearts. At such times, you know that Bengal will always save its own people." End quote. Lol. Outside the Sundarbans, rage ripped through the state with as much force as Amphan. The first object of the anger was the national media. Is Bengal a pariah for the Delhi press? Singer Malini Banerjee wrote angry post after angry post on Facebook after Amphan. Weeks have passed since I asked her if she is still mad at the process. Quote: "As a Bengali, I'm used to being relegated to the sidelines in school, at work, in sports. The list is endless." What? She got sidelined in school, at work, in sports for being Bengali. Baba. So to be honest, I was not entirely surprised by the lack of national interest about a regional emergency. Some of the fault, of course, lies with us. We haven't yet mastered the art of conversing in Hindi. Even in company, we tend to align with our own kind. We migrate in lakhs, but whine every day about wanting to go home, yada yada. Bengalis seldom run the show. We are always on the fringes, waiting in the wings, a community past its prime, living in the shadow of its great past. But one would hope that in the face of something calamitous, things might be a little different. Sadly, that wasn't the case when Amphan struck. Here was a neglected state having to fight COVID and the frightful massive cyclone, and yet there was absolutely no awareness about it among people outside Bengal. No Twitter chatter, no voices of concern, no pledges of help. And for this, I squarely blame the national media houses, barring NDTV, which ran a little segment voiced by Vishnu Shom with inputs from Monidipa. I don't recall seeing any other television channel even bothering to mention that a part of India was being ravaged by wind and water. End quote. I tell Malini that that may not be wholly true. She reminds me instead that as a former media professional, she has seen bosses ruthlessly dropping stories that they did not deem newsworthy. Quote, national media buried the Amphan story. For 2 days, the state was mercilessly butchered by nature and nobody beyond its borders got to know. Vernacular journalists were wading through chest-high water, braving winds over 130 kilometers an hour and getting exposed to COVID to bring the latest news while their national counterparts sat in air-conditioned rooms and basked in the glow of blissful ignorance. End quote. Malini's was one of many Facebook posts and tweets that blamed the national media for being tone deaf to Amphan. A quick binary was re-established of one between Bengalis and non-Bengalis, that the latter is uninterested in the fate of Bengal. And in a curious twist, the debate took on a political color, homegrown Trinamool Congress versus the Hindi Belt Party BJP. As posters of Mamata Banerjee staring down a cyclone were shared on social media, there was some heat on the BJP after the Prime Minister announced a package of rupees 1,000 crore. Too less, TMC and angry citizens cried, even as the Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar clarified it was only the beginning. The Bengal BJP on its part accused the ruling party of not allowing its leaders to help the Amphan hit. State Party Chief Dilip Ghosh himself was not allowed to inspect the devastation in the city in the wake of Amphan, the BJP alleged. The debate got so shrill that even Devlina Ganguly, who was once my boss for a few weeks, I used to be an intern under her. That Devlina ma'am is mentioned here. Yeah, she is a friend of Deep Halder, I've realized. I have seen her retweet a lot of Deep Das stuff. The debate got so shrill that even Devlina Ganguly, who says she is apolitical, couldn't keep a neutral stand. To be fair, Devlina ma'am is even today truly apolitical. I guess maybe not in her mind. We'll never know whether she is neutral or not. But her posts, she criticizes everyone equally. And she was scary as fuck as a boss. Holy shit. My last day as an intern, she scared the fuck out of me. Who says she's apolitical, couldn't keep a neutral stand? A content writer with an MNC and a cancer survivor. Holy fuck. Devlina, in her own words, lived through hell for the next 4 days after Amphan. Quote, Devlina ma'am is saying, the first casualty was my broadband internet connection. Then the Vodafone internet gave up too. I remember sending a WhatsApp message to a friend that I would get in touch as soon as internet was back. I didn't know I would have to wait for days to do so. I went to sleep thinking the worst was over and I felt electricity would be back for sure next morning. But it wasn't back in the morning, afternoon or night, or in the next few days. I am a cancer survivor, having had 2 back-to-back radiations in 2017 and 18. Fuck. I interned under her in... Okay, so... My mother has multiple arterial blockages and has suffered 2 strokes. Those few days were a never-ending nightmare for us. Ma takes sleeping pills and thankfully she would fall asleep. But I would be awake all night. The heat and the mosquitoes making sleep impossible. The next morning I would see my hands and legs full of red marks. End quote. Water scarcity came next. With no electricity, the water pump couldn't be operated. So to save water, it was 1 to 2 mugs for a shower. How people lived in Kalimpong until Mamata Banerjee turned it into a separate district, interestingly. Devlina actually stopped eating on day 2 for fear that she may have to use the toilet. Fuck. I started having 1 meal a day, which I do on most days anyway. At one point, I felt either or both of us wouldn't survive this, end quote. With helplessness came rage at the powers that be. For Devlina, first in the line of fire was the state government itself. Quote, internet was back intermittently, and I decided to let the world know that what was happening to us. I never talked about my cancer on social media since it was detected in 2016. Fuck. I felt so helpless and scared. I mentioned it on Twitter and sent out a plea for help. I could see TMC leaders tweeting and I would tag them in my tweets, hoping for a response which never came. End quote. When her ordeal finally ended and Devlina had uninterrupted access to news, she had questions for the Modi government at the center. Quote, this is not just about me. When I see migrants dying on their way home, walking or on trains that lose their way, I feel a helpless rage within me once again. With the number of COVID cases rising every day, what is the center doing? How is the PM Cares Fund being used? PM Cares Fund. All they care for is our votes. Yes, the Mamata government is inept, but the BJP wants to rule Bengal. What new hope are they offering? Rupees 1,000 crore as Amphan relief package. Is that a joke? How does the BJP wish to rule Bengal without caring for Bengal? End quote. That question may not be only Devlina's. 5 months after Amphan, the cyclone would continue to disrupt the Trinamool Congress's government's journey to 2021 with allegations of corruption against the party in relief distribution refusing to die down. On 13th October 2020, News18.com reported, quote, the Gram Panchayat Pradhan of Kendemari village, her husband and two other, see, always ye hoga, women's reservation se, theek hai, parliament mein. There's always a Gram Panchayat leader, significant female face, her husband runs everything. Her husband and two other leaders were officially suspended by the Trinamool Congress on Tuesday for their alleged role in malpractice while distributing Amphan relief to villagers. The decision was taken after Mansoora Bibi, her husband Sheikh Shahabuddin, and the two leaders refused to step down despite the party's order a few days back. Okay, party is saying step down. They are saying no. I don't think I will. Like Captain America at the end of Avengers. Oh. Yeah, where were we? It was, quote, it was learned that Mansoora Bibi refused to obey the party's command after being advised by her husband. Nondigram, a small hamlet in East Midnapur district, was once the epicenter of TMC chief Mamata Banerjee's land movement in 2007, and it was from here she went close to the corridors of power in the state. Excuse me. Sheikh Shahabuddin said, quote, the block president Megnath Pal doesn't have any power to remove us. Block president Megnath Pal doesn't have any power to remove us because we are the Pradhan. I only know Mamata Banerjee and I don't know anyone else in the party. I have already spoken to my party leaders in the senior level regarding this matter. End quote. Elections are in mid-2021. Will the Trinamool government's handling of Amphan be an issue? I asked Dilip Ghosh at the end of July when I meet him at his two-storied Sarkari bungalow at 8 North Avenue in Delhi. He says, of course, a government that steals the poor's relief package after such a disaster needs to go. End quote. Chapter 5. BJP versus BJP in Matua Den elsewhere. August 2020. Matuas are the Dalit subcaste as well, who have a sort of their version of Hinduism. Their gods are different. Some of them are rabidly anti-Brahmin and somehow anti-Hindu. Some of them have moved on and believe there's a different threat at this point in history. August 2020. Narendra Modi had taken an Air Force chopper to come here in 2019. I book a new SUV with an old driver who knows all the shortcuts to places in Bengal I have never been to. It still takes us 3 hours by car to travel almost 70 kilometers northeast of Kolkata near the Indo-Bangladesh border to reach a sleepy hamlet that neither Mamata Banerjee nor the Prime Minister can afford to ignore. Thakurnagar, the heartland of the Matuas, a Namashudro or scheduled caste group that is spread out in as many as 6 parliamentary seats in West Bengal, with an influence in as many as 60 to 65 assembly seats, and comprising 17.74% of the population of the state. The founder of the Matua sect, Horichand Thakur, who lived from 1812 to 1878, so older than Nietzsche, had worked among the untouchables, strived for their upliftment, and prevented them from going into Islam's fold in large numbers. An expert on Bengal's Dalit history, Obik Sarkar, in his article headlined Subaltern Resistance to Islam and Prospects of Dalit Muslim Alliance in West Bengal, published in swarajyamag.com, writes, quote, Horichand Thakur, the founder of the Matua Mahasangha, the religious movement to which the majority of the Namashudros adhered to, was born as a Namashudro who were then known by the pejorative slur of Chandal. Widely regarded as Purno Brahmo, complete God, Thakur's quote-unquote earthly descent amongst the Namashudros swayed them away from Islamizing influences. Thakur was able to offer an independent and alternative space to the Namashudros away from both Islam and Brahminical Hinduism, but closer to quote-unquote dharmic syncretism, an admixture of pre-Vedic Kauma Dharma, Sahajiya Buddhism and Vaishnavism. The Guruchand Charit is replete with vivid descriptions of the two incidents of communal violence between the Namashudra Matuas and the Muslims in eastern Bengal. Guruchand Thakur, the second Shanghadhipati of the Matuas, often addressed Namashudros as Bir Jati, brave race, and called for resisting any attempt to denigrate their collective honor. End quote. Bhoshali is saying land movement in 2007. In other words, hooliganism against Buddhadev Bhattacharya. Yes. Today, the concern among the Matuas is whether to vote for the Trinamool Congress or the BJP in 2021. And who better to ask about this than BJP's Bonga MP Shantanu Thakur, grandson of Boroma, the Matua matriarch whom Modi had come to meet on 2nd February 2019 during the run-up to the last Lok Sabha election. Boroma, who died on 5th March 2019 and whose funeral was held with full state honors on 7th March 2019 with a gun salute by the Mamata Banerjee government, was married to Pramotharanjan Thakur, a great-grandson of Harichand Thakur. When Boroma's husband died, she became the chief advisor and matriarch of the Matuas. She spread the teachings of Harichand Thakur across India. Now the BJP's 2021 hopes are riding on her grandson and party MP Shantanu Thakur to swing the Matua vote in its favor. The Matuas had migrated to India from what was then East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, mostly during the Bangladesh War in 1971. They form the state's second largest scheduled caste population and are spread across North and South 24 Parganas, Nadia, Howrah, Kuch Bihar, North and South Dinajpur and Malda districts. Quote, while no official count is available, community leaders put Matua population at 3 crore, while the state minister said there are 1.75 crore Namashudra voters, end quote. The Indian Express reported on 6th February 2019 in an article titled Matua Community, Why Are They Important for Trinamool and BJP? The article describes the political history of the Thakur family. Quote, initially behind the Congress, the community turned to the left front from 1977 but was disillusioned again, as citizenship and land rights eluded many. In 2009, left leaders and Mamta separately approached Boroma, who chose the latter. In 2010, Boroma made Mamta the chief patron of Matua Mahasabha. In 2011, the government provided grants to spruce up Kamona Sagar, the community's holy pond in Thakur Nagar. In 2018, Mamta visited Boroma and the government later announced a welfare board for the Matuas. Because who cares for jobs, investment, self-dependence and self-respect? What freebies have you given me? Dada, is this the same Harichand Thakur in Bangladesh? Which Harichand Thakur in Bangladesh? They are the Matua Namashudros. I don't understand why Vaishnavism gets a bad rap. The entire Bhakti movement was Vaishnavas basically rejecting the clerical necessity for dharma. Rishabh, actually that has been kind of answered in the Bengali book we recently discussed, written by R.C. Mujumdar, called Hindu Muslim Sanskriti. He writes, 100 years after the Bhakti movement, 100 years after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Vaishnavas are going around wasting time debating whether it's extramarital affairs or whether extramarital affairs are true love or love between you and your wife is true love. So R.C. Mujumdar denigrates and let's say criticizes Vaishnavism heavily for that, and also the effeminate portrayals of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that we see in Bengali serials and movies all the time. That did not start because of Tollywood One Fine Morning. That's how Vaishnavas in later years portrayed him. Matua groups are also in Bangladesh. Yes, all of their basically deity almost is Harichand Thakur. Devotees of Harichand Thakur but not Matua. Interesting. That might be that syncretism of Hinduism. They just consider him just another god. Let's worship it. So, Kamona Sagar. In 2018, Mamta visited Boroma and the government later announced a welfare board for Matuas. यहाँ पे थोड़ा पैसा डालो, वहाँ पे थोड़ा पैसा डालो, यहाँ पे थोड़ा पैसा डालो, वहाँ पे थोड़ा पैसा डालो. यही चलते रहेगा. बीजेपी आने के बाद भी यही चलता रहेगा. पैसा डालो, हम खुश. Because in 50 years time or 100 years later, we are still going to be in the same place and vote on the basis of who gives us the most freebies, because even then we are going to be poor fucks. Boroma's son Kopil Krishna Thakur won the Bonga Lok Sabha on a Trinamool ticket in 2014. After his death, his wife Mamata Thakur won the seat. Her rival was also from the family, Subroto, another grandson of Boroma, and in the BJP. So religion based on nepotism. Subroto's father Manjul Krishna Thakur, Boroma's son, was a Trinamool minister of state, but later he and Subroto joined the BJP. Shantanu too is Manjul Krishna's son and organized Saturday's event. He invited Modi to speak. End quote. The article reads. Well, at least they'll prevent conversions to Islam. But the announcement of the CAB, the Citizenship Amendment Bill, introduced in the 17th Lok Sabha by Amit Shah on 9th December 2019, and the promise of permanent citizenship would make the Matuas vote for the BJP in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, with two Matua majority seats, Monga and Ranaghat, going to the BJP's kitty. The bill is now an act, passed on 10th December 2019, with 311 MPs voting in favor and 80 against. And the BJP's best hope in Bengal 2021 lies in the Matuas voting for them in large numbers. A crowd has gathered outside Shantanu Thakur's house in Thakurnagar. A middle-aged BJP neta is exhorting party workers to rise against Shankar Chatterjee, a president of the BJP's Barashat organizing district. So the neighborhood is named after this man's family. The entire religion is run by this man's family. Nice stuff. He reminds them they have gathered here today to petition Shantanu Thakur, BJP's Lok Sabha MP from Bonga, to end Chatterjee's quote-unquote misrule. What Chatterjee? Shankar Chatterjee. Quote, sign the petition, brothers. Make a neat line, maintain social distance, come to the table one by one and sign the petition, he says. End quote, he says. Curious, I asked the Neta, after the cries of Jai Shri Ram and Bharat Mata Ki Jai from his followers die down, whether the fight isn't against Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress. Quote, it should be. That is who we should be fighting against, says the man. His mask hanging loose from his neck, his nose and mouth unprotected in the face of the coronavirus pandemic. Quote, but tell me, how do you expect us party workers to fight Mamta when our own leaders are hell-bent on destroying the party from within? He thrusts a copy of the petition he has with him, which details the charges against Shankar Chatterjee from inappropriate behavior towards women party members, to sending rape threats on WhatsApp, to divulging secret party strategies to Trinamool Congress leaders, to selling crucial organizational posts before the all-important assembly polls in 2021 to the highest bidder within the party. The charges against Chatterjee are many. And looking at the angry faces in the crowd, it seems Chatterjee is in some trouble. The tall, fair-skinned MP Shantanu Thakur, whose hair is of better quality than mine. Oh, you started watching Arjun Pandit because I mentioned it once instead of watching our stream. What the fuck, bro? By the way, guys, remember to buy this book just to support these kinds of books. Where's this come from? HarperCollins. They must get the message that these books are in demand and that authors like Deep Halder are in demand. Okay. Fuck. Okay. So, insane stuff from Shankar Chatterjee, allegedly. The tall, fair-skinned MP Shantanu Thakur comes out of his house, mingles with the crowd, receives the copy of the petition that has now been duly signed by the BJP workers assembled outside his house, and tells them he will, quote-unquote, look into the matter. So will Matuas vote en masse for the BJP in 2021? Quote, they should, Shantanu tells me. There are 50 Matua majority constituencies in Bengal, and the community has presence in almost 65. At least 30 to 35 seats we should get in 2021, provided my party fields Matua candidates, end quote, says Thakur. Quote, Modi ji had come to Thakurnagar and promised us the CAA. Result, wherever Matuas are present in Balaghat, Bonga, Barakpur, Hugli, Bishnupur, Durgapur, Malad in Bengal, I don't know where this is, Uttar Dinajpur, Dakhin Dinajpur, Kuch Bihar, the BJP got votes. Thus, 18 Lok Sabha seats were won in 2019. BJP will follow Savarkar in West Bengal. BJP is not following Savarkar in any part of the country. Why will they follow in West Bengal? I think BJP is going to win. There is no challenge? Dibda asks. Quote, Shantanu Thakur replies, every election is a challenge. 2021 Bengal election is a big one. The ground is fertile for change. We have to put up a united front against Mamata Banerjee, end quote. And avoid internal conflicts like the one I just witnessed, I quip. Shantanu smiles and says he has just been given the petition and that he will discuss with party colleagues the next course of action. I ask him, how united is the BJP in Bengal? Shantanu smiles again. We are united. We need to be more united. ভালো হয়েছে, আরো ভালো হবে। আপনি reporter? Are you a reporter? A stout party worker asks me as I come out of Thakur's house. I nod and ask him, how long has he been with the party? I am not with the BJP. I work with the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, end quote. I ask him if he is also a Matua. I am not, but I am a Namashudra from this village. Please do not mention my name if you are going to write all this, end quote. I won't, I promise him. Interesting. We make our way to Kamana Sagar, the holy lake of the Matuas, where the Mahaboruni Snan, holy bath, takes place around March every year. There are young men splashing about in the water, laughing loudly, and two sadhus on the bank, more somber, bathing. We halt at the bank of the lake, and I ask the VHP man how united the Matuas are politically. Quote, the Thakur family itself is divided. I am sure you know Shantanu Thakur's own aunt Mamata Bala Thakur is with the Trinamool Congress and was also an MP. The Matuas had voted for the TMC before, and Mamata will not give in so easy. There is a talk of reviving the Matua Welfare Board, and the TMC also promises a college and a university for Matuas. But the ground has shifted, so you see, paisa do, vote lo. How? Dibda asks. He replies, quote, see, it is not only because of the CA that the Matuas have shifted to the BJP. Several Hindu organizations like the VHP have been working in this region among these people for a long time. The myth of the groundwork, okay? In 2018, Tapan Ghosh's Hindu Sanghati had organized a huge cultural exhibition in Thakurnagar, extolling the virtues of Sri Horichand Thakur. The BJP is reaping the benefits of what the Sangh and its affiliates have done over the years. The problem is with the BJP itself. The BJP says it is for Hindus and stands for Hindu values. But are there not cow smugglers within the party in these border towns? End quote. I frown. Cow smugglers in the BJP? Quote, please do not write my name. I will be in trouble. The party has grown fast in the state. There are many new members, leaders from other parties whom the cadre once fought against. They do not even subscribe to our ideology. None of them have gone to shakhas or even believe in Hindutva. They are here because the BJP is all set to take over Bengal, end quote. I think of my interview with Bengal BJP President Dilip Ghosh in Delhi last month. At his Sarkari bungalow in central Delhi, the Bengal BJP President was in a meeting with his predecessor Rahul Sinha, the BJP General Secretary tasked with Bengal, Kailash Vijayvargiya, and other leaders from Bengal. Conspicuous by his absence was Mukul Rai, formerly Mamata Banerjee's number 2, and now in the BJP to take the party to the number 1 spot in Bengal. The two men, Ghosh and Roy, Dilip Ghosh and Mukul Roy, on whom BJP's 2021 fortunes depend, cannot be more different. Ghosh is a dyed-in-the-wool RSS man. An article in News18.com said, News18.com titled, Mukul Roy and Dilip Ghosh, BJP banking on avowed Gary Sobers and Gabbar Singh of Indian politics to deliver Bengal in 2021. On 18th August 2020, profiles Ghosh's rise in the party. Quote, the article says, he left home at the age of 20 and started working for the RSS under the mentorship of veteran Sangh leader Keshav Dikshit. His father, Bholanath Ghosh, a social worker, and his mother, Pushpalata Ghosh, allowed him to work for the RSS in 1984. He was also given the charge of the Sangh in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. After that, he became the BJP's Bengal unit president in 2015. The party witnessed a meteoric rise in its fortunes under his leadership in the state. In the 2019 Lok Sabha polls, the BJP's vote share went up to 42% from 17% in 2014. From 2011 to 2018, the state's tribal-dominated Jungle Mahal region, comprising the districts of Jhargram, Bankura, Purulia, Paschim Medinipur, and Birbhum, was a bastion of the ruling TMC. But with the 2018 Panchayat elections and the previous parliamentary polls, the BJP expanded its footprints considerably in these areas. End quote. As I waited in the ante-room for Ghosh, a news alert on my phone had told me Mukul Rai is unhappy with the party and may be considering a move back to Mamata Banerjee's fold. For Bengal, it was big news because Roy is not only a treasure trove of inside information on Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress, but has also been instrumental in BJP's stellar performance in the 2019 Lok Sabha polls. Ghosh had told me as he stepped into the room, Dilip Ghosh, that everything is okay. But isn't Bengal BJP a divided house? I asked Ghosh. After all, Ghosh and the men in the other room were not always on the same page. And now there was news of a disgruntled Mukul Rai rushing back to Bengal in a huff after removing Modi's picture from his Delhi home, a source in Delhi BJP had told me. Ghosh had insisted, everything is okay. The real issue is Bengal can't even wait for May 2021 to dislodge Mamata Banerjee. From mismanagement of the coronavirus situation to stealing money from Amphan relief, Mamata has messed it up completely, end quote. But BJP doesn't have a chief ministerial face yet. Won't Bengal ask, if not Mamata Banerjee, then who? Quote, no, Bengal wants Mamata Banerjee to go. Every square inch of the state is crying for change, end quote. The news cycle had turned the next day and Mukul Rai had told the press that his future is safe in the BJP. Exactly a month later, on 26 September 2020, from an ordinary member of the BJP's national executive, Mukul Rai would be promoted to the post of national vice president of the BJP. Abhay, no. They will appropriate every fucking thing. So, Mukul Roy becomes national vice president of the BJP, lol. But the man I cannot name from the VHP has a point. No matter what the Bengal BJP chief told me, much is not okay with the party in Bengal, notwithstanding Ghosh's optimism and Mukul Roy's clarification. Like every other state unit of any big party, there are factions and frictions. What I saw and heard in Thakurnagar is true for most units of the BJP in Bengal. In district after district, Bengal BJP's old guard has not been able to digest the influx of Trinamool Congress leaders into the party. It is not just about Dilip Ghosh and Mukul Roy. On the ground, the cadre is unable to come to terms with the fact that Trinamool Congress foot soldiers, whom they once bitterly opposed, have now crossed over and are on the same side. And then there are these unending speculations as to who the next chief minister would be if the BJP were to come to power in 2021. No one knows or can know the view of the RSS on this matter either. The RSS has made deep inroads into the state by ignoring the Bengali Bhadralok and working among the SC and OBC communities, not just in the city but also in the hinterlands like Thakurnagar, trying to put them in the mainstream, establishing shakhas and giving tickets to SC/ST candidates, which is why Bengal BJP lost in 2021. Okay? Groundwork से उतना ही होता है. Groundwork से जितना होता है उतना ही हुआ. तुम इंटेलिजेंसिया को भद्रलोक को बाईपास करके कुछ उखाड़ोगे बंगाल में. ब्राह्मण भोजन नहीं समझा आज तक. Many forget that West Bengal is the home state of Jansangh ideologue Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. And it is only recently, after Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister in 2014 and after the BJP's spectacular performance in the 2019 Lok Sabha polls, which brought Modi back to power once more in Delhi, that Bengal seems to have woken up to the fact that the RSS is a force to contend with in the state. And being notoriously secretive, the RSS, which is almost like a deep state in several parts of the country, never advertised its growing relevance in Bengal. From 28th February to 1st March 2020, I attended the 6th India Ideas Conclave 2020, organized by the think tank India Foundation in Narbada, Gujarat. I was invited as a speaker by Ram Madhav, who was a member of the national executive of the RSS before he came to the BJP. There, several old-timers of the Sangh told me that at no point in India's post-independence history was the RSS away from Bengal. Which is even more hilarious than that. They were forever doing the groundwork in Bengal, okay? Bengal, which still today has devout Hindus in almost every home. Like, if you have a temple in your neighborhood, even in South Kolkata, you will see guys and girls in their 20s, okay? All of them hardcore CPIM or Trinamool supporters, always passing by the temple after doing some little prayer or at least pranam, okay? Even if it's the wireless pranam, they're not really bowing down on the road. Most kids I see doing that. Okay, all of them are against BJP. All of them are against Hindutva. All of them hate Savarkar with all their guts. This is RSS groundwork. Okay, they've never been away from Bengal. Quote, the RSS is like a mothership to the BJP, which functions like its political wing. If BJP is the froth, the RSS is the coffee, end quote. A senior Sangh functionary told me. Quote, we ran refugee camps for Bengali Hindu refugees who escaped from East Pakistan. Right? Is that so? Bangals got all the help from CPIM, which is why they became CPIM supporters for generations. Now Bangladesh, with life and limb after partition. Now the number of RSS shakhas across Bengal is well over 2,000. Rishabh is saying RSS has the highest number of shakhas, not sure by which metric in Kerala. It doesn't always translate into support for BJP for some reason. I've never. Yeah. Dilip Ghosh, who has spent more than 25 years with the RSS, has seen and been part of the growth of the RSS in Bengal. Yeah, I didn't know RSS existed in Bengal before 2021. But given his penchant for making statements to the press that the Bhadralok Bengali finds hard to digest, a certain section of the media and intelligentsia feels that Bengal's heartthrob Saurabh Ganguly is a better fit as the next Bengal CM. What the fuck? Even though he is yet to step into politics. Why? An article in First Post by journalist Abhijit Mojumdar on 12th August 2020 headlined, After Yogi in UP, will a Swami rise in Bengal? BJP speculated on who BJP's choice of chief minister might be. Quote, it started as a gently flaming whisper. Now it is spreading through Facebook posts, hushed talk in Bengal BJP circles and local right-leaning magazines, setting popular imagination on fire. There is intense speculation in Bengal about the probable political rise of a yogi, Swami Kripakananda Maharaj of Ramakrishna Mission. Hindutva insider groups have already started describing him as the future chief minister of Bengal. It should be a startlingly game-altering move if, and it is a very big if, the BJP leadership can convince him to join politics and be at the forefront of the party's most crucial clash ahead in 2021, the Battle of Bengal. Yes, Saurabh Ganguly, the cricketer. But why, end quote, but why did he think the Swami would be a good fit as the next chief minister of Bengal? Quote, it's a do-or-die battle in Bengal and the BJP does not have a credible face to take on Mamata Banerjee's mass appeal. Saurabh Ganguly's name does the rounds, but despite his tremendous popularity, he is ideologically untested in the violent and tumultuous political waters of the state. State Chief Dilip Ghosh is a gritty street fighter and organization man, but educated Bengalis dislike his coarseness, and they should not have given a fuck in this matter, at least in this context, because their numbers are not the important part here. The educated Bengali intelligentsia. You have to check their influence on the narrative. वहां पे कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, नंबर्स पे आके बंगाली इंटेलिजेंसिया को सीरियसली ले रहे हैं. अजीब चुतियाता है. You can't do a Mamta on Mamta. Mukul Roy, despite being a prolific organizer and TMC team breaker, has a corruption taint and is not fully trusted by core Hindutva leadership and cadre. End quote. Majumdar says. Quote, if the BJP manages to spring the unknown weapon named Kripakananda, it could be a stroke of genius. End quote. Majumdar is a strong right-wing voice on Twitter with more than 5 lakh followers and is also writing a book on the new right in India. I think this is the book that recently got discussed on Kushal Mehra's podcast. But Ramakrishna Mission and the BJP denied the news of the Swami as a possible CM candidate for Bengal. On 14th August 2020, the Times of India ran an article, RKM BJP deny monks poll entry rumors, where it said, quote, the Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission has categorically dismissed speculations that a senior monk of the order has been approached by the BJP for the chief ministerial candidate in the 2021 assembly elections. The BJP leadership in Bengal has also debunked the claims. End quote. BJP's National General Secretary Kailash Vijayvargiya also tried to put all speculation about the party's chief ministerial candidate to rest by announcing that the party would not fight the 2021 polls with a chief ministerial face. Wow, genius move. But in the last week of August, the return of Tathagata Roy. Till recently, the governor of Meghalaya and BJP's former Bengal boss to Kolkata has again set tongues rolling. I met Tathagata Roy once, a few months back. He asked me about my beard. Oh, my beard doesn't exist anymore. Yes, I had to shave it off today because it went out of shape totally. No. He didn't ask me about my beard. I think so many people ask me about my beard. I think that's how it registered in my mind, that the way he asked my name, I thought he's trying to confirm my religion. Tathagata Roy on YouTube. He is too old. No, technologically that might be a problem because I do it remotely. And timing. I was in talks with Shapun Das Gupta's team for so long. So many cancellations I gave up. No, I don't like clean shave look, Milton Patel Friedman. I'm going to grow that back as soon as possible. No mustache and beard. I'm going to be back to that look pretty soon. The BJP leadership in Bengal has also debunked the claims. BJP's National General Secretary Kailash Vijayvargiya, yeah. So, but in the last week of August, the return of Tathagata Roy, till recently the governor of Meghalaya and BJP's former Bengal boss to Kolkata, has again set tongues rolling. Roy, who describes himself as an unabashedly right-wing Hindu socio-political activist, thinker, writer, and ideologue on Twitter, had a distinguished academic career, yes, having ranked 6th in the higher secondary examination of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education as a student of St. Lawrence High School. Convent educated. See, all the convent educated right wingers are the best of the lot. Are the ones who understand Brahmin Bhojan. St. Lawrence High School, Kolkata. St. Lawrence is an elite fucking institution. I don't know if it's elite anymore. The entire Cactus Bengali rock band is from St. Lawrence. And a recipient of the Jagadish Bose National Science Talent Research Scholarship, an engineering graduate, he joined the Indian Railway Service of Engineers. He worked as general manager of RITES and as chief engineer of design of Metro Railway, Calcutta. Tathagata Roy also holds a law degree from Calcutta University. Holy shit. He was felicitated as an eminent engineering personality by the Institution of Engineers India at the Engineering Congress held at Guwahati in December 2015 and won the Distinguished Alumni Award of the Indian Institute of Engineering Science and Technology, Shibpur, Besu, in March 2016. His fans within the Bengal BJP feel his academic and professional achievements will make him more acceptable to the Bhadralok Bengali than Dilip Ghosh. Tathagata Roy is no mass leader, Dada. Quote, someone is saying this, we'll know in the next page. Quote, Tathagata Roy is no mass leader, Dada. The BJP can decide the chief ministerial candidate after it wins the election in 2021. The party needs to come together now, or else in these factional fights between the Dilip Ghoshes and the Mukul Roys and the unending speculations over the chief ministerial face, the hard work of the Hindutva fighters on the ground like me will all go to waste. Mamata Banerjee is quietly watching as the BJP is fighting the BJP in Bengal. The BJP should not become its worst enemy in Bengal. End quote. The VHP man tells me. Don't write my name, please. Truth hurts. End quote. I won't. I promise again. Next chapter is Nusrat Jahan and the Muslim question. Let me drink a bit of water and tea again. Milton is saying, but Dada Mullah Dari Rakhi anything but not that. What can I do if that's the metalhead way of fashion as well? Here to learn is saying, and now we have Shubhendu and Abhijit Ganguly in the game. What do you think about Kartik Maharaj and Hiranmoy Goswami? They're not mass leaders. Nobody knows their name except inside right-wing circles. That too, not entirety of the right-wing voters. And they don't know anything of the inner shenanigans of politics that you need to know to win in Bengal. They are useful for making Hindutva come to power because they are significant religious leaders who will give fiery dialogues every now and then. In that sense, they are important. Not as chief minister candidates and stuff. There are leaf soup versus bean soup. Which one? What the fuck are these two things? I have no clue. Do you mean when you say leaf soup? Do you mean tea? And what is bean soup? Just soup of beans. I have never had that, thankfully. Dada Brahmin Bhojan ta ki ekto. By Brahmin Bhojan, I mean appropriating or funding, appropriating parts of academia, intelligentsia, journalists, etc., or specifically propping up, funding those academics whose views happen to align with you anyway. You don't have to create those people. You don't have to change people. You don't have to create Shala Rashids. Just find out, spot people like Mr. Sociologist and prop the fuck out of them. That's what BJP doesn't do. Because it's not that they don't want to do, they don't want to do, they actively believe in not doing it. They think this is elitism. They think we are living in the tyranny of intellectuals, and intellectuals are all commies, and we must get out of this tyranny. But that is how it always works. But I do know from some actions of theirs that they are changing their stance on this. At least Narendra Modi might have understood that this is not the way to do it. Bhushalid is saying, leaf beans, what the fuck is that? TMC knows what says. Do we have hope in 2026? Why am I stammering? Yes. I think BJP is going to win in 2026. দাদা টাক না পড়ার জন্য কি করো? আমার পড়ছে। আমি একটা খুবই বালের জলের জায়গায় থাকতাম এতদিন, আমার চুলের গাড় মেরে গেছে। তো now it's fucked. Bean soup is coffee. If it's tea versus coffee, then yes, coffee. Okay, Nusrat Jahan and the Muslim question. August 2020. 19 years ago, my newspaper report, Guns and Golf in Squalor Slum, end quote. This was Dida's article, 19 years ago, appeared in Hindustan Times Kolkata edition. The story was about a Muslim-majority shanty town named Madartala, a basti located behind the boundary wall of the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, India's oldest golf club, in the Golf Gardens area of South Kolkata. Many of the inhabitants of this slum have turned full-time golfers after working as caddies and have won major trophies. Some of them have criminal records. A lot of them are the hired hands on a Patharbazi day, Patharbazi celebration day. Bean soup is coffee, yes, then coffee. So the story got front page lead space, and since then Madartala's golfers have been featured by other print journalists and television reporters several times. Now there are nice big temples in the Madartala Basti as well. The reason I remembered the story all these years later was that Bhodor Ali, a caddy turned golfer who was rechristened John after he turned a full-time golfer, had told me, see, aspirational models, how they work, see emulations, see metaphysical desire, why a guy called Bhodor Ali wants to name himself John after becoming a full-time golfer. You see, there's no desire, there's only metaphysical desire, there's only show-off. You only want to be someone else. No one wants to be themselves. People who be themselves, like Nidja and Savarkar, get defamed for their entire lives. Islamist golfers, yes. You see, Kolkata is secular. Diversity, bro. John Bhodor Ali. Yes. Not Bhodor, Bhodor. In 2001, I had asked Bhodor, why? What a sentence. I asked Bhodor and he said, in 2001, I had asked Bhodor while writing my story, how did he see himself? As a Muslim, a petty criminal, a golfer, Bhodor or John, or all at once? This reminds me of Amartya Sen's book, Identity and Violence. It was dedicated to Bhodor Ali, I think. Amartya Sen wrote, a person has multifaceted identities, okay? You are many things at once. You are a man, you are a musician, you are a guy, you are from this caste, you are an Indian, you are a Bengali. But Amartya Sen also said, in his biggest unintended justification of Hindutva, that at times it is fair for you to prioritize one aspect of your identity over others. But since you have so many identities, why prioritize any one aspect all the time? Which aligns with Savarkar's view. I am Hindu because you are Muslim. So, Bhodor came to mind during my conversations. So Bhodor had answered, I see myself as a human being. Wow, Modi ji, wow. Bhodor came to mind during my conversation with Nusrat Jahan. Think of the stuff that goes on in Dibda's minds. Bhodor comes to his mind. The BJP, in the run-up to the 2021 assembly elections, while having a conversation with Nusrat Jahan, Bhodor comes to Dibda's mind. So the BJP has consistently blamed the ruling Trinamool Congress government of minority appeasement, and there is fear and loathing among some sections of the community over the CAA and a possible NRC at some future date. Nusrat is a Trinamool Congress MP from Boshirhat, a crazily popular Bengali film actor who has now shifted to politics. A Muslim married to a Jain, an eyesore for mullahs on account of her open participation in Hindu festivals, yes, and an ambassador of sorts for Mamata Banerjee's secular brand of politics. Nusrat Jahan tells me, quote, I see myself as a human being first, end quote. Echoing Bhodor's words from years ago, Nusrat Jahan and Bhodor. I had asked Nusrat if she sees herself as a Bengali first or as a Muslim, an actor or a politician. Quote, I see myself as a human being first. Whenever you don't want to answer a particular question, just try to sound nice. Okay? Asceticism is your get out of jail free card in every situation. Remember, guys. But I know what you are hinting at. I see no problem in celebrating Hindu festivals or Christian ones for that matter. Dibda didn't ask whether you see a problem with that or not. Dibda asked whether you think of yourself as a Bengali or a Muslim first. While not letting my letting go of my faith. You know, I grew up during the 90s in Park Circus, a Muslim majority area in the heart of Kolkata, where allegedly playing Holi was banned. And say there were 10 Hindu families surrounded by 100 Muslim houses. How did it come to be that way? Such was the culture there that we would put up a tarpaulin during Kurbani so that the sensibilities of vegetarian Hindus are not offended. I guess nice. If you're going to slowly bleed an animal to death, at least make sure not everybody has to watch it. Again, during Kali Pujo, we would hear Shama Sangit from Hindu houses and were perfectly okay with it. I see. End quote. But surely there are divergent voices in the Muslim community. Quote, yes, there were people from my community who had expressed their reservations about my marriage and my lifestyle, my participation in Durga Puja. My father had asked them politely to let me be. But then there are radicals in all religions, end quote. Does she not sense a sharp polarization in Bengal? Quote, I do, and that is politics. There is a political agenda behind dividing people along religious lines. There is a party with a lot of money and muscle and media support that is dividing people. Then there are television anchors who call Maulvis to their shows every evening and help stereotype Muslims in a certain way. These Maulvis neither represent me nor my community, end quote. Her leader, Mamata Banerjee, has been accused of minority appeasement. Quote, appeasement? Is caring for minorities a crime? And like a mother, she cares for all her citizens. My party doesn't discriminate on the basis of religion. That is not who we are. Look at what is happening in the rest of the country. Let's not make Bengal like that. Bangla ke Gujarat hote debo na bhusri ke. The biggest issue of secularists is this fake equivalence, tolerance. For the Bhadralok Bengali, Nusrat Jahan is in a sense the very idea of a secular Bengal. The Shankapala wearing Muslim who celebrates Durga Puja and Eid with equal elan. But there is a Bengal beyond that multiculturalism of Kolkata. I interviewed Nusrat in July. In early August, a news report appeared in New Indian Express of a Muslim majority village in Bengal's Murshidabad district where simple joys of life like listening to music, playing carom, watching television, or buying lottery tickets are banned. A fatwa by the heads of Advaita Nagar Devout Hindu bano, read scriptures, read Bhagavad Gita, all your problems will be solved and Hindutva will rise again. Meanwhile, a neighborhood called Advaita Nagar is so Islamized that they are banning music, you fucking dumbasses. Only Savarkar, Nietzsche and sociology can save you. And Brahmin Bhojan, okay? What the fuck has happened to my hair? Advaita Nagar. A fatwa by the heads of Advaita Nagar. Ah, what a sentence. This is on par with, I was having a conversation with Nusrat Jahan and I thought of Bhodor. We were in Advaita Nagar and music was banned there because of Islamization. Ah, I come from two Bengals. A fatwa by the heads of Advaita Nagar village, with a population of around 12,000, is armed with penalties for those who flout it. The Trinamool Congress-dominated Panchayat chief reportedly said there is nothing wrong about this because it's called Advaita Nagar, bro. We are Advaitans who are just banning music. The fatwa was issued, an Advaitin fatwa. The Advaitin fatwa was issued on 9th August under the banner of a Social Reforms Committee. See, even they know how to name these things. New Indian Express reported, quote, we decided to impose a ban on a series of activities to stop the young generation from adopting methods which will lead to their moral and cultural degradation. You see, the alliance between Hindutva, trad, socialists and the mullahs. See, this is how we speak of Ranveer Allahabadi, not me at all. Some parts of we and the Advaitin Fatwabadis. We cannot allow them to listen to music and watch movies and series which do not fit our religious culture, said Azharul Sheikh, secretary of the Advaita Nagar Social Reforms Committee. RSS has been doing groundwork in Bengal, you see, for decades. They have never been away from Bengal. And hence, Advaita Nagar Social Reforms Committee bans music based on Muslim sensibilities. Said Azharul Sheikh, secretary of the Advaita Nagar Social Reforms Committee, to New Indian Express. Exactly what Moinab Bhattacharya is saying here. তোমরা আমাকে ভোজন দাও, আমি তোমাদের হিন্দুত্ব দেব. That is how it's done. Here to learn is saying, my commie ex-best friend said non-Bengalis don't adopt Bengali culture like Muslims do. Muslims though do haldi in BA. I said that's incomplete conversion. She wouldn't come. Predictably, the report drew sharp criticism on social media from the Hindu right and a somewhat awkward silence from the centrists and those left of center. There was some fear that West Bengal would be partitioned again on religious grounds. It will be one day. This took me back to my time in Kolkata. Growing up during the 80s, when the left front was in power, there was a sense that Muslims were different in their names and customs, but they were not the other. I had Muslim friends in school and college, and they were all part of the larger then Calcutta story, where every festival from Saraswati Pujo to Durga Pujo to Eid was celebrated, and many Bengalis have grown up eating beef chops and paratha in the hotels in the New Market area. Yes, a Hindu-Muslim marriage would perhaps raise a few eyebrows, but that was about it. And the fate of such marriages would often be as good or bad as that of any other marriage. But that was what Calcutta and Bengal has for long remained, a one-city state in terms of perception. Which is why, even if you were politically aware, you never really knew what was happening outside the city. Well said. Or sometimes inside. So well said. Writer activist Taslima Nasreen reminded the world with her article, A Sign of Hope, Bengali Muslims are finally protesting Mamta's appeasement politics, in the print on 29th June 2009, that even during the rule of the left, minority appeasement was a given. Quote, Imam Barkati of the Tipu Sultan Mosque had issued a fatwa against me in broad daylight at a public meeting in Dharmotala, at a place called Dharmotala. Dharma. Dharma is not religion, no. All religions are not dharma. Dharmatala mein fatwa diya jata hai from Imam Barkati. Meanwhile, devout Hinduness is going to save Hindutva, right? RSS has been doing groundwork in Bengal for decades. Dharmotala. He had put a price on my head for anyone who would murder me. There had been many police officers at that meeting that day, but let alone arresting the Imam, no one even questioned why he did something that was ostensibly against the laws of the country. Because laws are subject to public morality. Rather, I remember the police providing him with security and then CM Buddhadev Bhattacharya and his ministers showering him with favors. The New Indian Express report on the fatwa in the village in Murshidabad told me how little things have changed between 2006 and 2020, from left's rule to Mamta's. Quoting the report, I asked Nargis Sattar sometime in mid-August at her 2-bedroom apartment in Anandapur behind Ruby General Hospital whether Deep is doxing people, whether there is indeed a problem in West Bengal of what is loosely called quote-unquote minority appeasement, but what is essentially pandering to those who advocate regressive practices in the Muslim community that end up harming the community itself by keeping it backward. Yes, there is. The 80-year-old retired college teacher tells me. The daughter of freedom fighter and Congress minister Abdus Sattar and wife of a leftist politician, Nargis is an eminent educationist herself, now spending her retirement life with a keen eye on Bengal society and politics. During my freelance journalism days in 2001 in Kolkata, I would often speak to Nargis when I wrote on issues of development at the intersection of religion, caste, and politics. Quote, Muslims have been othered systematically. Muslims have been othered systematically. I blame Mamta as much as I blame Modi for this. Why did she announce a rupees 2,500 monthly stipend for imams in March 2012? It led to such unnecessary controversy and charges of favoritism. Weren't there poor Hindu priests also? After BJP's stellar performance in Bengal in 2019, she tried to balance it by announcing that the Kolkata Municipal Corporation will give rupees 380 to priests for every cremation they preside over in the city. Yes, like they don't get paid enough already during cremations. Such measures don't help Muslims, They just help the BJP more. End quote. So sad. Is BJP is coming to power in Bengal a fear among Muslims? Quote, oh yes it is. Mamta is bad, but the BJP is worse. Mamta stereotyped us, infantilized us, but will the BJP allow us to live peacefully? Are Baba, why dig up the past? We are not the invaders who came and plundered this land. Yes, you are the converts. We may follow a certain faith, but we are the same as you. In fact, most Muslims in India, me included, were lower caste Hindus. Yeah. No, bro. Irfan Habib has debunked your horseshit myth. In fact, most Muslims in India, me included, were lower caste Hindus who converted so that we can live with some dignity that the Hindu caste system took away from us. Meanwhile, Irfan Habib laughing from the corner. Why punish us for that day, for that today? Is saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai a problem? A kind of forced nationalism for her? Allah is shapeless. You cannot draw the prophet. We are not allowed to worship any form. But I do not understand why a slogan is important to prove your loyalty to your country. Why then do the other two you just mentioned as well? To prove your loyalty to some other group, bro? Also tell me, you are from Kolkata. All these years, when have you heard people say Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Jai Shri Ram? These are all Hindi heartland imports being shoved down our throats. I feel most Hindu Bengalis are equally disgusted by this brand of politics. Having said that, I do accept that Muslims are also rigid. They have not allowed their faith to be questioned, just like you said yourself right now. Not just Indian Muslims, but Muslims everywhere, which has led the Christian or the Hindu right wing to establish an easy binary of modern and medieval. Oh, गलती किया है, but गलती point out किया भी है, वो actually in a way ज़्यादा गलती का है. We again Rantak mathematics at play here. We need to look within. Perhaps it is too late now. End quote. She sighs. Perhaps they could have raised their voice when writer Taslima Nasreen. Deepda is trolling now. Oh shit. This was the question I just asked a few hours back in the beginning when another such quote was coming up. That, you see, I understand that yes, we Muslims are also share a bit of the blame, but it's mainly being done by these people. So I said that yes, if you were so neutral all these years, we would not be in this situation. Okay. Deepda is now saying that perhaps they could have raised their voice when writer Taslima Nasreen was banished from West Bengal. On 17th August 2007, Muslim leaders in Kolkata revived an old fatwa against her, ordering her to leave the country and offering an unlimited amount of money to anybody who would kill her. On 21st November, Kolkata saw huge protests against Nasreen. No one spoke out. A protest organized by All India Minority Forum forced the army's deployment to restore order in the city. Nasreen had to leave Kolkata, go to Jaipur and to New Delhi later. Shouldn't secular Bengal have spoken up then? Sattar says, we should have. We failed her. We failed us. End quote. Whose quote is this? Here to learn? Whatever the stereotype, with a vote share of over 31% in the state, Muslims are extremely crucial in all elections in West Bengal. Nearly 22% of the state's Muslims live in Kolkata, while the majority, nearly 67%, lives in Murshidabad district. The second and third highest Muslim populations by ratio in the state live in North Dinajpur, 51%, and Malda, 52% respectively. In North Dinajpur and South Dinajpur, Muslims account for 49.92% and 25% of the population respectively. A News18.com report from 10th September 2020 says. West Bengal accounts for the second highest Muslim population in India, nearly 2.47 crore. After whom? After Assam or Kerala, which forms around 27.5% of the state's population, the report says. This is according to 2011 census, right? Quote, in the 2016 assembly polls, TMC had won in almost all the 90 minority-dominated assembly segments. In the densely populated Muslim areas, densely Muslim populated areas comprising more than 40% of the electorate, TMC had surged ahead in nearly 60 out of 65 assembly constituencies, it says. End quote. End quote, it says. Now, Asaduddin Owaisi of the All India Majlis Ittehadul Muslimin has spotted an opportunity in Bengal, and a minor swing in the Muslim vote share towards the AIMIM could turn the tables for TMC in 2021 and work in BJP's favor, political watchers predict. I take Sattar's leave and drive towards Khidirpur, located in the central west part of the city, famous for Fancy Market, once the hub of smuggled foreign goods. Now, Fancy Market and the five-star shopping complex keep all kinds of products from Bangkok, Singapore, and Hong Kong, real and imitation, including electronic gadgets, clothes, perfumes, accessories, DVDs, and food products. It's sort of a Chapri Disneyland. It is difficult to find parking space in Khidirpur. The sea of skullcaps with hardly any protective masks in sight, the per capita density of shoppers and passers-by, the names on the hoardings and the women in black burqas bring alive all the stereotypes of a quote-unquote Muslim area. Let me tell you a story here. Let me have a bit of water. An important story. So, few days back, I'm not going to name what profession they are in. I'm not going to name who they are, obviously. I heard some people say this following conversation. Okay, a group of Bengalis, born. One of them was probably born a little before 1990. All of the rest born in between 1990 and 1994-5, I think. So they were discussing having beef for lunch. We were at a place together, and I was listening to their conversation. And they were saying that, okay, let's order some beef roll or beef bhuna stuff for lunch. All of them were Brahmins, Boidos, and Kaistos. The guy they sent to bring the lunch was also their friend, but from his dressing sense, his hairstyle, from his way of speaking, I realized either he's not Brahmin Boido Kaisto, or even if he is, he's definitely not from Kolkata. So therefore not Bhadralok. And he did not say anything to them when he was asked to bring the lunch. He goes and brings this, okay? Oh wait, I need to set one more context. This did not happen some days back. It happened today, the conversation I'm describing. So, and the other day that I met them, they were not having this. So they were basically having this beef today as a celebration of Ramzan. So that guy goes to bring that bhuna stuff and comes back and says that he fell sick and he puked in front of the shop where he went to buy the beef stuff, and he came back and puked again and was in teary eyes. Now, you won't fucking believe the conversation. Wait for it. Let me take a dramatic pause. Even I could not believe my ears, but I had to. I was in such a situation. I had to keep my mouth absolutely fucking shut. I could not say one thing. I could not give one counter argument in this situation. So they say, first they get surprised that this happened with him because that person was not comfortable with beef. The senior most guy in the group starts explaining to him. First, jokingly calls him, oh, protector of Hindu Dharma and all. Come, sit, relax. The guy that upon these Brahmins, Boidos, Kaistos of Kolkata with rose tinted glasses, he is not ready to admit his Hinduness and his weakness. He's not going to be proud about it. That yes, I have a problem with beef. That's why I felt sick. Fuck off. He's not going to do that. That's not how humanity works. Rene Girard, for God's sake. Okay, he's going to emulate, and these people are objects of emulation for him. So he wants to fit in. Okay. So he tries to shove this onto his mother. He says, no, you see, my mom, if she came to know, etc., etc., and everyone interrupts him and stops him because everyone else knows that this was not because of his mom. He puked because he has a problem with beef. So the guy, then the senior most guy, goes ahead and starts explaining to him that he has read in the Upanishads. He can give exact quotes that Brahmins back then ate beef. After the Ashwamedha Yagya, apparently, a cow was sacrificed, and the first serving of the cow was given to Brahmins. That's the justification he gives in order to make that guy relax. That, see, it's okay, bro. Therefore, have this, no problem. Few minutes later, they gather around for a cigarette, and they're discussing beef again, where to go. They're saying, let's go to Howrah. Howrah has great beef. Then they're discussing a female colleague of theirs, and they say demeaningly about her that, you know what she said? We were stopping at Khidirpur for beef one day, and she said she feels afraid of that area. She was feeling uncomfortable in that area. How can she say this? So the other guy says, the senior most guy, the Upanishad expert man, says that oh, no, another guy, he says something else later on. So the person who was telling the story says, you see, these biases have been ingrained, drilled into our heads for thousands of years. Meaning, because of the drilling, the brain manipulation and brainwashing that Hindus, like that young girl, have gone through for years. That's the reason she is feeling afraid in Khidirpur. Okay, in the middle of the night, by the way. Okay, they had stopped their car in the middle of the night in Khidirpur to have some beef, and it was absolutely unjust for her to feel afraid, get uncomfy vibes from that area. Okay, that's the only reason. Brainwashing by Hindu parents for thousands of years. So my brain is bursting with counter arguments, and I had to keep my mouth shut because of my station in life. And the next point, the Upanishad expert says, you see, that's how phobias work. You know, when we see a kinnar on a traffic stop, don't we feel a little afraid and uncomfortable? Then the guy says, and this blows my mind, that, yeah, man, I really feel afraid of kinnars. They seem to be a problem. Okay? He feels afraid of kinnars. But the girl feeling afraid in Khidirpur was thousands of years of manipulation and brainwashing. This is not all. Next, he says, the Upanishad expert says, you know, last year, the Ram Navami procession that came out in front of our house with swords and stuff. And that guy again says, yes, that made me feel really afraid. Why should that happen? And then he says, should I say this? Yeah, I'll say this. Fuck this. Because I'm thinking if this might make him too recognizable if someone ends up knowing him and stuff. He says, I hate babies too much. I hate babies to such an extent that I change my ticket. I book a different ticket on the plane, and if a baby is around me. So he is afraid of Ram Navami processions, kinnars, and hates babies. Oh, and then says, if my parents had not given birth to me, wouldn't they have so much more money? Shouldn't we really avoid having kids or getting married, because then we will save so much money? So afraid of Ram Navami, kinnars, hates babies, hates marriage to save up money, only feels brave to eat biryani, beef in Khidirpur in the middle of the night. So, the stereotypes of a quote-unquote Muslim area. I make my way to the tiny Hanuman temple that stands a little ahead of Fancy Market. A.K. Brahmo is saying completely ideologically subverted sample that I agree with. If only you knew the profession he was in. If only you knew the kind of roles he has portrayed and is going to portray in the near future, the entire country's Hindutwadis would either commit suicide or leave the country. I make my way to the tiny Hanuman temple that stands a little ahead of Fancy Market. It is late afternoon, and 32-year-old Vinod Kumar Pandey is managing the temple as the priest, while his uncle has gone out. How is it to look after a temple in a Muslim area? Quote, Pandey tells me, quote, all is good. Tells me, somewhat suspicious of my question. I introduce myself and he offers me a chatai for sitting. Madhur. Do you have a steady flow of visitors in the temple? He says, quote, we do. This is a Muslim area, but there are Hindu bastis in between. Bengali Hindus as well as Hindus from Bihar and Uttar Pradesh stay here. They come to offer prayer, end quote. And the two communities are cordial with each other? Quote, are you going to write a newspaper report quoting me? End quote. No, I tell him. A book on Bengal elections. The BJP will come this time, he says. Things will change. Maybe so, but are things cordial between Hindus and Muslims here? He says, things are managed, you know. Peace is forced down. Not that things don't happen here. A Brahmin Banerjee girl has suddenly become a biwi. The father has to accept. Peace prevails. You Bengalis are peace-loving. But those of us who have settled here from UP and Bihar will not accept all this after 2021. Accept what? Hindu girls becoming wives in Muslim homes, the population boom in their community, the disregard for our religion. But this is a Hanuman temple right in the middle of a Muslim area, a shining example of righteous tolerance, Dibda says. He says, quote, the temple is at least 60 years old and the premises extended to the end of the road. Gradually, the plot was encroached upon and all that stands now is the temple. And then there is beef being sold just around the corner. End quote. But beef is not banned in West Bengal, Deepta says, playing devil's advocate. He says, quote, maybe not, but why don't they care for our sentiments? End quote. Just around the corner, I asked the man selling beef how much the meat is per kg. Quote, 200. Very good meat. How much do I pack for you? End quote. I decline and ask him if things will change if there is a new government next year. He looks me in the eye and smiles and says, Aay koi bhi, theek se rahe. Meaning, let whoever has to come, but rule properly. Chapter 7. Purbo, Pushchim, Bonkim, or the Rise of the Right. August 2020. As director of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation, Dr. Anirban Ganguly, the MP candidate from Jadavpur constituency this time, time travels. With an office adjacent to the BJP national headquarters at 11, Ashoka Road, Delhi, Dr. Ganguly digs Bengal's past as much as he engages himself with the 2021 Bengal elections and the future of his people, who he believes have long suffered as a result of bloody history and bad politics. Unlike many talk circuit liberals today who believe the rise of the right in Bengal is a recent phenomenon coinciding with the rise of Narendra Modi in national politics, this author, political activist, and public policy analyst reminds me that the Bengali Hindu homeland movement in late 1946, led by Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee among others, aimed to create a homeland, which is today West Bengal, for Bengali Hindus within the Indian Union. This was in the wake of the Muslim League's proposal and campaign to include the entire province of Bengal within Pakistan, which was to be homeland for the Muslims of British India. Over the years, I've met Dr. Ganguly at some of his lecture sessions, and I remember him for being the first person to recommend British conservative author and political commentator Douglas Murray's The Strange Death of Europe to me as essential reading. Holy shit. I could not buy Strange Death of Europe at one point because it was too costly, and at one point it wasn't available. But of course, I have read what's that book called? Madness of Crowds, and I'm about to read The War on the West. I really like Douglas Murray. Ashkazam is saying, I've explained this in one of my comments in the recent post. Leftism is not equal to liberal enlightenment values. Yes. First principles and objective polity is always relative to the perceived oppression. Yes. We have to empower the Bagdis, Matuas, Rajbangshis, these R2 cell BBK. Can't imagine eating dirty sewer water. Forget. Okay, let's continue. Dr. Anirban Ganguly says, quote, "What is happening to Europe, the death of their civilization as they know it due to an influx of refugees from war-ravaged Islamic countries, among other factors, is weirdly true for Bengal. It is easy to sit in Kolkata and talk of secularism. One needs to travel in Bengal to know what goes on." Nice. Someone in BJP reading Douglas Murray. This is commendable. It takes something as simple as a wish to celebrate Durga Puja in a constituency that is Muslim majority, and the idea of a secular Bengal falls apart. Take the Deganga riots as example. End quote. Dr. Ganguly tells me. The 2010 riots in Deganga in North 24 Parganas district saw shops and houses burned and temples desecrated. DNA newspaper would list it under 6 worst communal riots under the UPA government. Quote, "The Deganga riots had begun on Monday 6 September and continued for several days. 24 people were hurt and several houses and properties destroyed when clashes broke out between Hindu and Muslim communities in the Boshirhat subdivision of North 24 Parganas, about 150 kilometers from Kolkata." End quote. DNAindia.com had reported. This was in September 2010 when the left front was still ruling West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee would come to power the next year. Quote, "She did worse than the left front. In order to hold on to power, Mamata Banerjee has given a tacit nod to Islamists in Bangladesh." End quote. Dr. Ganguly tells me. Sensing my disbelief, Dr. Ganguly says he takes full responsibility for his statement. Quote, "The left had managed to put a veneer of respectability around minority appeasement." Yes, the facade of nicety. "They never tinkered with Hindu festivals or touched Bengal's pujo culture. But under Mamata Banerjee, there is naked appeasement and pandering to Muslims. Remember the Janosabha at Maidan in 2013? End quote. I do. It had made big news in the national media. On 30th March 2013, 16 Islamic organizations came together at the Maidan, one of the largest public grounds in Kolkata, in protest against the war crimes trial in Bangladesh and in support of the Vice President of the Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh, Delwar Hossain Saidi, one of the prime accused in the 1971 genocide in Bangladesh. An article headlined, "A Rally for War Criminals, Why Are TMC Left Silent?" published in Rediff.com in 2013, described the gathering. Quote, "It was astounding to see a huge and belligerent crowd gather from all over the state to support one of the best known Razakars and collaborators within the Pakistan army in its genocide against Muslims and Hindus in East Pakistan. Speakers addressing the gathering attempted to whip up hysterical support for the Jamaat and its leaders and pledged that just as West Bengal's Muslims prevented Salman Rushdie from entering the state and hounded out Taslima Nasreen in 2007, they would generate a movement against the pro-war crime trial bloggers in Bangladesh and would take on their supporters with the same zeal. They even threatened to block any future visit of Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to India. It was Mamata Banerjee." End quote. Achha. I remember this day. I remember this procession. I was on my way to rehearsals, my metal band back then, Exile Sanity. And I was about 1 hour late to the rehearsal, half an hour or 1 hour late to the rehearsals because of the traffic jam that was caused because of this. And I was really pissed off. And I was thinking, what the fuck is happening? We were supposed to be secular. Why are all these people gathering? And what's the point of all this hooliganism that they were doing on the streets? They were giving vibes that they were the kings of the road and the world and stuff. Strange Death of Europe is available in past format, free. I read it. Yeah, I don't like to read free books because I don't have a tab and stuff, and I'm not going to keep my desktop on for hours just to read a book. Dr. Ganguly says, quote, "It was Mamata Banerjee who allowed that Janosabha to take place. The very next year, the Khagragar blast in Bardhaman district took place on 2nd October. Mamata, who owes a major part of her victory in the assembly polls to Muslim votes, is opposed to even probe into the activities of the radicals." "The rise of the right in Bengal has come as a reaction to this." This is Ganguly saying. "With unchecked infiltration, the desecration and demolition of temples, molestation and forced marriage of Hindu girls, the village Hindu had no one to turn to except the right-wing organizations that worked on the ground with them, the VHP and the RSS. They are here because there is no one else to turn to. The police here will not save Hindus, neither will the local press cover these incidents. I got to know of these incidents from my karyakartas every time I visit Bengal. Hence, from Sundarbans to Murshidabad, village Hindus turned to the right in large numbers as Kolkata's chattering classes looked the other way. And this is why the BJP is all set to topple the Mamata government in 2021. That is largely where the votes will come from, like they did in 2019 when BJP won 18 of the 42 Lok Sabha seats. And once that happens, take my word for it, Bengal will again reclaim its lost heroes, whether it is Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee or Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or my great grandfather Upendranath Bandyopadhyay or the great Bankim Chandra, whom leftist historians have given the short shrift. End quote. A leading revolutionary of his time, Upendranath Bandyopadhyay was one of the prime accused in the Alipur bomb case, whose trial was held at Alipur Sessions Court in Calcutta between May 1908 and May 1909. The trial followed the attempt on the life of Presidency Magistrate Douglas Kingsford in Muzaffarpur by Bengali nationalists Khudiram Bose and Prafullo Chaki in April 1908, which was recognized by the Bengal police as linked to attacks against the Raj in the preceding years, including attempts to derail the train carrying Lieutenant Governor Sir Andrew Fraser in December 1907. Is this on whom Fraserganj is named in Bakhali? Quote, Bandyopadhyay was sent to the cellular jail in the Andamans, but he would survive Kalapani and become a writer in later life. His autobiography of exile would find mention in Veer Savarkar's writings. He would also work closely with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee as one of the founding members of the Bengal Partition League. Holy shit. But how much do you hear of him today? End quote. Dr. Ganguly asks. Nice. Anidash, I don't think so. There's not enough funding for that stuff anymore. They're just trying their last ditch attempts. A week later, I am at filmmaker Srijit Mukherjee's duplex apartment in South Kolkata's Lake Gardens, looking at posters of his films on the walls of the spacious drawing room cum study. Among them is one of Gumnami, his latest on the mystery of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's death, based on the Mukherjee Commission hearing. I took my father to watch it. This is not Dibhala Singh. I'm saying that I took my father to watch it. I have known Srijit for some years now through friends who cover cinema in Bengal, and whenever time has permitted, we have met to talk culture and politics and Bengal's obsession with both. Thanks to Srijit's films, Bengali cinema has more to offer than crude imitations of Bollywood. Srijit has taken this task rather seriously by choosing to work on a diverse range of stories. Gumnami is an interesting addition. Excuse me. Interesting addition to his oeuvre, as Bengalis across generations have steadfastly refused to relegate Bose to the dustbin of history, believing that the airplane crash in Taiwan on 18th August 1945 did not kill the freedom fighter. Gumnami has helped keep that buzz alive by questioning whether Netaji had survived the crash and come back to India as the Saint Gumnami Baba. Many other revolutionary figures from Bengal from around Bose's time have not been so lucky, as Dr. Ganguly had rightly said. As Srijit and I turned back to the Bengal that was yet to be partitioned, much to the amusement of his wife, the Bangladeshi actress-activist Rafiat Rashid Mithila, our time machine lands on the bloody streets of Bowbajar in central Calcutta on the morning of 16th August 1946. The much vaunted secular fabric of the city is being torn to shreds as Muslims and Hindus are attacking each other. An unlikely figure emerges as a savior of his people, Gopal Mukherjee, or Gopal Patha, as he is remembered by some, a Brahmin who sold meat in central Kolkata, a feeble-limbed Bengali who took on Muslim League rioters during the week of the Long Knives after Jinnah announced Direct Action Day. A year later, when Gandhi would appeal to him to lay down arms, Patha would say, quote, I will not lay down even a nail if it has been used for defending Hindu honor, end quote. The statement would become so popular that it would be remembered down the generations and land up in Wikipedia on the page on Gopal Patha. According to Wikipedia, a self-professed admirer of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Patha would dedicate his later life to social service. Forgotten by history, Patha's name would strike fear in the hearts of his opponents. Yet, curiously, he harbored no ill feelings towards Muslims, insisting that he took to arms only to save Hindus from Muslim rioters. Quote, even if you have to vilify him, you have to know him first, Srijit tells me. Quote, Partho's fascinating life makes for a good book and maybe even a film. Srijit Mukherjee is open to making a film on Gopal Patha, guys. I had been hearing about this. I didn't know it was mentioned in the book already. Direct Action Day was a bloody chapter in Bengal's partition history, and Gopal Patha, a tall figure now dwarfed by history writers. You should write a book on Gopal Patha. He's an interesting life. Holy shit. Srijit Mukherjee telling Deep Halder, write a book on Gopal Patha. Why the fuck haven't people read this book? Shit. The conversation with Srijit makes me wonder how Gopal Patha would be viewed by Bengalis today, now that religious identity is back on the table as the state readies for the big battle of 2021. Next morning, I call up local reporters whom I know in the city and ask if they know anyone in Patha's family. I get the contact details of Gopal Patha's grandson Shantanu Mukherjee, call him up and get an appointment to meet him that very day. I set off for Bowbazar after lunch. Time has stopped still at the tiny shop opposite Hind Cinema, the serpentine lane that leads to Shantanu Mukherjee's house, the same house where his legendary grandfather Gopal Patha lived and died. The houses around it, the shops and the tea stalls. It looks like the Kolkata of the 1940s. If Srijit were to make a film on the life of Gopal Patha, he wouldn't need to make an elaborate set. This part of Kolkata is almost the way it was. Precious little has changed. Who is Gopal Patha? विख्यात थोड़ा गूगल कर लो. No, Eke Brahmo. He didn't say Jai Sri Ram. He said Om Namah Shivaya. And at that point, he's in full surge of adrenaline. His brain is not working. He casually says whatever he believes will get him out of trouble. Not because of the socio-political scenario of the country, because if he believes in God, he will expect God to save him even from that situation. That's why he said Om Namah Shivaya. There's no other Hindutva angle to it, or Hindutva side effect angle to it. Precious little has changed, Rishabh. Shantanu Mukherjee himself is past continuous present tense. He has his own business, but the grandfather's old mutton shop is still there, as also the need to look out for the interests of quote-unquote his people. Quote, is it wrong to speak about Hindus? Communal flare-ups may not be that common now in Kolkata as they were during my grandfather's time, but they are outside the city. Trinamool Congress government has turned a blind eye to the reality of Bengal. Minority appeasement has reached its peak, and you see the problems created by the porous border with Bangladesh, the rise in the Muslim population in the state, and the crime rate. They are united. We Hindus are not. As Gopal Patha's grandson, I will never be anti-Muslim, but neither will I turn a blind eye to what is happening in Bengal. End quote. Steaming cups of tea have been offered and downed as we chat inside Shantanu Mukherjee's tiny office, where there is a bust of Gopal Patha, as also a largish sculpture of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, which Shantanu says was made by Gopal Patha himself. Quote, this is not the Bengal my grandfather fought to save. The city has changed. The state has changed. So much groundwork by RSS. What does he see the solution? Quote, BJP should come to Bengal in 2021. This is the only hope for this state. No political party is without flaws, but the BJP does look out for Hindu interests. We have lived through 3 decades of the left rule and now 2 terms of Trinamool Congress. And in the name of secularism, one community has been given a free pass. Even within the city, do you see anyone wearing masks in the Muslim areas as COVID-19 rages? Do you see them wearing helmets when they ride bikes? No rule is applicable to them, end quote, says Shantanu Mukherjee. I asked Shantanu if that is enough reason to bring in the BJP. Quote, the Prime Minister talks about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. He is yet to live up to his promise fully, but he is trying. His party is trying, end quote, Shantanu says. The next day, I make my way to meet the grandson of another historical figure that history has forgotten. The double-storied greenhouse in Sister Nivedita Sharoni under Baruipur subdivision is home to the family of Jogendranath Mondal, one of the founding fathers of Pakistan, the country's first Minister of Law and Labour, and also the second Minister of Commonwealth and Kashmir Affairs. Mondal, a Dalit Hindu, had believed in Dalit Muslim unity and opted for Jinnah's Muslim League instead of Nehru's Congress, and for undivided Pakistan instead of India. But in the new country, as time passed, he saw Dalit Muslim unity turn into a sham, and riots, rapes, and forced conversions became a daily reality. I was going to say Dalit reality. Yeah, it became a Dalit reality. Betrayed, Mondal had come back to India, where he died a broken man. I had researched Mondal while writing my book Blood Island on the Modichapi massacre of 1978 through 79, where thousands of Dalit Hindus from East Pakistan were raped, maimed, and killed on a tiny island in the Sundarbans by the police, allegedly under orders from the left-front government. Beyond the sketchy details on Wikipedia, there are also books on Mondal in Bengali that I had read, which are now out of publication. If Mondal were alive, it would have been interesting to know if he had lost faith in Hindu-Muslim unity in Bengal after what happened to him in East Pakistan. He meant Dalit Muslim unity, though. Grandson Abhijit Mondal, though, insists on nuance over hyperbole in the matter of the Hindu-Muslim divide that he sees in Bengal today. As we sit on the bank of his fish pond where he rears fish such as katla, tilapia, and rui, Mondal tells me immigration is an economic issue and not a religious issue. Quote, people cross over looking for a livelihood and not to create communal tension. A divide along religious lines is being forcibly created for political mileage. I don't want to name any political party, but you know who I am talking about. Yes, West Bengal today is getting divided again along religious lines, and I find that deeply disturbing. My grandfather's experience in that side of Bengal, which is now Bangladesh, cannot become my experience today. I won't fall for the easy binary of us versus them. I feel we need to examine the sociopolitical reasons for the religious divide more deeply. End quote. So, what are those sociopolitical reasons that Mondal is talking about? He won't say. Deepda trolling again. मेरा चश्मा का इतना गाढ़ मारा मेरे दोस्तों ने होली में. Fuck. Shit. I'll have to mend the glasses now. Rishabh is saying, would it be possible for you to do a live stream on why you think BJP will win in 2026? Yeah. I don't know if there's enough content to discuss for an entire live stream, so I'll make it an audience interaction then, and then we'll discuss. Fair enough. I was going to do an audience interaction today only, but I was in the mood for reading a book very much today. एक मतलब भूख की तरह, जिस्म की भूख की तरह मुझे आज पुस्तकों की भूख आई थी, इसलिए मैंने ये लाइव स्ट्रीम शुरू किया. So Deepda says, so what are those socio-political reasons that Mondal is talking about? He won't say, quote, I am really not comfortable discussing politics. Ab tak kya discuss kiya? End quote. That's all I can get from him. Whatever the reasons may be, just how deep-rooted the ecosystem of the right wing is in Bengal is evident from Snigdhendu Bhattacharya's report in the Caravan magazine, quote, which is called How One Teacher Ekal Schools helped the spread of Hindutva in rural West Bengal, published on 10th October 2020. And it is not just because of the alleged minority appeasement of the left front government before and of Mamata Banerjee, now that Dr. Ganguly was alluding to. Bhattacharya writes, quote, based on my travels in the state over the past year and a half and on conversations with several high-ranking ground-level functionaries of the Ekal Vidyalayas, free coaching centers backed by the RSS, the Friends of Tribal Society, a non-profit backed by the RSS, Vanvasi Kalyan Ashram, the RSS wing that works in Adivasi areas, the Rashtriya Seva Bharati, the Sangh's social service arm, and the Vidya Bharati Akhil Bharatiya Shiksha Sansthan, the Saffron organization's education wing, which has in people who say that, oh, you want to write a book, you think you deserve a position, just write books under fake pseudonyms. There are around 5,400 such coaching centers in West Bengal as of August 2020. These humble one-teacher informal schools running on temple or residential courtyards and unclaimed open spaces in nondescript and impoverished villages have quietly helped the Hindutva nationalists grow deep roots in Bengal. The schools are merely the starting point of the Sangh's aim of influencing every other major aspect of the entire village's life: education, health, economy, environment, self-empowerment, culture, sense of morality, and the religion they follow. Quote, the Ekal Vidyalayas were the first such endeavor in West Bengal, but their genesis comes from a school-centric village development program by the RSS that first began in what is present-day Jharkhand in the mid-80s. This was known as the Ekal Abhiyan or the Ekal Movement. Also the intro and outro music for my live streams. Ekal Movement and one teacher schools formed the nucleus of this Ekal project. While the initial thrust of the Ekal project had been in Adivasi areas, over the years the movement extended its activities to villages where people from the scheduled castes and other backward communities dominate the demography. It is by far one of the biggest public outreach programs of the Sangh Parivar. The model was a simple one to begin with. It started with the setting up of a free coaching center, following which guardians of the students and other villagers would slowly be involved in activities around religion and moral values. By the mid-90s, organic farming, health awareness, and economic self-reliance had been added as components. As the project expanded, other organizations were created to look after various aspects such as funding, ideology, logistics, and religious indoctrination. So organizations such as the Friends of Tribal Society, among others, would set up the Informal Educational Institute, and other entities would be roped in for all the allied activities, creating a vast network of interconnected organizations. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I feel BJP is coming in 2026. Milton, good question. He's saying, Dada, what is the difference from 2021 and 2026 that makes Bengalis think BJP will come? Wasn't the same enthusiasm then? Just because there has been more awareness now. Okay. Like in 2021, even I was not a Hindutvadi. Uh, back then, so nobody had read Sanjeev Sanyal. The awareness that came out of Corona, the all the right wing YouTube channels that boomed after 2021, 2022. Okay, which then included a lot of Bengalis, a lot of young Bengalis, 90s kids, 2000 kids, and all. That part was not there. Bangladesh stuff hadn't happened. Saraswati Puja problems hadn't happened. And the general force and thrust of online debate and troll armies of right wing that forced commies to come to terms with their slave morality. All that had not happened. Sanjeev Sanyal was not a household name. He's still not, but he is way more popular right now. Back in 2021, I used to go around posting everywhere in every political conversation where people discuss BJP's anti-Bengaliness. I would ask them, why the fuck is the Prime Minister's chairman of the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council of Bengali? Why is the BJP Finance Minister's principal economic advisor Bengali? Back then, Sanjeev Sanyal was the principal economic advisor to Nirmala Sitharaman. So none of that had happened in 2021. 2021 was too early, especially without Brahmin Bhojan. अब तो मार्केट ने ब्राह्मण भोजन का काम करवा दिया है. So this time therefore different. And people are a little more frustrated at G and stuff. People are not going to say those good things about Trinamool anymore, that yeah, after all, it's better than BJP. No, that facade is gone. And more people have left Bengal, or more and more people have visited outside Bengal, or visited their friends, or just for traveling and stuff outside Bengal, and seen that the rest of the country has moved on. Bengal hasn't. So the accumulation of all the anger is now 5 times, 10 times higher than it was in 2021. Okay, in 2021, I don't get where the excitement about BJP was. Okay, till this date, I think 77 seats that BJP got was a victory, because before that, 5 years prior, they had what 4 or 5 seats or 2 seats, right? So it was a jump from 5 to 77 seats. That's how it happens, especially for normies. I was basically a normie. I did not follow Indian politics at all. I was making and doing music all day, and following American politics just for the high quality conversations and discourse that it had. Okay, I did not give a fuck about Indian politics, and especially Bengal politics. I just knew, yeah, Trinamool, CPIM, bad. BJP, Hindutvadi, not really pro free market. Who cares? I didn't know RSS existed in Bengal. Okay, so who's this excitement among the Bengalis that they were expecting? Okay, who the fuck was it? I have always had friends in so many stratas of society, at least, be it in the Brahman Vaidya circles mainly. Okay, I don't have a single friend outside Brahmans, Vaidyas, Kastas, who are the chief taste makers, trendsetters in Bengal, and we were not even aware that there's a surge of emotions and support for BJP. Okay, it was completely made up by BJP supporters and their mouthpieces and stuff. Okay, if the Kolkata people are not aware that BJP is coming, BJP is about to come, then you have to be sure that BJP is not coming. This time I'm feeling BJP is coming. What about post-poll violence in 2026? I did not give a fuck. That's how it always happened. Okay, not one Bengali who was not Hindutvadi gave a fuck about those post-poll violences. Yeah, my commie friends shared the posts and stuff. I shared that, yeah, see, violence is happening. Why is this happening, etc. It was sort of that. No one gave a fuck. Everyone knew that's always what happens in Bengal. No one bat an eyelid. Kolkata said BJP will win in 21-24. It didn't happen. Yeah. Kolkata said BJP will win. Who from Kolkata said BJP will win in 2021 and 2024? 2024, yes, definitely. There are some credible conspiracy theories, which I will never discuss, unfortunately. There were shenanigans inside BJP as well at play, okay? In 2026, I don't think none of that pays off. Okay, why are we discussing this right now? This is a separate topic for the live stream that Rishabh was talking about. Read my immediate previous comment. What about post-poll violence? Oh, yeah, that's what I just answered. Global citizen comeback for Hindutva is equal to Bangalitva established. That's how it will probably end up happening. Wait, what was the question from Rishabh? Rishabh is saying Chashma repair using. Yeah, thank you for contributing 500 rupees to Bengal's GDP. Sanatani Gen Z is saying, I don't think so. BJP can come in power due to minority votes. TMC has that. Best to leave West Bengal ASAP. Actually, both of what you are saying is true. You must get out of Bengal as soon as possible. But also, I think, but BJP is coming to power anyway, because minority votes are, first of all, it's distributed. And second of all, there's going to be more Hindu consolidation of votes, I think. By even in 2021, total vote share of Hindus in the Trinamool voter base was only 20%. Okay, remember that. Will left abandon so dear Bangalitva? Not anytime soon. After Trinamool completely disappears, that's when they will become completely Muslim League, which is what they're poising for. Okay, which is what they're getting ready for. Muhammad Salim was made the head for that reason. Humayun Kabir is saying insane things. Firhad Hakim is saying insane things that help BJP, that push more and more young kids towards BJP for these reasons. They are preparing to be the Jinnah. But the 18-year Muslim population en masse goes this year. 18 population. Yeah. See, Sanatani Gen Z. Indian, it's fair elections are never going to happen in Bengal, okay? In the end, it matters who has more guys to beat the other side up. And I believe BJP will manage because they have a sort of a legitimacy. So they will have more balls and money to do what's required to manage polls and booths and elections, okay? Manage elections. And the other stuff, the other shenanigans from big leaders inside BJP that happened, I don't think there's a payoff at the end of 2026 loss this time around, so they won't do it this time. And Mamata Banerjee's age is giving up. They are not going to let Abhishek become CM anymore, I think, because Abhishek, if he becomes CM, fresh face for normies, he's going to be the young, cool guy with no real taint, only gets called up by CBI, gets harassed, but then is never arrested. Abhishek, if he becomes the CM, he'll become CM for 10-15 years. And there will be no MPs for BJP in the near future. And I'm guessing BJP might, or at least Modi might want to keep Yogi Adityanath in check from UP. The only way to do that is to get as many MPs from Bengal as possible if you want to chop down the wings of Yogi Adityanath. Okay, all of the people in the right wing who are anti anyone who is not from Sangh, they are going to be against Yogi Adityanath forever and after. And if his wings are to be chopped, you need to save Bengal. You need to save Bengal, to nahi hoga, grammatically speaking, but you need Bengal's 42 seats. Abhishek is coming with his own party, all Bengal there. I keep hearing this. Abhishek is in line now. Until Mamata Banerjee retires, he's not floating this in front of anyone. If that happens, then there are so many takers for the Muslim votes. This is going to be insane. CPIM has Muhammad Salim. Firhad Hakim, Humayun Kabir will probably join Abhishek's party, and there's going to be ISF also. Do people take Abhishek seriously on ground? Each and every Trinamool supporter does. He's not like the Rahul Gandhi of Trinamool, okay? Don't make the mistake of concluding that. Sanatani Gen Z is saying to me, we have hardly 1 to 2 per head in family. Our votes matter quite less in decision making. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a freer and fair election. It has never happened in election. Even this time, it's not going to be that way. It's going to be managed. and I think it's going to be managed by BJP. If BJP in 2026 BJP shows Bangalitva is Hindutva, left will suddenly flip against. So BJP won't be able to show Bangalitva etc. Okay, narrative चुतियापा होगा नहीं BJP से, वो तुम छोड़ दो. That's not what's going to happen, and that BJP is not going to come to power because of Bangalitva or lose power because of not showing Bangalitva. Okay, Bengalis don't give a shit about Bangalitva. Otherwise, Trinamool would not be fielding non-Bengali candidates proudly while saying Joy Bangla. Okay, these are all obfuscation points. No one gives a solitary fuck about Bangalitva. We are saying these things positively because we think Bangalitva is important, and that will be maybe a narrative project after BJP comes to power. Polls are not predicated or dependent on Bangalitva. Bangalitva is for Bhadraloks and Bhadraloks hate BJP. For example, Trump and Epstein are closest friends for a yeah. Okay, let's continue. Where were we? So the Ekal stuff. Would set up, so organizations such as the Friends of Tribal Society, among others, would set up the Informal Educational Institute, and other entities would be roped in for all the allied activities, creating a vast network of interconnected organizations. This is something This is something multicultural Kolkata would not be aware of, in the same way the talking heads of the city would not be aware of how caste has been a big reason for the surreptitious rise of the right in Bengal. Abhishek Biswas, Assistant Professor of English Literature at Vidyasagar College in Kolkata and a researcher of oral histories, has been working on subjects of Dalits of Bengal for his just submitted PhD thesis with Jadavpur University titled Heard History, Unheard Voices, Oral History of Namashudra Partition Survivors. And this is the name of his thesis. This guy is the co-author of Bangladeshi Hindus book with Deep Halder. I meet him at the Cafe Coffee Day lounge in Park Street. This is the first time I am meeting the young professor, though we have been friends on Facebook for over a year, and I have since admired Biswas's academic rigor in pursuing the Dalit history of Bengal. I tell him with his buzz-cut hair, he looks more like a Srijit Mukherjee hero than an academic. Biswas laughs out aloud. We order our coffees and sip into partition caste politics 2.0. Quote, he says, Jogennath Mondal believed in Dalit Muslim unity, went with Jinnah and got betrayed. Before partition, Dalits and Muslims could have been clubbed as subalterns suffering under upper caste Hindus, most of whom were from the landowning class. Post-partition, however, Muslims in independent Pakistan looked at Dalits simply as Hindus and marginalized them, which is why the CAA today becomes a game-changing legislation by the NDA government, as many Hindus in Bangladesh are Dalit Hindus who had stayed behind, end quote. What about West Bengal? Biswas says more than 3 decades of communist rule in Bengal had tried to erode caste, as the left party spoke of a classless society. Quote, the left never played caste politics openly. It spoke of class enemies, the haves versus the have-nots. But now the right wing has, in a sense, identified the compulsion of the Dalit to be part of a larger social structure, because no matter what the left would have you believe, caste exists in Bengal. The right wing has its focus on Dalits and OBCs, who are often on the receiving ends of communal flare-ups in the villages. This is where Abhishek Biswas is half wrong. He says that the left did not play caste politics, or at least not openly, unless he specifies that they did play it under the table. We are not sure what he means, but left always played caste politics, okay? Which is why they focus on Brahmins with those castes, okay? And all their marriages also happen according to caste and stuff. But they know narrative kisse banta hai. Trinamool understands this. Congress is the founder of this in India. CPIM understood this. Only BJP thinks they can go against this age-old universal human trait of idolizing the cultural elites of the society, okay, and still exist and win, okay. But CPM played caste that way. Okay. Then we get into end of communal flare-ups in the villages. I remind Biswas that the current Bengal BJP chief, Dilip Ghosh, comes from the OBC community, and this in itself sends out a powerful message to the backward castes whom have seen only upper caste chief ministers in Bengal till now. The large number of shakhas that the RSS has opened in rural Bengal, the homestay by RSS pracharaks at Dalit and OBC houses when they go about their work and their attempts to mainstream Dalits and OBCs into a larger Hindu superstructure led to a surge in the BJP's votes in 2019, and that could well happen again. You see, Dilip Ghosh was an OBC, and people didn't even know. People kept saying BJP is going to bring back casteism. BJP is going to bring back Manusmriti in Bengal. Meanwhile, their state president, who was kind of the unannounced CM face, was an OBC. Interesting comment section all of a sudden. Bishash says, while that may well be true, the Dalit has to ask himself if he wants to be part of such a superstructure. Quote, would Ambedkar have approved of this? End quote. He asks me. Does it matter to the quote-unquote non-academic Bengali Dalit what Ambedkar would have thought of his political choice today? I ask Bishash. He smiles. Maybe not, quote-unquote, he says. Bishash does agree, though, that Hindu consciousness is firmly on the table in a land where Marx was once God. What a sentence by Deep Halder. See his writing skills, bro. Hindu consciousness is firmly on the table in a land where Marx was once God. Perhaps one needs a different prism through which to see how the Hindu identity has become a rallying point in the Bengal of today. Arun Shah, whom I follow on Twitter, calls himself more Bengali than a Bengali. Quote, we are Gujaratis who came to Bengal in the 19th century and made the state our home. Today my sister works for a bank in Switzerland and I am into event management, but my family has always been into business and managed to survive the left front rule when businesses fled from the state. My ancestors started the Ochavalal Mathuradas and Company in 1899, the only foreign exchange brokers in Kolkata who were Indian. Over time, we got culturally assimilated with the people of the state, and I can read, write, and speak Bangla like a Bengali. Unlike a Bengali, I do see clearly why there is rise of the right in Bengal. It has been a long time coming, end quote, Shah tells me. Shah says it is perhaps because of his Gujarati genes that growing up he observed certain things that many Bengali girls and boys would not, even though they had similar experiences. Quote, there was no communalism, but I had a sense of my Hindu identity. Maybe 3 decades of the left had diluted that identity among city Hindus here in Kolkata. Simple things, for instance, that I would observe. Growing up in North Kolkata's Ganesh Avenue, with its old houses and shops, rather unlike the newly developed South Kolkata, we would see the process of quote-unquote othering from very early on in life. Non-Bengalis of Kolkata must watch a movie called Ganesh Talkies by Anjan Datta, who is the greatest Bengali film director since Satyajit Ray, and most of his films are in my top 5, top 6 list. Ganesh Talkies is also one of his best. Do watch that movie. It's very fun to watch. At cricket matches, say somebody would say Jai Bajrangbali, not as a war cry or a communal statement, but just to express joy. Immediately, the Muslim boys in the group would say Ya Ali, which was fine, by the way. But they would then attack us for saying Bajrangbali in the first place. In the Muslim majority areas of Kolkata, not just Ganesh Avenue, but say Chitpur, Chandni, Ripon Street, if you happen to be a Hindu, you would know that us versus them has always existed. The BJP didn't bring it with them. Nirbak was fine. Nirbak is not by Anjan Datta. Anjan Datta is the greatest director since Satyajit Ray, yes. Us versus them. I tell Shah my childhood in the city was quite different. Quote, that is, now, Shah says to Deepal that is because you are a South Kolkata boy. Well, Sanatani Gen Z, religiosity doesn't win you these battles. Bengal has been religious up until the 90s kids generations, right? When was the damage done? The major part of the damage was not done by our generation. It was our ancestors who were devout Hindus, all of them. They created this society for us. We are trying to rectify it, whether you are religious or not. Anjan Datta is another leftist piece of shit. There's a difference between leftist and leftist piece of shit. I don't think a leftist piece of shit would show Islamic terrorism as blatantly, as overtly as Anand Datta did in Madli Bangali. I don't think he would make a fool out of a suddenly radicalized Islamic radicalized character, make it turn his ideas, turn his arguments into a joke. Um, what did you call him? Leftist? What? Leftist? Yeah, a leftist piece of shit. A Bengali leftist piece of shit would not make fun of Bengalis and Bengali NRIs the way Anand Datta did in Bong Connection. Many other things, many other example. I can write a whole thesis on Anand Datta. Don't get me started. I can do film appreciation of Anand Datta for hours and hours. So Shah says, that is because you are a South Kolkata boy. It is modern, more cosmopolitan. When I grew up and shifted to the south of the city, I realized it is a different world. But the problem is, if such a stark communal divide exists right under our nose inside the city, imagine what happens outside Kolkata. As a Gujarati, I speak fluent Bangla today. I say jol for water, but many Bengali Muslims will say pani. It is small things like this that the Kolkata Bengali Hindu would fail to notice, as it is fashionable to be secular and avoid the obvious. Communism made Bengalis tone down their Hindu identity while throwing softballs at Muslims. Suddenly, after the BJP won 18 seats in Bengal in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, people are saying this is a paradigm shift in Bengal's politics and asking, how did this happen? Well, this was always happening. End quote. Ovik Sarkar says, quote, there is also renewed interest in Bengal's political history and a crying need to change the discourse, both social and political. End quote. A graduate in political science from Kolkata's St. Xavier's College, Sarkar has researched the history of Matua leader Pramotha Ranjan Thakur, who successfully mobilized the Dalits of Bengal in favor of a Bengali Hindu homeland, and talked about the betrayal of Gandhi and Nehru in resettling scheduled caste refugees in India. Sarkar's interest in re-examining Bengal's political history peaked with the Dhulagor riots, which happened on 13th and 14th December 2016. Holy shit. Have you all... Bengali people outside Bengal though definitely haven't, but at least people from West Bengal, have you all seen the footages of the Dhulagor riots of 2016? Even I was a fully leftist back then. Even I thought, what the fuck? This can't be allowed. He says, quote, why do Muslims get away with such brazen disregard for law and order? Porous borders and the left front, and now Mamata Banerjee's political need to keep growing the Muslim vote bank has resulted in Murshidabad becoming Muslim majority with 66.2%, Malda with 51.3%, Uttar Dinajpur with 50% as of 2011. When will this stop? From Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay to Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, from literature to politics, Bengal had a robust rightist past that has been deliberately kept out of our collective consciousness by leftist historians. How many Bengalis today talk of Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay's Anandamot? Chattopadhyay's seminal work of fiction based on the devastating Bengal famine of 1770 under the British Raj and the Sannyasi rebellion. Chattopadhyay imagined untrained but disciplined Sannyasi soldiers fighting and defeating experienced British soldiers. Quote, or if Shyama Prasad Mukherjee was alive today, the Morichapi massacre would not have happened. He would have ensured that Hindus in West Bengal were safe. With RSS spreading across Bengal and the BJP's electoral rise from the ground, Bengal will see a new dawn in 2021. End quote. One of the things that stuck out during my interviews for this chapter was Arun Shah's knowledge of the Morichapi massacre. Shah is barely 30 years old. The massacre happened during 1978-1979, when he was not even born. And yet he tells me he observes Morichapi Day every year on 31st January. It was on this day in 1979 that police opened fire on unarmed refugees living on the island. A young Gujarati man is aware of post-independent India's worst massacre if you go by number of victims, but the average Bengali is not. I knew of Morichapi and wrote a book on it, as I happen to know a Bengali. I happen to know a survivor who narrated these stories to me when I was a child. But even when the massacre was taking place in Kolkata, its chattering classes were oblivious of it. It is not that nobody knew. There were some newspaper reports, and later research articles published in foreign universities. But as Vivek Debroy, writer, economist, chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Council, had said at the launch of my book, Blood Island, Bhadralok, Bengalis did not react to Mori Chapi because it happened to Dalit Bengalis, yes. Despite their pretense to be otherwise, the Bhadralok class, the Bhadralok caste, basically, it's not a fucking class, biased and caste conscious and hides it all behind a secular intellectual front. That was Debroy's contention. But even if that is not wholly true, is it a fact that secular Kolkata has been mostly oblivious of what is happening right under its nose? For instance, the riots that Dr. Ganguly spoke to me about did happen and were forgotten. The chattering classes didn't really care to examine the caste and communal fault lines that run deep in Bengal, choosing to talk instead of a secular ethos, which is perhaps to be found mostly in Kolkata. How many people in Kolkata knew what Snigdhendu Bhattacharya found out about the spread of RSS in every nook and cranny of Bengal? Even political analysts in Kolkata talk of the rise of the right after the BJP's spectacular performance in Bengal in the 2019 Lok Sabha polls. Bengal is not Kolkata and Kolkata is not Bengal, which is perhaps why the rise of the right comes as such a surprise to some sections of Bengalis. Chapter 8 is going to be insane. Chotolok versus Bhadralok. Wait, let's take a pee and water break once again. How many pages left? Let's see. We are going to start page 91. The book ends at page 130. We were not going to read it fully, but okay. Coming back soon, guys, okay?
বসন্ত এলো পাতা ছড়া বয়স পাড়ার সময় কিভাবে কে জানে এত রঙের সাথে হলো পরিচয় হৃদয়ে কিছু দিয়ে যাচ্ছে যে আমি কার কি আমার ভুলে যাচ্ছি দিন রাতে
Ashkacham is asking, when was this single released? I did not release it on any audio platforms so that I could use it in my live streams as well, because otherwise I would get copyright strikes from my own song. But this is up only on my music personal music YouTube channel. I do my upload my non-professional personal hobby kind of uploads, which has about 500 subscribers. It's called Nirajan Music, Nerajan. It's called Boshanto Elo, Boshonto space ELO. This song was written and composed, meaning the vocal melody. That's called composition. Rest of it is arrangement. So the vocal melody was composed, and the lyrics were written by the guy who has sung the Akla Chalore, which is in the intro and outro of my live streams these days. Chorolok versus Bhadralok, September 2020. The crowd has thinned at the tea stall next to the Shiv Mandir near Santoshpur Lake in South Kolkata. COVID-19 must be the main reason why the number of people who turn up in the evenings here to chat with Monoranjan Bapari, that Trinamool Matua, who turn up in the evenings here to chat with Monoranjan Bapari while sipping steaming lebucha, lemon tea, has reduced. The other reason, the writer activist tells me, is jealousy. সহ্য করতে পারছে না, জানো দাদা ভাই, they're not able to digest it, my brother. Bapari tells me, talking about his appointment as chairman of the just formed Dalit Sahitya Academy by Mamata Banerjee. Even without his current elevation, Bapari's life is tough for the movies, a Desi Shantarams, if you will. Born in 1950 in East Pakistan in a Namashudra family, Bapari migrated to West Bengal with his parents when he was only 3 years old. Hunger drove him from place to place, from odd job to odd job, from shanty house to prison. He was at various times a rickshaw puller, a refugee who was sodomized by a policeman, and a Naxal who survived the bullet and became a writer, a self-confessed Chorolok. He has cleaned Bhadralok toilets as well as written books that have won him awards and accolades at international literature festivals. Bapari knows Bengal downside up. His book Interrogating My Chandal Life, an autobiography of a Dalit, was the toast of the Jaipur Literature Festival in 2018. Bapari's writings would have remained hidden under the backseat of the cycle rickshaw he pulled had it not been for a chance encounter with activist writer Mahashweta Devi. He helped his books get published, opening the gates for protest literature in the genteel world of Kolkata's culture keepers. That, though, did not do much for Bapari, who spent 23 long years after that as a cook in a state-run school. Mahashweta Devi is the mother of Navarun Bhattacharya, right? Or Navanita Devshan. Can someone confirm? Where are the older Bengalis, people who are older than me? Mahashweta Devi is the mother of, I think, Navarun Bhattacharya. Anit Das. I am never going to answer that question, especially not in public. It's not my place to answer that. How can you even ask me this? Holy shit. Keep researching. Listen to what Rajashrandi has said, how to start, how to do it if you want to do it under the guru, how to do it how to do it in ways that don't need a guru. Do it that way. Though did not do much for them. I met Bapari first when I was writing Blood Island, and he became the subject of a chapter. Standing near this same tea stall 3 years ago, Bapari and I had gone back to 1978 to a small island called Modijhapi in the Sundarbans, where the left front government had carried out one of the worst massacres in the history of independent India. Bapari is one of the survivors of that massacre, a witness to the unspeakable horrors that were unleashed on that island. Quote, why do you think Jyoti Basu, the then Chief Minister of West Bengal, could do what he did in Modijhapi? Because he knew we were Chotolok, meaning lower caste basically. We do not matter. Exactly. This is why it was a caste-based massacre, even it was not done just because Jyoti Basu was a Manusmriti reader. Okay? Caste operates in mysterious ways, guys. Have you ever read Binoy Mojumdar? Uh, who is he? Can you remind me? Then I'll remember if I have read him or not. Okay, Brahmo. Here you bring up an interesting point, but it is a way to say fuck you back. This is why concepts like slut walk, concepts like the N word being owned by those people. That, oh, you thought this was a slur against us. You use this as a slur against us for decades and centuries, right? We are now proud of this term. We are owning this. Fuck off. That's the way to do it. I'm thinking of other examples. Yeah, like many right wing social media handles you see, they write pagan or kafir and stuff. That's how it works. That's how the 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 least consequential fuck you back that you can say without getting killed and stuff, without too much consequences. That can. Fidel Shotaka. Okay, no, I haven't read. Yeah, only I've heard of him forever. I have not read. Muslim channel. I have not read anything above Kishore Sahitya in Bengali, to be truthful, because by the time I got to the age of reading something other than Kishore Sahitya, I was in a convent school. Even in a convent school, I was reading Feluda Kakababu only. But after that, when I grew up, I got too much interested in sports, and whatever time I had left for reading, I was reading only English stuff. So therefore, I did not read anything significant Bengali other than the kids stuff. Yes, Eke Brahmo. Yes, that's what at least Manoranjan Bapari, that's how he is doing it. Like I started my own way of being a proud black guy when I was being bullied as well. I started thinking that, yeah, I'm superior because I'm black, because so is Vivian Richards. Of course, gigantic dick was a possibility, and all those black cricketers from West Indies had such insane physiques and stuff. So I thought, I'm a part of them, bro. I'm not a part of you fucking soy boy Bengalis. Sanatani Gen Z. That is my jam. Yes. Yes, Sanatani Gen Z. That is why it's the name of my channel. Because this name must mean something else for the next few decades. I'm reclaiming that term. So, if there were upper caste refugees on that island, the left front could not have done what they did. End quote. Pepari had told me. Now he fears worse is coming. You see, this is where Pepari is wrong. If they were Brahmins, Boidos, Kaistos, but with the exact same kinds of cultural capital, which was practically, I guess it's cultural capital of a different kind. So if they had cultural capital just like the Dalits, even then Jyoti Bosu would have fucked them. So it's not casteist in that sense. But again, it's casteist in the true sense, in the Max Weberian sense, if they were Brahmins, Boidos, Kaistos who read Shakespeare, Marx, Dostoevsky, Rabindranath, then and only then would Jyoti Basu would have not killed them. Okay, this is the nature of caste. Now you pick and choose what do you want to call a caste. Ahaha. Bulle Shah to Manoranjan Bapari. We are all saying the same things. Now he fears worse is coming. Quote, there was caste bias in the left leaders, but they had learned how to hide it well after Modi Chapi. Now it is all out in the open. Manu is walking around us, head held high, and making the OBC a prime minister and the Bengal BJP state president. or in dam. Head held high. His phone has not stopped ringing since 14th September, the day when Mamata Banerjee announced his chairmanship of the academy. Raja bolega, which the BJP sees as a SOP to Bengal's Dalits in order to stop them from voting against her party in 2021. Quote, Didi wants to promote Dalit literature, set up library and address issues related to my people. Check out who's the West Bengal Minister of West Bengal. Google it, guys, right now. You'll have fun. So, set up a library and address issues related to my people. For the first time, such initiative is being taken in West Bengal. We will try to bring everyone working on Dalit literature under one umbrella. I plan to set up one such institute in all districts of the state with headquarters in Kolkata with public money. End quote. Why did Mamata Banerjee elevate him to this post so late in her term? Elections are due next year and Bengal has population that is 23.5% Dalit, which may make or mar Mamata's fortunes. Is it not natural for tongues to wag? Quote, Dada Bhai, Mamata is a Banerjee, a Brahmin, a lady from the upper caste. Yet she has taken this revolutionary step. Why ascribe motive? Is this not a positive step for people like me? See, happy with tokenism. These Bhadralok members of the Bhadralok meaning members of the Gentile society used to hide caste in their heart and speak about the upliftment of the Dalit. Now, thanks to the Manuvadi politics that is being practiced openly, they are showing off their sacred threat. Yet, Mamata has shown the guts to open a Dalit Sahitya Academy. Deep Halder asks, who is practicing Manuvadi politics? Answer, quote, you know the answer very well. Why make me say it? The Chatterjee, the Banerjee and the Chakraborty will vote for the BJP. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what's happening, guys. They are voting. There, I said it. Bapari winks. Where will the Dalit go? End quote. I tell Bapari the BJP has made considerable inroads among Bengal's Dalits. I tell him what I heard in Thakurnagar about my interactions with Shantanu Thakur and the Matuas of the village. Quote, they are being fooled, Dada Bhai. Imagine how deep caste is even in Bengal. It pervaded left politics in India. All the top leaders of the left were upper castes, you know. I won so many awards for my books outside. Not a single newspaper in Kolkata reviewed my books. Yeah. This is proper dangerous stuff. He is taking facts, 100% facts, and coming to insane conclusions from them. So, CPIM was casteist. They did Modi Chapi. They did not give him awards. They did not celebrate him. Therefore, BJP is casteist with a OBC Prime Minister, the tribal president, and a then OBC state president, and with gigantic SC/ST votes. They are the ones who are. What the fuck is this connection? What is this Rantak mathematics again? This is Janki Bakli level stuff. Leftists were casteist, so BJP is now casteist and alleges that Brahmins, both those castes are voting for BJP. Where? Manoj Tiwari and Shoshi Panch after I googled. No, that's not the library minister of West Bengal. No. Not a single newspaper in Kolkata reviewed my books. It is just that they won't abuse you for being a lower caste to your face. Now, think of the BJP. It is a Manuvadi party. Trust me, bro. It not only believes in the caste system, it perpetuates caste. They understand how important the Dalit vote is, and so they are catering to 5% of the Dalit population, hoping to win the votes of 100% of us. But tell me this, why are Dalit activists in jail? Yes, being pro-Dalit means being against law and order, according to Manoranjan Bapari. You only need to look at the entire Bhima Koregaon controversy to know how much hatred the BJP and the RSS have for the Dalit.
Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, speaks our tongue, feels our pain. She defeated the leftists. She will defeat the Manuvadi politicians too. End quote. So will 2021 bring Mamata back? She will be back. Have no doubt about that. Do not go by what the BJP is saying. The Chotolok, the man on the ground, knows the true nature of the BJP. He knows Mamata may have made some mistakes, but she is not here to turn Bengal into Cuba or Vietnam. She is here for the long haul, to change Bengal for the better gradually, to make Bengal the gutter in Cuba. This is not his quote. This is my addition to it. The Chotolok vote is with Mamata, and that is a large chunk, as is the Muslim vote. It is only the Bhadralok, the hypocrite who spoke against caste before while being casteist within, who will vote for the BJP. का लौड़े का कंक्लूजन है, बढ़िया फैक्ट्स दिया है. 2 + 2 = 786. What the fuck? The Brahmins with those castos, the Bhadraloks will vote for BJP. What a genius prediction. Bapari rules the open casteism in Bengal society now. Quote, that is the contribution of the Manuvadi BJP. At least during 34 years of left rule, the Bengali did not talk about caste so openly. Now, even old friends have started attacking me. Somehow, someone I dedicated one of my books to, a friend for years, recently asked why a Dalit Sahitya Academy is being opened. Why not a Brahmin Sahitya Academy? Imagine, Are bhai, why do you need an academy for Brahmins? Brahmins are in all academies anyway. All these people are praying for the BJP to come to power, Dada bhai. Wait, I'll tell you who said this. I was just reading about this a few days back. Someone famous in Bengal said this. Who said this? Who said this? Who said this? Find out if you can. I'll continue with the book. How can a chatukar be a good man? What kind of good man is that? And secondly, what's the point of his goodness? And this is not just chatukar, this is insanity. Bapari may have his reasons for opposing the BJP in Bengal, but a Times of India report of 25th May 2019 says 5 of the 10 Lok Sabha seats reserved for scheduled castes in Bengal went to the BJP, lol, showing that the party has made big dents in the community's Trinamool support base. Quote, the article said, Prime Minister Narendra Modi drove a wedge between the two communities by bringing in religion as part of the Dalit identity. PM Modi and Amit Shah used two tools, NRC and CAB, to distinguish between infiltrators and Hindu refugees. Modi assured citizenship to the Matuas, and the NRC proposal consolidated the migrant Hindus from Bangladesh who left their home complaining of religious persecution. Many of them have apathy, if not antipathy, towards Muslim infiltrators from Bangladesh. Bapari might be right about one thing though. Caste, so far visible only in newspaper advertisements for brides and grooms, is being talked about in Bengal. In the first week of September 2020, Dr. Maruna Murmu commented on a friend's Facebook post saying students' lives were being put at risk by the central government's decision to hold the NEET JEE examinations during the COVID-19 pandemic. Quote, all I had said was that life is long and that it did not matter if exams were not held for 1 year in view of COVID-19, end quote, she later told The Hindu. A student of Bethune College, Paramita Ghosh, reminded Dr. Murmu that she should not comment on the matter since she had benefited from reservation. Holy shit! Dr. Murmu belongs to a tribal community. Soon afterwards, Ghosh put up a Facebook post of her own saying she had put a Shautali Murmu in place. She wrote, Maruna Murmu, what surprised me was the fact that Jadavpur University has professors with such mentality. I am astonished. Let me brief you a bit on the difference between quota and unquota or non-quota.
To know that life is more important than an academic year, one doesn't require to be a professor. Yeah, it requires D3. It's not about lagging 1 year, but about how some unqualified and incompetent people take undue advantage of the reservation system, and their caste is now helping them be successful while the deserving lag forever. Our parents are stepping out, taking a risk every day to get us food, while some are sitting at home and getting paid for doing nothing. End quote. Argumentative Bengalis jumped onto the bandwagon, either supporting or opposing Dr. Murmu on social media. Among the first to come out in solidarity with Dr. Murmu was the head of the Bengali department of Bethune College, but she also got trolled and deleted her post. Dr. Murmu's friend Subhash Soren Sipahi put up this post, quote, Dr. Murmu has repeatedly spoken up publicly about casteist and anti-Adivasi violence in Bhadralok society. For this, she is often attacked publicly by Bhadraloks. We are looking for organizations and individuals who will publicly and legally move with the case, as Dr. Murmu is completely exhausted after fighting on so many fronts because fuck free speech. I'm too tired to debate on Twitter, so I'll just ask the police to do my job. Dekho, the fuckers who hate Ranveer Allahabadia, this is what you're bringing upon yourself. Because of the existence of the laws you demand to pursue Ranveer Allahabadia, this is what is going to be done to you with the same laws. So will this binary play a decisive role in 2021? The binary of the essentially Manuvadi Bhadralok and the Chotolok whom they despise? There is no easy answer to this. Firstly, who are the Bhadralok? In Bengali society, one born to a higher caste doesn't automatically get to be a Bhadralok. It is the books you have read, the films you have watched, the culture magazines you subscribe to, the cultural references you can drop in conversations, symbolic capital, social capital as well. And definitely cultural capital, of course. Magazines you subscribe to, the cultural references you can drop in conversations, the universality of your moorings, and much more that get you entry into the Bhadralok club. But it mostly happens with Brahmins, Vaidhas, and Kaistas. I got sort of a caste jump because of studying in a convent. Born a Banerjee, Brahmin, Mamta, whose appeal had traditionally been with the rural masses, tried hard to step into this club ever since she became chief minister in 2011. The Bhadralok Marxists, her arch rivals before the BJP entered the political fray in Bengal, had dubbed her a Chotolok, calling her everything from TKG, part-time house help, to prostitute. Perhaps to shake off that image, or maybe purely out of love for literature, she even took to writing poetry. And like Buddha Bhattacharya used to say about Mamata Banerjee, that Aparad Jagoter Bhasha, the language she spoken. Arindam is saying, have you ever noticed who are the owners of the fruit shops in Kolkata? They have total control of the supply chain of electronic parts and fish. No fucking clue. Very few Dalits who do Dalit stuff. Grow laborers, read newspapers. Yes. Will criticizing Bapadi attract SCST Act? That's what I'm basically getting a vibe of. Tomar Nam? Hello, hi. Your name? Hello, hi. Baban Nam? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is a poem by Mamata Banerjee. Holy shit. Baban Nam, see you bye. Okay, I'll first read it in Bengali, guys, and then read it in English. Otherwise, it's going to be too much of a mind fuck. তোমার নাম হ্যালো হাই, বাবার নাম সি ইউ বাই, মায়ের নাম হাই ফাই, বোনের নাম সুইটি পাই, যাচ্ছ কোথায় ফেস্ট করতে, ফিরবে কখন ঘুম ঘুমোতে, খাবার মেনু চিলি চিলতে, পেট ভরবে চিপস ঠান্ডাতে, শরীর কেমন একেবারে স্লিম, শরীর চর্চা করো আছে তো জিম, এত রোগা ওটাই তো ড্রিম, অসুখ করলে আছে মেডিক্লেম। ওকে, the English translation of these famous Bengali shlokas. Your name, hello hi. Dad's name, see you bye. Mom's name, hi fi. Sister's name, sweetie pie. Where are you going? To a fest. When will you be back to sleep? Dinner menu, chilli chilte. Dibda didn't bother translating this word chilte. What the fuck does it mean, chilli chilte? Will that suffice? There's cold chips also. How's your health? Very slim. Do you take care of your health? I gym. So slim. That is the dream. What if you fall sick? There's Mediclaim. নাম কি রে তোর? গ্রাম মূলাজোর। নিবাস কোথায়? নীলমণি রায়। মা গো। Titled Name, this poem is part of Ajob Chhora, nonsense poems by Banerjee. Her verse quickly became fodder for memes and endless ridicule in WhatsApp chat groups and on social media. But the Chief Minister is undeterred. She also paints and sings, inviting the ire of Kolkata's culture keepers every time she does so. Does so बोल रहा हूँ भाई मेरा भी culture capital का लौड़े लगने वाला है. She quotes film stars and directors, painters and poets, yet acceptance among the Bhadralok eludes her. Interestingly, her arch rival from the BJP, the Saffron Party's Bengal chief Dilip Ghosh, has never bothered to suck up to the Bhadralok, in the words of a party member close to him. Call it political prudence that may pay off in the 2021 elections. Ghosh has never tried to shake off either his OBC caste or his rusticity. From claiming there is gold in cow's milk to declaring that the coronavirus pandemic is over, even as the tally was sharply rising across the country, Ghosh has managed to keep the outrage brigade on social media rather busy. When the BJP Bengal chief attacked Mamata Banerjee for not taking a cue from the BJP governments in UP and Assam to shoot anti-CA protesters like quote-unquote like dogs, even party colleague and Minister of State for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Babul Supriyo, publicly distanced himself from the comments. Many thought Ghosh would be pulled up and later replaced from his post as Bengal chief. But Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah did not say a word on this, and Ghosh continues to be party chief. Even when 2 FIRs were filed against him for his comments, Ghosh was unperturbed. Quote, I stick to my comments. I'm not bothered about the criticism. Whatever I have said is in favor of the country, end quote. He told republicworld.com on 16 January 2020. A figure of ridicule among the Bhadralok, whose electoral significance is minuscule, Ghosh perhaps has the confidence of the BJP that the Chotolok will rally behind him. But the Trinamool Congress has been trying a new tactic. Over mutton cello kebabs at Park Street's uppity joint Peter Cat, a senior journalist friend who keeps a sharp eye on politics and culture in Bengal tells me that, thanks to the BJP, the Bhadralok may finally be warming up to Banerjee. Not only that, the Bhadralok-Chotolok divide may be diminishing in that face of a larger threat, the threat to Bengali identity itself. Very well said, yes. The only time the Bhadraloks actually liked Mamata Banerjee was in 2021 to prevent Hindutva fascism. How so? Quote, see, there are, of course, those who want the BJP to come in because of their disdain for Muslims and opposition to minority appeasement and Manuvad, to hitch the Bengal wagon to larger nationalistic narrative. But the Bhadralok is also acutely fearful of North Indian culture sweeping through Bengal and marginalizing the Bengali in his own land. Yeah, as if BJP doesn't win, that's not going to happen. And this is not something even the so-called Chotolok will take kindly to. Some of us Bhadralok feel for the Bengali identity with the same fervor that the French do their identity. We hitch our wagon to the world and only geographically to India. And it is here that Mamata Banerjee can score over the BJP. Look at these Bishwa Bangla storerooms that her government has promoted. They are essentially authentic handcrafted items from the state, from saris to sculptures to knickknacks. But she has named it Bishwa Bangla, Bengal in the world. This is the sharpest contrast to the Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan narrative of the BJP, end quote. Does she think this strategy is working? Quote, promise me you won't name me in your book and I shall tell you, end quote. I nod. Quote, it is working. I don't know whether it is her idea or Prashant Kishore's, but Mamata Banerjee has appealed to the Bengali, and Narendra Modi growing his beard like Tagore or Amit Shah learning Bengali won't change that. Most of us feel we are Bengalis first, Indians later. In fact, in our cultural superiority, we are Indian only in passport. But now, the rest of India, rather North India, warts and all, is being thrust on us by the BJP. The cow is being worshipped. Ram Navami is being celebrated. The prime real estate of Kolkata anyways was being bought over by North Indians and Gujaratis. Yeah, nobody else. So it is a sense of forced religiosity that also Bidda asks, so is it a sense of forced religiosity that the Bhadralok fear? Quote, many of us are religious. Ha, this is my answer. See, religiosity will get you nowhere in life in this particular battle we are fighting, okay? Many of us are religious. We just hate everything that has to do with our religion. That's the Rantak math, okay? Many of us are religious. It is not as if left rule had turned this state godless, yes. Even during 34 years of the left rule, we celebrated Durga Puja with aplomb. Some of the left leaders, like Subhash Chakraborty, also actively participated in Pujo. But we do it on our own terms. There are biryani stalls outside Pujo pandals. A Durga Puja pandal in Kolkata promoted communal harmony by playing the azan because they did not know the second line, the translation of the second line of azan. Some of us do not even desist from eating beef during this time. We do not see a problem with that. But the BJP, which is so anal about religion, will restrict the spirit of Bengal. Muhammad Ali Park hosts one of the most popular Durga Puja pandals in Kolkata because great money laundering opportunities galore. I'm not saying Muhammad Ali Park does money laundering. I'm saying organizing pujas or organizing fests and stuff, college fests, are a great opportunity for laundering money. So who organizes this has, or who opposes this has often nothing to do with their religiosity or opposition to a particular religion. Muhammad Ali Park hosts one of the most popular Durga Puja pandals in Kolkata. It is located near Calcutta University and is named after freedom fighter Muhammad Ali Jawhar. Muhammad Ali Jawhar. It is secular Kolkata's shining example. Muhammad Ali Park Durga Puja not only brings together people of divergent faiths but has also made a mark over the years for its quote-unquote theme pujos. We fear BJP coming to Bengal in 2021 will end all of this. Go to any restaurant, pub or disc, you will hear Hindi film music playing. Yeah, that's happening because of BJP. You will hear people speaking in Hindi or English. Even the biggest producer of Bengali commercial cinema, SVF Entertainment Private Limited, is owned by non-Bengalis Srikant Mohta and Mahendra Soni. All this has not happened due to the BJP, oh thank God. But the BJP will further marginalize the Bengali identity in Bengal. That is our fear. So BJP will open 3-4 more film production organizations run by Marwaris, or open more bars that play Hindi. What the fuck is going to be done by BJP more than what's already happening? End quote. And so strong is this fear that a scientist from Harvard University came back to Kolkata to save Bengal from non-Bengalis. Our neuroscientist, making statements to the effect that all of India's problems could be solved if people from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar and Marwaris and Gujaratis were restricted to their own states for their livelihood. Now under fire for spreading linguistic chauvinism in Bengal, Gorgo Chatterjee's organization, Bengali rights group Bangla Pokkho, targeted non-Bengalis living in Bengal for diluting the Bengali identity and taking away jabs from Bengalis. While his detractors blamed him for doing a Shiv Sena in Bengal, Chatterjee publicly made common cause with Tamil linguistic and cultural pride as a direct opposition to the dominance of the Hindi linguistic and cultural identity. In debates on national television, Chatterjee took on BJP spokespersons, defended Mamata Banerjee, and ridiculed the imposition of Hindi language and culture. In television debates that were conducted in English, he would start speaking in Bangla if his opponents on the show used Hindi words. There were occasions when he began to speak in Bangla even when the debates were being conducted in Hindi. On the streets, Chatterjee's quote-unquote boys were accused of heckling Hindi-speaking shopkeepers in and around Kolkata for having put up name boards in Hindi or for conducting their business in that language. I have myself seen Chatterjee put up such videos on his Facebook page, which he later took down. He supported the Trinamool Congress on Twitter and on television. And there was speculation that Banerjee's party had given tacit support to Chatterjee's movement. While not publicly admitting so. After an FIR was registered against him in June for hurting Ahom sentiments with his comments on Sukapha, founder of the Ahom dynasty, Chatterjee has gone quiet. But the fact that such a movement could gain traction in Bengal shows that among a certain section of Bengalis, the idea of quote-unquote outsiders diluting their cultural identity has created much fear and loathing. And it is this fear that filmmaker Moinag Bhomik finds worrisome. Oh my God. Moinak Bhomik, the sort of Manos Shisho and kind of direct Shisho of Anjan Datta as well. What a great director. And he could have done so much more. Whatever he did was pretty awesome. I don't know what stuff he directs these days because I watch Bengali films almost never these days, but what a phenomenal director. He was a famous director of Amra, assisted Anjan Datta in countless films, Bong Connection, etc. He is a solid guy. No, not many people have watched Amra. And it is this fear that filmmaker Moinak Bhomik finds worrisome. Bhomik, who divides his time between New York City and Kolkata, tells me that Bengalis feel they are liberal and culturally superior to other Indians because they have not seen the world. Holy shit. Fuck. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I had no idea Moinak Bhomik thinks like this. I'll have to mark this. An insane quote is coming up. Boishali will love it. What a phenomenal director and a phenomenal thing to say here. This is nice. Moinak Bhomik says, being an Indian who had the privilege of being brought up globally, I have a better perspective of who a real Bengali is. The average Bengali seems to be well-read, celebrates Tagore and Satyajit Ray, publicly proclaims that he is open-minded. But scratch the surface and you will find him to be a stubborn, parochial racist, suffering from a deep-rooted sense of inferiority. We celebrate Tagore and Ray because the West acknowledged them. On our own, we are not confident of who we are and what we have to offer. Let me give you an example. We celebrate Ravi Shankar because George Harrison teamed up with him and the West quoted him. Now tell me, do Punjabis need the approval of the West to make Dalit Mehendi famous? End quote. So he doesn't find quote-unquote outsiders from other states coming and diluting Bengali culture a problem. Quote, why do we have to fear dilution of our culture if it is so strong? How can identifying with the country be a bad thing? Fuck! Are Moinak Bhomik, where is this guy? Oh, finally, someone who is near about my age group at least, who is not completely insane. I still have hopes. Then, fuck. Will he live in Bengal and make Bengali movies? How can identifying with the country be a bad thing? How does stereotyping people from other states and infantilizing other cultures make you culturally superior? In fact, I feel if Bengalis became more patriotic about the country they stay in, it will bring down their hypocrisy. What the fuck is this quote from Moinak Bhomik? I did not know Halder has spoken to these people. Fuck. I'm going to meet him again very soon. I'm going to be a kid in a candy store and ask him about these people. At Saurabh Shikhtar's spacious apartment in Alipur, one of Kolkata's most affluent residential areas, the conversation moved from culture to food to politics. Shikhtar, nephew and political heir of the late Tapan Shikhtar, a minister of state in Atal Bihari Vajpayee's National Democratic Alliance government, is now National Secretary of BJP's youth wing. I see. Over mutton keema ghugni, Shikhtar took me back in time to his college days when he sought out watering holes like Khalatitola, Boroduari and Chota Bristol, bars once frequented by the Chotolok before a new band of writers and filmmakers began to visit them and break the class divide. Meaning bars, acha. Legend has it that at one corner table of Chota Bristol, filmmaker Hrithik Ghatak would drown his sorrows in whiskey. Quote, I used to frequent those places, not for the alcohol, but for the food and to soak in the history of a Calcutta long gone. I learnt the recipe of this mutton keema ghugni you are having now from there. Later in life, when I started going to Kolkata's elite clubs, I missed the cozy ambience of Khalashitola, Borduari and Chota Bristol. I've never heard of these places. This is mainly a North Kolkata vibe. There are many Kolkatas in one Kolkata, many Bengals in one Bengal. So when you talk about Bengali culture, let me ask you, Which Bengal are you talking about? End quote. Well said. Which Bengal does the BJP know? After all, its adversaries call it an outsider party. Quote, let me tell you this. Let me tell you, this quote unquote outsider party has been in Bengal since 1980. That's 40 years. Except for Vishnukant Shastri, none of our party chiefs in Bengal has been a non Bengali. Even Vishnuji was a Sanskrit professor in Calcutta University and had soaked in the Bengali culture. The man who made BJP popular in Bengal, my late uncle, Tapan Shikdar, who, by the way, when he was alive, spoke to Tommy Robinson before anyone knew of Tommy Robinson in the whole world. Check out his podcast with Tommy Robinson back in 2017. The man who made BJP popular in Bengal, my late uncle, Tapan Shikdar, was a Bangladeshi refugee himself. He knew the pain of losing home and hearth, which so many refugees in Bengal today still feel, and to whom the CAA has come as a blessing. Take our later party residents in Bengal. Take our later party presidents in Bengal, from Rahul Sinha to Shatrubrat Mukherjee to Tathagata Roy. All are Bangladeshi refugees. Our current president Dilip Ghosh is from Mednipur district and understands the pulse of rural Bengal. The BJP in Bengal has grown from the soil. Our detractors can say anything they like. The people of Bengal know who we are. End quote. But there is fear that the BJP is bringing in Ram to tear apart Bengal's secular fabric. Quote, near Howrah city, there is this place, Ramrajatola. It is very close to Kolkata. Go and visit that place. It is a 100% Bengali neighborhood. There is a 250-year-old Ram Mandir there. All these years, who have gone to pray at that temple? Non-Bengalis. A few people in Kolkata had so far decided what Bengalis should see, read, eat, hear. No more. Let Bengalis decide for themselves. As far as the BJP is concerned, we are not importing any culture from outside. End quote. I think near this place only, or a place in near Shatragachi, there's a place of devout Ram Bhakts in Bengal for centuries, where till this date, no matter what your age, each and every one in the village, every guy, every man in the village is named somehow or the other after Lord Ram, okay? Like this Ram, that Ram, this Raghu, that Raghu, Raghunandan, etc. Some permutation combination, Ram will be in your name, okay? Why then did an organization like Bangla Pakko come up? There must be some fear on the ground. This is Deep Haldar's question. That guy, what Shikdar? Shorab Shikdar replies, quote, beating up poor migrant workers, tea stall owners and small shopkeepers who may speak Hindi but have been in Bengal for ages is a fight for Bengali pride. Are Bengalis so shallow that they have to attack economic migrants from other states to feel important? And when has Gorgo Chatterjee ever spoken up for what Bengal needs? When Sanjeev Goenka owned CSC Limited, which supplies power to Kolkata and its neighborhood, started sending in exorbitant bills to its customers, it was me and my party colleagues who hit the streets in protest, even as Mamata Banerjee didn't utter a word against the non-Bengali industrialist, and neither did Gorgo Chatterjee. End quote. So is the BJP eyeing the Chotolok vote or the Bhadralok vote in 2021? Question by Deepda. That guy answers, firstly, I find the word Chotolok very problematic. Some Bhadralok have for long derided those who are not like them. They are hypocrites and racists. From the cultured Bengali in the city to the poorest farmer in the village, BJP stands for all of Bengal, end quote. Chapter 9 is called Law and Disorder. September 2020. My friend N, okay, just an N. My friend N owns a cinema hall in Kolkata. Specifying where in Kolkata would be a threat to his safety and detrimental for his business. Okay. Yeah, I know who he's talking about. N tells me when we meet at the managing director's plush cabin tucked away in part of the old cinema hall building, hidden from the crowds of cinema lovers who troop in daily to watch movies, quote, you know how things are, end quote. The business was run by N's father before. But now he has left it in N's able hands. We talk about this and that, about the emergence of middle of the road cinema in Bengali and changing viewer tastes, before N talks about how difficult it is to do business in Bengal today. Cut money, I ask. Quote, that is there everywhere. No matter which state or which city you set up your business in, cut money is the passport to smooth operations because fucking bureaucracy. How difficult it is for businessmen like me to operate today even after paying hafta is what I am talking about. End quote. Is it worse than before? Quote, I will tell you of an incident. I was around 20 years old, had not yet graduated from college, but dad asked me to start looking after the business. It was both hard work and fun to learn the ropes of the family business. As a Marwari, business runs in my blood. Soon enough, I was making plans to modernize the hall. But I was not ready for one of the biggest challenges that was to come my way. End quote. The incident took place during an evening show. N was winding up for the day. An assistant came up running to N. Quote, he was so hassled he could hardly speak. There is a crowd outside with drawn swords wanting to get in. We have closed the theatre's collapsible entry gate, but I fear they will break in, he told me. The next 1 hour was a nightmare for N. What he could gather was the crowd was from the neighboring Muslim shanty town led by a local left toughie. I know what hall is being talked about, and I know what local shanty is being talked about. Okay, that guy, all those guys are absolutely in Trinamool today. His sons, maybe. The toughie. They had got news that a political rival whom the toughie had a score to settle with was inside the hall, watching the movie that was running. The crowd had come to, quote unquote, take action in the cinema hall itself. I dialed the local police, but I knew by the time they arrived it might be too late. I thought I should go up front and plead with them with folded hands to spare my cinema hall. And I did. By that time, the gate was broken down, my boys and I were shoved aside, and the crowd went inside the hall. They forced us to put the lights on, spotted the man they were searching for, and put a sword through him. Interesting. This I did not know about. 20 years back. So, to the year 2005. Holy shit. No, this book came out in 2021. So, 2001. The same year, Awami League's defeat caused a genocide massacre in Bangladesh. Sword through the heart right in front of this cinema hall. Let me tell you a story in this context. It will be important. I have a friend who is that kind of a personality. He sits down with 2-3 people, no matter where in the world, no matter what the fuck the economic or social class of that person, except maybe upper castes can't really tolerate him, Brahmins with those castes. But other than that, he makes friends with anyone and everyone like this. Okay, everyone becomes his friend, everyone wants to help him out, everyone seeks his help and stuff. That's kind of the personality he has. Phenomenal guy. Now, he is genuinely apolitical, has absolutely close friends in the Trinamool as well as BJP. One of his best friends is in Trinamool, one of his best friends is in BJP. Now, and therefore, suffice to say, he has plenty of connections with people you would hire to manage elections, kind of stuff. Okay, he of course never uses them. I'm not apologizing for him, but he knows that if you use those kinds of people or seek help from them once in your life, you'll be indebted to them. Those kinds of people win weird, creepy fucking ways that he doesn't want for himself. He just met those people through some corrections, and he remained in cordial terms with them, never using them. Now, even that guy, one day I saw, we were hanging around near this cinema hall, and some guys from the local shanty came about to talk to a junior guy, a junior friend of ours. Okay, he's like 4 or 5 years younger than us, and he runs a shop there. Those guys were in his shop at 2 in the night. We were hanging out in front of his shop, and those guys come drunk and were not really being impolite, but you could tell that they would snap at like this. Okay, if your eye contact or your word choice, tone, if it went a little, if you zig a little when you should have zagged, they were going to bring out knives and guns and stuff, and were intoxicated out of their fucking minds to even care about jail time and stuff. Okay, so even such a friend who has connections in every strata of Bengali society, he said to that brotherly junior friend of ours that, be a little careful with these guys. These guys are rowdy beyond recognition. These are friends with that XYZ, and but they are pretty much out of control when they are in the middle of the night roaming around in the streets. So that was pretty a shocking revelation for me, that I thought a guy with his connections should not fear anybody. So even he felt fear for that junior friend of ours who has shops in that place. So even he has pretty good connections with those kinds of election manager kind of people. But you see, as MMA fighters say, there are levels to this. So there are caste hierarchies even among the election managerial professions. Okay, what a state we are living in. Fuck, this is Bihar shit. Shri Malda Babu is asking, is this live? Yes, this is live. If it says live, it's live. If it says premiering, it means it's not live. Bye bye, Goshalidi. Okay, let's continue. So, spotted the man they were searching for and put a sword through him. It was like a scene from Ram Gopal Verma's Shiva. The mob left. There were screams and wails from the viewers inside the hall. We managed to call an ambulance and send the poor sod to the hospital. The police never came, but I was called to the local police thana soon after to give my statement. The guy who was leading the mob and who had actually attacked the man inside the hall, the victim luckily survived after months in hospital, was sitting there coolly, as if nothing had happened. And the officer in charge asked me what had happened at my theater. I broke into a cold sweat. The culprit was right there, next to me. What could I have said? Luckily for me, a mid-level CPIM leader came in, told the officer in charge the whole incident was an internal matter of the party, and that the party would handle it, and no one else needed to be questioned. That was how the matter was resolved. So you see, BJP is going to do bad things to Bengal. This story is from 20 years ago in the... Okay, I won't say where. And how has it become worse under Mamata Banerjee? I mean, it was incredulous what N just had told me. Quote, the point I am trying to make is the hierarchy in the left was clearly established. There would be law and order issues from time to time, but the party knew how to handle it. For instance, fuck, this is exactly what I just said. There's no hierarchy and there's no control over anyone. This is exactly what I was meaning to say right now, that even a guy with such connections has to fear, because the other such guy opposite of standing opposite him is stoned out of his mind. Not really stoned, is high out of his mind and might do something if he just gets pissed off a little. There would be law and order issues from time to time, but the party knew how to handle it. For instance, we knew who we had to pay hafta to. This local leader who had come to the police station to save the day called for me a few years later. I knew what I was being called for. His daughter was getting married, and as a businessman from his locality, I was expected to make a handsome donation. I was ready with rupees 10 lakh, a big amount those days. When we met, he told me he needed only rupees 5 lakh and that I would not be invited to the marriage ceremony, as it would be bad optics for a pakka communist to have the owner of a cinema hall as a guest at his daughter's wedding. What the fuck? But the thing is, I knew I was safe after making that payment. No one else from the party would ask me for money for anything. With Mamata Banerjee, what has happened, there are at least 3 leaders from a single area, all belonging to the same Trinamool Congress, and one has to cater to the needs of all of them. Exactly. We do not know who is more powerful than the other, as equations within the party keep changing and we end up paying for all of them. See, this is what I was saying. My friend who has connections with all sorts of election managers and political parties has to fear this guy. Here to learn. Why do you feel it's that hall? We do not know who is more powerful than the other as equations, and we end up paying for all of them. Frustrated, N sought out a friend's friend who knew someone who had access to the chief minister's office and sent in a request. Quote, all I asked for was one name, one person whom I would have to pay every month to do my business peacefully, one person and a fixed amount. Luckily, I was given a name and number and told that in case of any problem, I had to call this man. I am better off since then. End quote. Fuck. चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस से पूछ के कॉन्टैक्ट निकालना पड़ा कि भाई आपके किसी भोसरी वाले गुंडे को पैसा देना है ना, कौन से भोसरी वाले गुंडे को पैसा दे, उसका कॉन्फर्मेशन चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस से आ रहा है. But now Deepta is writing, but his is a businessman's perspective. What about the man on the street? He replies, quote, forget the man on the street. You think policemen are safe here? A few months ago, the officer in charge of a police station in South Kolkata conducted a raid on makeshift gambling dens that used to operate in an open park in the evening. He and his men put all the gamblers in a police van and were driving back to the police station. By that time, news spread of the arrests and a large crowd had gathered outside the police station. The cops were outnumbered, thrashed. The officer in charge was hit with chappals and the men who were arrested were forcibly taken away. Nothing happened. The local Trinamool Congress leader said he would look into the matter. Going through life in the state without a scratch is a big deal, trust me. When Mamata Banerjee came to power, many of us had hoped for true Poriborton. Look what we got. Arindam, which statement? But by the time end quote. But by the time West Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar summoned Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to brief him on the deteriorating law and order situation in West Bengal in July 2020, much water had flown under the second Hooghly Bridge and many lives scratched out in Bengal. On social media, Dhankar said opposition leaders were hunted by quote-unquote partisan police acting as political workers. Quote, given enormity of decline in law and order, have urged CM Mamata official to urgently brief me. This as ... political leaders and opposition MPs and MLAs being virtually hunted out of public space by partisan politics, acting as political workers. This cannot be allowed in democracy. Oh, that horrible English again by boomerang Indian uncles. End quote. Dhankar tweeted on 23rd July 2020. The governor said, it was a quote-unquote grim situation, alarming decline, and a worrisome spectacle. Quote, we cannot afford to have a police that does not act in accordance with law but acts in a partisan manner like a political worker of the ruling party, end quote, he said. A report in The Hindu on 9th January 2020 said, quote, West Bengal reported the maximum number of political murders in 2018, says a report by the National Crime Records Bureau. The number of murders due to quote-unquote political reason in West Bengal stood at 12, followed by 9 in Bihar and 7 in Maharashtra. In all, 54 political murders were reported in the country in 2018. In 2017, the number of such cases stood at 98. The data are not in consonance with an advisory sent by the Ministry of Home Affairs to the West Bengal government last year. In an advisory sent on June 15, the Ministry of Home Affairs had said political violence in West Bengal had claimed 96 lives and that the quote-unquote unabated violence over the years was a matter of deep concern. But Bengal has had a history of political violence. Has it become worse? Kolkata-based journalist Joydeep Majumdar says it has. Quote, political violence in Bengal has always been high. Violence against women has also been so. That is because of politicization of the police force, right since the reign of Siddhartha Shankar Rai, Chief Minister of West Bengal, 1972 through 77. The CPIM, being a cadre-based party, managed it well. There would be horrific incidents, but the party's local committee secretaries would ensure that the chaos was somehow managed. The problem with Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress is it is disorganized and faction-ridden. Hence, Bengal is worse off now. And so we are in Wasipur right now, basically. Majumdar recalls an incident at Bhavanipur police station soon after Mamata Banerjee came to power. We all know what he's talking about. 6 months after taking charge as the chief minister on the back of campaign promises like establishing the rule of law, Banerjee had walked from her home on the Bhawanipur police station, walked from her home to the Bhawanipur police station on 6 November 2011 and allegedly forced policemen to release two youths detained an hour earlier for hooliganism. TV news channels had covered the drama non-stop. India Today reported the incident. Quote, Taposh Shaha and Shambhu Shau were part of a group of 300-odd youngsters from a local club indulging in high-decibel Jagodhatri Puja celebrations in front of the Chittaranjan National Cancer Institute. So you see, for a lot of crazy Hindutva, this is actually a great thing that Mamata did. She builds Jagannath Mandir in Digha and also frees two Hindu guys, one Bengali Saha and one Bihari guy, for just proudly, unapologetically celebrating Jagodhatri Pujo. Why shouldn't they be? Why shouldn't the DJ play loud music during Jagodhatri Puja? Why should they be arrested? Mamata Banerjee is a true Hindu leader, Hindu Shenni, who went to the police station and freed them. The Bhawanipur police intervened, asked the revelers to stop bursting crackers and clear the busy Shyama Prasad Mukherjee road which they had blocked. The youngsters went berserk and pelted stones at the policemen, who resorted to lathi charge. A pitched battle then ensued, in which a number of vehicles were damaged and the police station ransacked. Quote, the Kalighat-based club Shivak Shangho, whose members clashed with the police, is run, among others, by Mamta's brother Baban. Baban Ghosh. Baban Ghosh is not Mamta's brother, right? The chief minister arrived at Bhawanipur police station and shouted at senior policemen, including then police commissioner Ranjit Pachnanda, deputy commissioner South DP Singh, and Indrajit Ghosh Dosidar, the officer in charge of the police station, for failing to control the unruly mob. Shaha and Shau were released immediately. What a great gay love story. It can be made into a movie. Shaha and Shau, a fight for Jagodhatri Puja. Beautiful. Eke Brahmo, which part? What did they say? Oh, acha. What I was saying sarcastically, I see. Rishabh is saying, my girlfriend is from Ghaziabad. She legit asked me the other day, how will you convince my parents if we're going to stay in Kolkata? Everyone says how unsafe Bengal is. I don't know what to say to her. I don't think you should convince her parents. Why the fuck would she come here to live with you? Pirasho Chaka was dedicated to Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak by Binoy Mojumdar, only prominent Namashudra poet. I see. Eyewitnesses said Banerjee had approached the crowd and promised action against the police. She had directed an assistant commissioner of police to investigate police high-handedness, quote-unquote. And such was the fear among the police that when asked to comment on the matter, Ghosh Dosidar had told India Today, quote, I can't comment. Please ask Madam Mamata Banerjee about the developments in any case, end quote. So you see what a life. You get into, you become the police because you're a power-hungry psychopath who was a bully or was bullied heavily and now wants power to bully other people. You got into it by showing your chacha was Vidhayak, or because you played some obscure sport when you were in high school or college. And you think this is a safe job. It's a cushy job. You will have lots of convenience. You will get a lot of hafta. You will get a lot of bribes. But then a random politician treats you like his or her bitch, and you have to suck their dicks. Kya zindagi hai? Mazumdar says, Jyoti Basu or a Buddhadev Bhattacharya would have simply asked a local leader to get something like this done and not have made the quote-unquote mistake of going to the police station themselves. In 2013, Banerjee fired at Kolkata's top cop Ranjit Kumar Pachnanda for allegedly not towing the TMC line. Banerjee had sacked the police commissioner after the murder of a sub-inspector in Garden Reach at the hands of a worker considered close to a local TMC councillor. An incident captured on television. Quote, such incidents have totally demoralized the police force. And what happens on the ground when the cops are demoralized is that the common man has no one to turn to, Mazumdar says. Quote, Imagine if there is a chain snatching incident with me or someone picks my wallet. I am 200% sure that if I go to the local thana, the cops will be extremely reluctant to register an FIR. They will first want to know about me, my political affiliations, try to find out about the political affiliations of the media house I work for. This is how the crime rate in Bengal is kept artificially low. End quote. Is the situation worse in the interiors of Bengal than in Kolkata in this respect? 58-year-old Rita Kormokar, resident of Purulia, 288 kilometers from Kolkata along National Highway 19, still shudders when she recalls what happened on 10th June 2017 in the town. That day not only left its imprint on Kormokar, but also indelible mark on the psyche of Purulia itself. The date connected this sleepy town to the mainstream political violence of West Bengal. Quote, I have spent almost 50 years of my life in this quiet town. Purulia is the place which stands resolutely far away from insidious, politically motivated communal tensions. We have witnessed political scuffles, sometimes fights over college students' union elections, but never something of this scale. As a busy housewife, my morning rituals sometimes include a visit to the vegetable market. And as it happened on that very morning, I was in Chowk Bazaar, the main marketplace in Purulia town. Suddenly, I could hear shouting, which I thought emerged from a political rally but somehow sounded different. Things seemed unusual and eerie, and the shouting became rhythmic and threatening. It was coming from the other side of the road where the town thana was located. The store owner told me, Didi apni beriye jaan. Didi, you should leave immediately. I did so without knowing what was happening. As I reached home, my daughter ran out to meet me, saying she had been trying to call me. Then she uttered something that was hitherto unthinkable in Purulia. Quote, there's a riot, end quote. It took me some time before I could weigh the weight of those words. Our Para lane is on the other side of Chowk Bazaar and hence was not disturbed by what was going on in the very heart of this town. Then came those familiar images via WhatsApp, which you see in newspapers of riot-hit places. People menacingly moving forward, fruit carts on fire, mobs brandishing arms. We watched all the Bengali news channels that evening and the next day, but there was no mention of any of it at all. Still, there is no mainstream media coverage here except for a few YouTube videos that show you mobs roaming through the main streets or ghirawing the town thana. For the people of Purulia, including myself, this was surreal. It was not the same town where my children were born and raised, not the Purulia I grew up in, where my husband went to work every day, knowing that he would come back home safe. We thought riots happened in other places. The classic Rantak mathematics. It could never tear through the fabric of a close-knit town like Purulia, where you meet a known face after every 100 meters. You see, is Purulia woke? Does Purulia lack in religiosity? Does Purulia lack temples? Does Purulia lack community feeling? Is Purulia filled with elite commie Brahmans, Boidos, Kaistos? None of that. Even then, they face this. So, stop prioritizing horseshit. Stop reaching wrong conclusions. Stop coming up with horseshit solutions, okay? Not only did that incident take away our sense of security, but also made us aware of the hidden hatred swirling right under our nose that could erupt with the slightest incitement. This is why I believe in Hindutva. What I've realized is that, of course, I have countless fucking disagreements with Hindus of all sorts. Hindutvadi Hindus, non-Hindutvadi Hindus. But Indian society is always a ticking time bomb, and it can come out and show its ugly face at any point. The bomb can go off at any point. I'm not going to be around when that bomb goes off. I'll make sure that bomb doesn't go off. Even if it happens, I'm trying to go far away from it. And I'm not going to be picking up pieces left behind after that bomb goes off. Or there will be just end game strategies, and there will be complete dystopia. There will be complete post-apocalypse scenarios. What a great line here. Made us aware of the hidden hatred swirling right under our nose that could erupt with the slightest incitement. And this is the main issue, I think. I'll underline this line. Because once you are a little in the Hindutva side, then you draw connections between all the incidents to which you had turned a blind eye, to all the things you had noticed, to all the things that you had thought, okay, this is just one incident, okay, this is just one, that religion guy. And then you add all that up and think, okay, all those incidents were absolutely life changing, horrifying, gigantic things for the people who were involved in that incident or wherever that happened. It just didn't happen around me. Therefore, I thought it's not that important. I am not going to be that guy who faces that. My area should not be that. Therefore, Hindutva. Because it's always, like she says, the hatred, the hidden hatred is swirling right under our nose that could erupt with the slightest incitement. You need to understand how that incident unnerved a person like me who was comfortably living in her two-storied house for decades without realizing things might take a turn for the worse any moment. So many incidents, so many little bits of anger at Facebook posts. I'm drawing connections with things I observed but turned a blind eye to even before I was a right winger. So all that being late to my rehearsals in 2013, watching that procession, uh, feeling their hatred for me, for all of us, from their eyes, from their laughs, from their slurs, random Pakistan victory celebrations here and there, uh, many other things. I see Hot TV. We never knew what actually happened as it was all efficiently swept under the rug by the authorities. By evening, the situation was under control and a few of the shops of Chowk Bazaar were forced to open. Things came to normal by the next day. End quote. So what had happened? Quote, it was a Facebook post by a Muslim guy deriding a Hindu god. Someone filed an FIR and he was arrested for hurting Hindu sentiments. Then all hell broke loose as a mob ran amok to protest against the arrest. No one could say anything. End quote. Law and order has become a political issue for both the Trinamool Congress and the BJP for 2021. On 1st October 2020, after a 19-year-old Dalit girl was brutalized by four upper caste men in BJP-ruled Uttar Pradesh's Hathras, Mamata Banerjee tweeted, quote, have no words to condemn the barbaric and shameful incident at Hathras involving a young Dalit girl. My deepest condolences to the family. More shameful is the forceful cremation without the family's presence or consent, exposing those who use slogans and lofty promises for votes, end quote. Later, a delegation of Trinamool Congress MPs was stopped by Uttar Pradesh police from entering Hathras. Joint Magistrate Prem Prakash Meena was seen on TV pushing Rajya Sabha MP Derek O'Brien to the ground after a scuffle broke out between the police and the delegation. The Trinamool MPs had travelled about 200 kilometers from Delhi to meet the family of the 19-year-old victim. According to the delegation, the Trinamool MPs were on their way to Bulgadhi village in Hathras, travelling separately to express solidarity with the grieving family of the victim and to convey their condolences. Shameful as the attack on the MPs was, it was what Mamata Banerjee said that brought to mind something which had happened in Bengal. Quote, those who lecture us about Bengal's law and order must turn their attention to Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat. Hashtag Bengal is the most peaceful state in hashtag India, end quote. On the evening of 6 February 2012, Suzette Jordan met five men, Kadir Khan, Muhammad Ali, Nasir Khan, Ruman Khan and Sumit Bajaj for the first time at a nightclub in Park Street. They offered to drop her home. Suzette Jordan passed away a few years back, 2-3 years back from cancer, I think. They offered to drop her home when she was leaving the club. She was gang raped by the five in a moving car and later dumped near Exide Crossing opposite the Calcutta club. At around 3:30 a.m., she boarded a taxi to her residence in Behala. While the media and police initially ensured an information blackout of her name, she later publicly revealed her identity as a 37-year-old and a mother of two in order to encourage other survivors to speak out. Who was Nusrat's husband or boyfriend back then among these five? Kader Khan, no? What a life. The same Nusrat we discussed, her ex-boyfriend was among the 5 who raped Suzette Jordan that night. And after that, Nusrat broke up with him. Allegations were that she helped him escape and stuff for a while. I don't know where these 5 are. Are these 5 facing jail time? Shajano Ghotana, fabricated case, is what Mamata Banerjee had infamously said when the incident came to light, as was reported in an article at the Indian Express on 3rd March 2014. Banerjee would never apologize for the comment, even though she had been so vocal against the Hathras incident. As Bengal readies for the mother of all elections in 2021, it is perhaps the slip of the tongue by the state BJP chief Dilip Ghosh that best sums up the law and order situation in the state. After Manish Shukla, a BJP councillor of Titagore municipality, was shot dead on 5th October 2020 by 2 bike-borne assailants, Ghosh said, "The way a councillor was shot dead in front of a police station by using a Sten gun is shameful. West Bengal is slipping into a mafia Raj-like situation like in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar." End quote. Somebody needed to remind Ghosh that at the time of his comment, it was the BJP that was in power in both the states. Lol. Ki gandu bada. Ground Zero Singur. 12, 13 pages to go. Let me have some water. "25-hour fast, guys. I'm entering my 26th hour of fast right now. Only water, tea without milk and sugar, coffee without milk and sugar. Last I had my meal was at 11:30. No, last night we ended the live stream at 11:30, the Narendra Modi one. I think I had my dinner at 12:30. After that, I have not had anything. Now you know why he's not the next CM. Now you know why. Oh my God. Ground Zero Singur. September 2020. It's a humid September Sunday in Singur. In front of me are vast swaths of green and a big factory for making a small car, the Nano, no longer being made. It was a dream of former Chief Minister of West Bengal, Buddhadev Bhattacharjee, to get Tata to Bengal, produce the Nano from Singur, and change Bengal's destiny. That dream is long lost. Taking my phone out, I take a picture of what I see in front of me and type out what I think is an innocuous tweet. Quote, "Singur, Tata Nano factory was supposed to come up here. Instead, Mamata Banerjee came to power. Now there is a vast expanse of nothingness." End quote. In no time, the tweet went viral. 2 comments to the tweet among the many praises and abuses that stood out were by Delhi journalist and commentator Shivam Vij. "Where you see nothing, I see agricultural field," he said, and a certain Jeet Roy, who said, "Nano may have failed, but there were enough supply chain and adjacent industries created in Gujarat at that period of time. Do you know West Bengal once had a higher GDP than Maharashtra during 60s? Despite having adequate infrastructure from British time, socialism ruined us." End quote. It is almost noon. It has taken me 1.5 hours from my parents' house in South Kolkata to reach Singur. The morning was pleasant with a light drizzle, but now the sun is up in full glory and the day is turning humid in Hooghly district, around 45 kilometers from Kolkata. The Singur farmland in front of me, which was earmarked for the Tata Nano project, stands alongside an arc of the Durgapur Expressway near the Ratanpur crossing with NH1. The 6 Mouzas whose land fell within the Tata project site are Gopalnagar, Beraberi, Bajemelia, Khasherberi, Singherberi, and Joy Mallar Beri. They stand on the Joy Mallar Beri, guys. The non-Bengalis here. We are talking about the Malla kings of Bengal, okay? The Malla Reddy, that connection. Not genetically, not even historically, but is the same kind of caste here. The wrestling caste. Malla Yuddha. They stand on the other side of the project site, completing the expressway's arc into a circle. This expressway's arc into a circle. Yes. Good memories of riding my bike in that locality. On 18th May 2006, at a joint press conference in Kolkata with then Bengal CM Buddhadev Bhattacharjee, Ratan Tata had said that Tata Motors had decided to locate its rupees 1 lakh small car nano project at Singur. Tata said the project was to be spread over 700 acres, with another 300 kept aside for ancillary production. Singur was chosen by Tata Motors from among 6 sites offered by the left front government. Almost immediately after the presser, the project faced massive opposition from farmers who did not want to give away their land. Despite the strong arm tactics of the state government, the protesting farmers were given political support by the state's principal opposition leader at that time, Mamata Banerjee. Official records of the West Bengal government say that around 11,000 farmers willingly gave their land for the nano project. Around 3,000 farmers and sharecroppers opposed the quote-unquote unlawful acquisition. Banerjee's quote-unquote save farmland, Krishi Jomi Bachao Andolan movement was supported by activists like Medha Patkar and Arundhati Roy. Kolkata's intellectuals like Aparna Sen, Kaushik Sen, Shaoli Mitro, and Shubha Prasanna also threw their weight behind Banerjee. Shaoli Mitro is in one of my all-time favorite Bengali movies, Jukti Tokko or Goppo. Jukti Tokko Goppo. No, I forgot. Jukti Tokko O Goppo or Goppo or no, just a comma. When all talks to bring about some sort of resolution failed, the Tatas decided to move out of Singur on 3rd October 2008. Ratan Tata blamed the agitation by Banerjee and her supporters for the decision. On 7th October 2008, the Tatas announced they would be setting up the Tata Nano plant in Sanand, Gujarat. The Singur agitation was the last nail in the coffin for Buddhadev Bhattacharjee, a career communist who was branded as a betrayer of the farmers and a friend of the capitalists. And that's a criticism, guys. Why are you a friend of capitalists? What the fuck is a 7-day fast? No food, just water for 7 days. Yeah, that will be forever sleep. And you can't skip food or especially high protein if you work out. That's the problem. That's the problem with managing fasts even. Like today I was planning to work out in the morning, but I also thought let's do a fast. So I skip workout in the morning because if I do workout, I'll have to have protein within 15-20 minutes of the workout. So these 7-day useless fasts, bro, that can't be done by someone who works out. No, Boishalidi. Just do intermittent fasting, 16 hours to 18 hours. And for the first 1 or 2 weeks, you will feel a bit of headaches. You'll be very agitated and you'll feel a lack of concentration on anything. And but no, I should not give these advices to women, and especially without knowing your age. This is what worked for me. So I was working out and doing intermittent fasting. So I had reached 84 kgs after my accident in 2017. In 2020, I started working out again, lost all my fitness, muscle, etc. in those 3 years. And I was losing every month 2 kgs by doing some workouts because my leg wasn't completely fine at that point. But the intermittent fasting was also going on, 16 hours every alternate day. So definitely do not follow my advice. Ask some doctor and ask some pro intermittent fasting doctors. There are many these days. And follow some podcasters, YouTubers, and genetics professors, sleep experts, lots of people who advocate for intermittent fasting. But even if you don't work out, you will lose about 1 kg, 1.5 kg every month. If you lose like 8-9 kgs, some insane weight in every month, that means you are losing muscle as well. Do not ever go for more than 3-4 kg weight loss in 1 month. It means you are losing water weight definitely, some fat probably, and definitely muscle. Okay. Healthy weight loss is 2 to 3 kgs per month, max 4 kgs. Because after all, what is fat? Fat is a goddamn tissue. It's called adipose tissue. So that tissue needs to be used up, burnt up in the form of actions of the body. So how can kgs of adipose tissue, which are tissues in your body, disappear in a month? So it's not just tissues which go away when you lose 5-6 kgs in a month. It's definitely muscle. and therefore bone density. Yes, Navavimosh, you don't work out. That's why you are being able to do this. You have lost weight, but you're not strong. You are healthy, you are not going to die of heart attack at 42, but still, you're not strong. You're mentally strong, of course. No, 7 days fast, not for anybody who works out. Because if you work out, let's say you are working out on all those 7 days and you don't have your protein, your muscles are fucked beyond recognition. Then what's the point? What a sad story here. So, Buddhadev Bhattacharya is a friend of capitalists. Bhattacharya failed in his efforts to convince Bengal to accept big industry in the state and lost power less than 2 years later. Mamata Banerjee was sworn in as the next chief minister of West Bengal on 20th May 2011. A few men have gathered at a temple-like structure close to the Tata Nano project. They are smoking bidis and sharing village gossip. One of them mentions fascism, which he says has ruined the country. A middle-aged man in plain clothes. He has the attention of the group. Mahadev Das is the Trinamool Congress Singur block president. I introduce myself, borrow a bidi from him, light it up and sit down on the boundary wall of a little veranda attached to the temple. How did the Trinamool Congress lose Singur of all places to the BJP in the 2019 parliamentary polls? After all, Singur is Mamata's stronghold. Das eyes me curiously, then says, why just Singur? My party lost 18 seats to that outsider party in 2019. You know the reason. Modi would have lost that election had it not been for Pulwama. Such a wave of hyper-nationalism was created that all other issues got blown away. Also in Bengal, some of our party leaders had crossed over to the other side, to Modi's party. The BJP gained from that too. And the EVM controversy is not yet settled. Internally, within the Trinamool Congress, some of us still feel they fixed EVMs. 18 seats for the BJP in 2019 is too much for us to digest. End quote. So has the party paid special attention to Singur after losing the parliamentary seat? When did we not? The Mamata Banerjee government returned land to the farmers of Singur. It was Didi's first cabinet decision after she assumed office in 2011. Yeah. We were embroiled in a 5-year legal battle with the Tatas. Finally, our government got the farmers' land back. Around 14,000 farmers were given their land back by 2016. It was exactly 10 years after the Singur agitation kicked off. Almost 6,000 families, including agricultural laborers and small peasants, were on the verge of losing their land and livelihood. We stopped that. Since then, this region has been developed. And how? What the fuck? I'll forget the meaning of developed now. I'll forget English grammar reading this. Roads have been built that go into the interiors of villages. The government is doing its bit for the farmers during this COVID situation, including paying them a financial allowance of rupees 2,000 per month. Financial help is being given for building houses, and we are arranging work for returning migrants under MGNREGA. All the needs of a rural constituency have been fulfilled. End quote. So, would he say Trinamool Congress has nothing to worry about in 2021 as far as Singur is concerned? Dada, BJP will lose steam after the Bihar polls. They may lose Bihar. If that happens, their spirit will be dampened. What if the reverse happens? They lose Bihar and decide to fight Bengal with more aggression? Or say then they win Bihar and gain momentum to fight Bengal? Singur will not vote for the BJP anymore. I am a grassroots leader. I can smell the ground. What kind of a rodent is this? Singur made Loket Chatterjee MP from BJP, defeating our party's Ratna Denag. Now Chatterjee is nowhere to be seen. There are times when people in her constituency desperately need her, say for financial help during medical emergencies. Yes, that's what an MP is for. But she is too busy giving bites to television channels. End quote. Unknown to Mahadev Das and me, an hour has passed. He tells me his wife is waiting for him to join her for lunch. You should meet Prosenjit Das, Trinamool's Singur Block General Secretary. He will tell you more. Explaining to my driver Borun the route to Prosenjit Das's house, Mahadev Das gets on his cycle and rides away. Porun suggests we lunch at Hotel Novanno. Incidentally, the tall tower that houses the State Secretariat of West Bengal is also named Novanno, the best highway eatery in this stretch. It's not. It's a large restaurant filled with families who have kept their COVID-19 masks on the tables to gorge on the fish rice spread. We find an unoccupied table and order the Novanno fish thali. Don't have to look at the menu. Our fish thali is world famous, the young waiter tells us. Truly, the rice dal aloo, pulkofi torkari, aloo posto, katla curry with papad, curd, and a sweet is to die for. An old Akshay Kumar Shilpa Shetty song is playing in the background. Churake Dil Mera Godiya Chali. Kumar lip syncs to Shetty on a TV screen above us. And I remember how after winning Shingur's Dil, a day after she won the Hooghly Lok Sabha seat under which Singur falls, Loket Chatterjee had said, quote, farmers who had given land for setting up of the small car factory are demanding industries. We discussed a research paper on this, remember, by Dr. Shuchishmita Das. She also said she did her ethnography, anthropological research, roaming about in Singur, saying that yes, all of them want industry now. They are demanding industries. Even a section of farmers who fought against the land acquisition for the small car factory are also demanding industries. I will talk to them. Yes, and this has been corroborated by Dr. Shuchishmita Das's research. In a report on 17th January 2020, the print said, quote, farmers of Singur have put up their lands for sale. Lol. 3 years after the Mamata Banerjee government returned it to them. Waited 10 years for the factory to get fucked, for their land to return. 3 years later, they sell it. Shutiya gullible nut jobs. इनके लिए हम इनक्वालिटी चाहते हैं. Read Nietzsche, everyone. गरीब लोग खेते पाচ্ছে না. Bholapan. Every low IQ insane decision is called bholapan by both leftists and right wingers. The bholapan in villages of India. The real India, guys. The real bholapan, the real India in the villages. That IQ. Farmers of Singur have put up their lands for sale 3 years after the Mamata Banerjee government returned it to them. Their agitation against land acquisition had forced Tata Motors to shift its nano car project to Gujarat and also contributed to the end of the 34-year left front rule in West Bengal in 2011. Nearly a decade on, politicians have lost interest in Singur, and even the farmers are desperately looking for buyers for the same land. The farmers' desire to sell their land is driven by a combination of poor soil quality, remnants of Tata plants still on the land, and prices rising nearly tenfold due to the Durgapur Expressway that now runs through the stretch. And also Bholapan, the real India. Community feeling, you see. They're not woke. The Durgapur Expressway is now providing a glimmer of hope. Hope. There has been a tenfold price rise for a big half land here due to the warehouse sector in the region showing a keen interest in the farmers' holdings. But a catch remains. Only land close to the Durgapur Expressway fetches the premium price, while plots that are located even 200 to 300 meters from the highway fail to draw buyers. Real estate consultants said the warehouse market near highways is booming in the state. End quote. Land is an emotion, dada. Land is not commerce. End quote. Prosenjit Das tells me. Wouldn't our Hindutva socialists love this term? Wouldn't Sanatan economists, wouldn't Ankit Shah love this term? Land is an emotion, dada. Land is not commerce. Prosenjit Das tells me. After a bellyful at Hotel Novanno, we have entered Barabiri village through dusty roads leading to more dusty roads with small shops and potato storage huts on both sides. Barabiri was almost deserted on Sunday late noon. Bigger lanes gave way to smaller ones, pakka houses rubbed shoulders with small huts, paddy fields ended, and ponds began, and Borun had to get down at every turn to ask for Das's house. At a kite shop, Borun meaning driver. At a kite shop with Trinamool Congress and Mamta Banerjee posters on its outer walls, a small boy pointed towards a three-storied blue house we had reached. Three-storied. Three-storied, okay? Built with complete white money. Das is a businessman farmer, and it shows. Oh, acha. We sat on a white sofa facing Das. Behind him is a framed painting, an imitation of the Mona Lisa. Joy Bangla. Moimon Singh Holisha. Das takes us back in time when the agitation of the farmers against land acquisition by the government had started. On 2nd December 2006, on 2nd December 2006, we ran away from Barabiri. Me and other males of the village. CPIM was hounding them. There were so many cops who had been sent in by the Buddhadev Bhattacharjee government to stop us from protesting against the Tata Nano factory. Bacharam Manna was leading the protest. He too fled. We went in different directions to hoodwink the police. I hid at a friend's house in Dhonekhali village. He told me not to step out as the entire village was full of left supporters. One day on TV, I heard Buddhadev Bhattacharjee say that Singur farmers had willingly given their land to Tata. Yes, 80% of them. The farmer agitation was being conducted by outsiders. Yes, Das could not take it. He came back to the village, aware of the risks involved. Over the next few days, he gathered the women of the village, called some of the men back, got everyone's signatures on a piece of paper saying they did not want to give their land to the Tatas, with copies of their PAN cards and land deeds. He called a press conference to bust the government's lie that farmers in Singur were willingly selling their land for the factory. Quote, it made front page news in all the newspapers in West Bengal. TV reporters chased us for interviews. The government said, signatures on a blank paper have no value. So we got a court paper, wrote the same thing again, got everyone to sign once more and went to Governor Gopal Krishna Gandhi to submit our written plea. He was amazed the government had lied so much about farmers willingly selling their land for the nano factory. No, 80% wanted the factory. Now that he looks back, does he think that maybe, just maybe, the state would have benefited if the Tatas came in? No, I don't. Not even for a moment. If we had to do it all over again, we would do just what we did then. Land is everything for us. Singur was united in its opposition to Tata. Because I'm a dumb fuck, a gullible nut job, and I'm Bhola from the real India with community feeling and no wokeism in our villages. Then why did the BJP win from Hooghly parliamentary constituency, under which Singur falls? Quote, faction fights. In Barabiri village itself, there are two Trinamool Congress offices belonging to rival factions led by Bacharam Manna and Robin Bhattacharjee. Manna became the face of Singur. Every TV channel would show his face. Every reporter would come to him for bites. From policemen to partymen, Manna became the go-to guy for everyone. On the ground, though, villagers got increasingly wary of the nepotism and corruption that crept in. You see, villagers don't think, if not Modi, who, or if not Mamta, who. They look at their candidates and vote accordingly. Like in Singur, there are now too many factions in the Trinamool Congress. BJP is gaining because of that. End quote. There is a larger question, though, that Singur's local politics perhaps cannot answer. It is, what next for West Bengal in terms of growth? My friend Nilanjan Ghosh, eminent economist and director of the Kolkata chapter of the think tank ORF, believes Bengal has all the elements for growth. Quote, especially in terms of the four capital theory, rich natural capital, forests, rivers, mountains, etc., a massive pool of human capital. Moreover, this is skilled, what with the state having institutes like the IIT, IIM, JU, ISI, Vishwabharati, etc., a rich cultural history of delineating its deeply entrenched value systems that has created its rich social capital, which means fucking nothing, and its physical capital that is improving but needs to be worked on. Again, it means nothing. End quote. However, there are a few things Ghosh believes the state government needs to work on. Quote, One, of course, is the political will to curb red tapeism and to control the transaction costs of doing business through control of antisocial elements at the grassroots level. The political dispensation from the late 1970s has projected itself as an anti-business force. Any dispensation coming after that, therefore, faces a huge challenge of changing this face. Okay? This is Shubhendu's task cut out for him. In fact, I don't think the current dispensation is doing too badly in terms of investment flow, but the problem lies in the fact that two major movements over land use change, for example, Singur and Nondigram, go against its pro-investment projections to a large extent. However, it needs to be kept in mind that manufacturing cannot be West Bengal's future. Rather, its growth potential lies in services. The previous dispensation has already punctured the potential for large-scale manufacturing to develop due to their land redistribution policies. This makes land acquisition problematic to the core. However, the adjoining states of Jharkhand and Odisha are growing. Kolkata by itself has the natural advantage of connectivity from the maritime, air, and inland waterways perspective. On the other hand, the state also aids connectivity with another zone of interest for investors, Bangladesh and the Northeast. Also consider the massive increase in traffic through Bagdogra Airport. As such, Kolkata is slated to emerge as the major growth center of the BIMSTC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. BIMSTC is an international organization of 7 nations of South Asia and Southeast Asia, housing 1.5 billion people and having a combined gross domestic product of $3.5 trillion in 2018. Quote, but a lot depends on political will and the right advice from the right experts. Dispensations cannot keep seeking advice from only those who are close to them. While this has been an inherent weakness of the state so far, from the 60s and 70s, a bigger problem lies in the state-center relations over the last 4 decades. I won't describe this as a phenomenon of merely ideological clash. It is an ego clash. Unfortunately, political masters have never kept in mind the bigger cause of the state and its people, but have put forward their own egos. The state has been deprived of what it deserves. That's what happens with democracy. Axiomatically, financial capital flows to those destinations where all the 4 capital forces, natural, physical, social, and human, are prevalent. But what happens under organic market forces, not under situations of leftist rules and but that happens under organic market forces, not under situations of leftist rules and bad center-state relations. Organic market forces, not Sanskrit termed socialism. West Bengal still bears the brunt of history, whereas states like Odisha that had insurgency problems have been able to attract investments and have generated employment in those disturbed regions. This has ameliorated the law and order condition there largely. Will 2021 bring a new dawn? Prosenjit Das tells me Mamta herself could have, if only she had listened to the people. It's not too late yet. Postscript. From the highway, I watched the sun set on the deserted Nano factory. Nano went to Sanand and Bengal got Mamta Banerjee. Much water has flown below the Hooghly Bridge since then. Many dreams washed away, many arguments made from this side and that. Now it's all coming to a head. From my travels in and out of Kolkata, I heard a cry for Poriborton again, against what is. The sun has almost set now, and is it just me or is the sky a shade of saffron? It wasn't when Deepda was writing this book. And this is I think the 3rd book I have ever read in one sitting, right? What were the other 2 books? Ayn Rand's Anthem, gifted to us by Buddhadev Bhattacharya Archives, and Vivek Ramaswamy's Truths, and Deep Haldar's Bengal 2021. So Ayn Rand, Deep Haldar, and Vivek Ramaswamy are in the Hall of Fame of books that I have read in one sitting. If BJP does win, a lot of people will lose it big time. Yeah. Okay then, guys. Thank you for joining the live stream. See you soon. Good night.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রা নলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে। যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো।